Boys, good morning, afternoon. I'm a little late today. I know. Today was a recovery day. After getting absolutely obliterated by the sonic rays that are the sun, I survived to tell the tale, but it cost me a little bit of eepiness. So today was a wake up early, be productive, get back into the swing of productivity and being a human being, and then take a fat fucking nap. So, that is exactly what I've done on this fine day. Hope you're all having an absolutely gorgeous one. We've got a full day. Glizzy, what the fuck you doing? We got a full day of content ahead of us. We do indeedly. Actually, I don't really have many plans. All I know is that there's another guild hall upgrade, which is quite literally the most exciting part of my day. And we got World vs. World guild missions. Thank freaking goodness. Now, this is quite possibly the easiest thing that we have ever done. Just at all. So, we are truly up tremendous on this fine day. We have plenty of opportunity here. And we can just kind of do these as we go. Which is kind of huge. We can run around and cap a lot of these bad boys. So, wait, we got to do that in 15 minutes. Goddamn. That won't be too hard, though. Mr. Leon, back on top of the first and chat. Padinsky, Fupo, Buckets, Murphy, what up, my friend? Hope you're having a beautiful day. Busty, what up, brother? Grab some popcorn. Wait, do we have excitement today, or do you just always like popcorn? Because, honestly, I've been jonesing for some movie theater popcorn lately, bro. That shit goes so fucking hard. Yet I have not had any in, I'd say, too long at this point, if I'm being completely real. I would genuinely say a little bit too long since I have had any popcorn. But I have one of those Jiffy Pops. Like those little stovetop poppers. I don't use it much.
I like it.
It seems like the coolest thing in practice until I think you actually start using one, and then the allure of it just kind of goes away quite quickly. I don't really know. I don't know how it loses its aura so goddamn fast. All that I know is that it does. And I haven't used that in months. Kernels and coconut oil. Okay, wait. Popped, I'm assuming? I hope. Cause like if you're just kernels and coconut oil, my friend, you're fucking crazy. Of course. Oh, thank God. Thank God. Listen, you say of course, but I feel like you never really know exactly when somebody's just gonna be munching on some raw kernels nowadays. You can't quite tell. And I always feel like I need to specifically clarify, like, you eating the popped version of the popcorn, right? Because some people just fucking do not. Some people are absolute degenerate fiends that fear no chipped teeth, broken teeth, anything along the way. And they will just shovel that shit in, bro. I don't get it. I don't understand it. I don't want to try to understand it. All I know is I'm very cautious when I eat popcorn. I don't want to snap my shit. Raw popcorn is technically a cereal. Because it's like a grain in bite-sized form. Because popcorn, like raw popcorn is like a grain, right? Like popcorn until the moment a single shell gets stuck in my teeth and I'm completely over it. Oh, dude. It's the worst, too, when you can't just, like, yeet it out and it actually gets, like, stuck up there, because it's the weird, like, vertical splices of things. And the weird, like, vertical parts of stuff can just kind of get all wedged up in there. It's quite uncomfortable. And now we have 10,000 Ethereum capacity. We're truly up tremendous, and we don't have to worry about jack shit ever again with Ethereum. We can let that just blast its way up. Next, we have to get to guild level 25. And then we have to fundraise all of these. But, for right now, my boys, for right now, we literally have more Ethereum than we know what to do with at max capacity. Right now, we have one singular Ethereum. But we'll keep working that up. Throw away what up, dog. Stress about what you can control, don't stress about what you can't. A lot of people be stressing about shit they can't control, dog. Control what you can is what I've always tried to say. And I think at a certain point in time, quite literally, everybody gets hit with a little bit of stressington about something, right? But I feel like a lot of people just let it consume them a little too much. And once you start to let it consume you, I feel like that's when the Stressington takes over. And you must not let it take over. When does my gathering come back up? Bourbon's made from corn and cures sunburn very effectively. Because you don't notice the sunburn because you get shit-faced? Or like... What do we at there? Check how much bloodstone brick, ethereal / dragon we need. So we need XP primarily. Level 25 is what we need for the next guild upgrade. So that's probably deadass not gonna be for a week. The next upgrades that I want to try to get for us are the lumber synthesizer, leather synthesizer, cloth synthesizer. Because once we get lumber synthesizer, we can go here. So that's the Imperial Stars. We got those taken care of. Then we'll go to Synthesis Output 2. And that's going to be bottles of airship oil, which I have some of. Pile of auric dust, and then ley line sparks. So we'll hit that after. And then this requires guild level 23. So that'll be a little bit later on. So then we'll be looking at more Imperial Stars. So we'll need 10 more Imperial Stars. And then we'll need 75 each airship oil, auric dust, and ley line sparks. In terms of our pink stuff for our next, like, 4 upgrades. This will get us a little over 100 XP. That'll get us to 22.5. And I think it said we need to be 23 for the next upgrade here. Yeah, so for the workshop restoration, we need to be 23. So after that, we'll need like 2 more upgrades. So at that point, we can probably come over here to yield WVW vendor. And then see what we can slam here. Because these are a couple of cheap upgrades as well. Like, this is really cheap. Just makes sense to slam that. Same thing with this. Also extremely cheap. Let's see here. Objective Aura, World vs. World XP. Also quite cheap. So we can blast that up. This will most definitely get us up to 10% World vs. World XP bonus to the boons applied by the guild's aura. Okay, yeah, so that just goes directly into our aura. So we'll want to get this. And then we'll want to get the market upgrades for gathering. And then we'll probably do the tower claim for World vs. World. So we'll need 80 major runes of holding for that, which is honestly just gold. So make sure we're all making our clams and our pennies. Outside of that, that's probably our next, like, couple weeks of upgrades, right? And then that's gonna get us 23 and change. And then once you hit 23, we'll be able to get another step on the workshop and stuff. It's missing rain again. My city's flooding. I mean, is that better than it being on fire, though? Also, where do I need to go for the charge quartz? Where must I go? Ley line gliding. Why would I want to do ley line gliding? Ley line gliding is so extra. North to the hero challenge. Any hero point that you commune at. Oh, wait. Okay. So I just need to actually bring over my crystal, or my quartz. And then we go up here and then we're good. Need 25 quartz crystal. Yeah, I didn't know if it would give me a prompt when I was actually up here. Okay, that's super easy actually. So literally just have to do that once a day when I get on. And then 12 of those are what we need for sky scale food, right?
I know your face from my dream.
Dude, this is a lot to keep up with. This is a lot to keep up with. Quartz. You're immediately just going to go back in here after. Yes? Okay, word. I shall work on it. Use a miss pass to not lose your spot in the world. You know, that is smart. That is smart. If you really think about it, there are many things that I don't do. Yikes. That I probably should. Can also buy from the market, but it's 5 per. So it'd be 60 total. These are account bound though, right? So I'd still need to come over and commune. Oh, you're talking about the food itself. Okay, that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. So I can buy the food directly. Or I can just do this to make the food. Wait. I went to the wrong waypoint. The craft material's not. Right. The product that actually comes out of it. Okay. That makes sense. So, is this effectively just 5 gold a day? That everybody could be making? Because I'm assuming the quartz is quite cheap, yeah? Is this per account or is this per character? Because you could theoretically just come out here and blast the ever-loving shit out of those per account. Oh, okay, that makes sense. Charge my crystals every day, but don't do nothing with them. I mean, it sounds like you should get some food, or make some food with them, and then sell that food, and then make a shitload of money, no? 5 gold a day is not like a nothing burger amount of clams. Like, it's not like it's absolutely just negligible. I have to do PvP for my dailies. Boo. Boo. I could also probably set up my wizard vault to just cover world versus world. Wait. And then if I go here, the next reset. Oh shit. Wait, that's all world versus world. Oh, that just switched over immediately. Wait, that's sick. So this is just escort caravans, WVW XP, defend objectives, defeat guards, defeat players, capture keeps, and then deal damage using siege. Okay, yeah, these are the easiest weeklies that the world has ever seen, my boys, and it might be time to get active early. I don't quite know exactly what we have for a tag going on a Monday at 4 p.m. But I'm down for whatever. Also, I have to do 1 SPP. If anybody wants to do an SPP, just join on me or invite me. But I have to get 3 kills in an SPP match. So that's a gosh darn shame, if I do say so myself. I will be complaining about that the entire time. But everything's fine. Sky's got food. Is 2 slabs of red meat, 1 charged quartz crystal, 5 globs, 25 pallid bloodstone dust, and a mystic forge, so about 2 gold bats. So it's like a 3 gold profit margin, basically. I mean, that's not the worst. Not that it's the craziest, but it also takes effectively no time to do. If you're really thinking about it. Like, effectively takes 0 time to do. So, all things considered, I don't think it's the worst thing by any means to get into. Start crafting that on a daily. 10 days, 30 gold. I've seen far worse grinds. I've heard of people that have far less money. So, not the worst to throw in. Also, as long as people are getting their wizard vault claims, then I don't really think that people should hurt for money whatsoever. I know, crazy. But it's pretty easy to make gold. They just kind of like throw money at you. I don't really know why. But wait till you Lego craft. Well, when I Lego craft, I'm just gonna sell the first Lego, and then that's gonna fund another Lego to craft, and then I'll make a second Lego, and then I'll sell that one, and then I'll keep rolling profit until I can make a Lego that I can't sell. But yeah, also, my method of acquiring legendary is way cheaper than crafting. I don't really know why people are stressing over it. Just literally ask somebody. Great helpers in the Guild Wars 2 community, let me tell you what. Amazing helpers. Always willing to help with a Lego craft. Always willing to point you in the direction of some good rocks. So, those magic rocks. Listen, man. Don't hate the game. Hate the... Wait. Yeah, no, you can hate me for it. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. I get it. Where are you first gonna fly to? Well, when I get the sky scale? I'm probably gonna see if I can hit height cap and then dismount. Something I've always wanted to try. And since I'm, you know, shackled to trying it in video games instead, well, here we are. Last time we were on a flight, we had exit row seating, or not exit row seat. We had like the emergency row seats, right? And probably not the best thing to have got like a curiosity about and Googled on a plane on the plane's Wi-Fi. But I legitimately was just like, what happens if someone opens the emergency door mid-flight? Not that I was going to. I was more so just curious about what would happen. Turns out the pressure stops it from happening effectively at very high altitudes. And if by some way it did, the oxygen masks drop and then the pilot gets everybody down to a safe altitude. And you can technically have the doors off of the whip, top off of the whip when you're in a plane. You just have to worry about wind burn and stuff once you're at a low altitude. So pilots would just bring it to a low altitude and then everyone would chill the fuck out and it wouldn't really be a big deal. So, boring. But, still don't know how to get it. Did Soto and all that. No, dragon on my own. Wait a minute. Search a new friend achievements. Hold on. Achievements.
It's a pleasure.
A new friend. So it's this. Mr. Leon. I don't know if you already have your abandoned skyscale egg, but I would assume that it has to be this. But while have you done any speculation on new development between Guild Wars 2, Guild Wars 3, combat systems, lore, etc.? Busty. Have I dug into any information? Busty, come on. Come on. Have I dug into any information about systems with potential sighted sources? Why would I ever do that, and why would I ever cite my sources? Why? Who would do that, dude? Is that why you brought your popcorn? Is this why you brought your popcorn? You knew that it would be enough time for me to have a conspiracy theory? You know I'm crazy, don't you, Busty? Bro, I just can't sit here patiently and wait. I need something to cope for. I need it in my bones. And if I don't have the copium, I just can't do anything, man. Oh my god, this shit is like fucking crack, bro. Oh, golly. Not the copium too. But my local grocery store had these on sale. It's simply Gold Peak black tea. Well, it's simply lemonade with Gold Peak black tea in Arnie Palmer form. So it's... Oh, dude, it's so good. It's so good. It's like the god tier Arnold Palmer. Granted, it is sugary as fuck. But it is... How many grams of sugar? For the bottle or for the serving? Because there are about 4.5 servings per bottle. Does it have caffeine? I mean, it's black tea. Caffeine content is 25 mils per 12-ounce serving. So, I'd say a cup of coffee on average is about 90.
Together.
So, like 30%-ish. Somewhere around there. It's kind of low. Well, it's black tea in all fairness. Dr. Chef Ron with the 18 months with the T3. My goodness gracious, I appreciate you, big dog. We got tag up in EBG. Ooh. Who's attack? Who's attack? It's kind of low. But yeah, I mean, it's presumably at most 50% black tea and then the rest is lemonade. So if it were full black tea, then it would be roughly 50 to 60. So, I mean, it's not going to be like a caffeine situation unless you want really low caffeine. The thing about it, though, right?
Talk to strangers.
The ingredients with this, where a lot of these...
I know you.
Cracky drinks
Is that a
have a lot of extra. This is brewed tea, cane sugar, lemon juice, water. That's GG. GG. So this shit's actually like, you know, pending sugar. Not the worst thing you could put in your body. It's not the best, and I wouldn't recommend it frequently. Anytime I drink this, I immediately feel like I need to brush my teeth. But let me tell you, when it, oh my god, it's killing me. It's the sugar demons. When it hits, it hits. So, sugar concentration. There are about 4.5 12-ounce servings in this bottle. Each serving has 41 grams of sugar, leading us to roughly 185 grams of sugar in this bottle. Roughly. But let me tell you, it's good. It's real good. You just got to drink some water after it. I just had like 40 grams of sugar right there. I'm not even gonna lie. The water is way less sweet though, I will say. The water kind of tastes like shit comparatively. If I could drink exclusively like Gold Peak tea and shit like that, like Gold Peak tea and Dr. Pepper, without it collapsing my urethra and dehydrating me and slowly killing me, I would. But I drink like 95% water. Actually, I drink like 30% coffee, 65% water, 5% shit. So I kind of try to balance it as much as I possibly. We're in a 6-minute arena queue right now, by the way. Jesus Christ. Fupo, hope you're having a beautiful day, my friend. So, Busty, you were curious. Busty was asking about Guild Wars 3 stuff. The theory is still, I think, softer than a Pinar that you see in a men's YMCA locker room. But there is a theory. And I can't directly say that I'm onto something until we get a little bit more information around it. But we have reason to believe, at least slightly, that there is possibility for, at the very least, one of the largest change-ups. And again, we have very limited information so far. But I think one of the largest combos that we could see, and again, this is still a very big could, right? One character validity and classless prog while you unlock your skills. So basically, a lot of what they have talked about so far in terms of their development philosophy, well, my arena just pops, is respecting the player time and investment. And this is from their website as well. Historically, MMO engagement has been viewed as an experience like a second job where players spend large amounts of time preparing to have fun before they can actually engage in the fun parts. Only have 30 minutes to play. Don't play an MMO. You'll need that time just to organize your inventory, figure out what content you're going to play, get your character set up, and oh no, time's up and you haven't even... Wait. Okay, we're good. And you haven't even begun the gameplay yet. So, they mention a lot about how, oh shit, playing MMOs is such a time sink, let's reduce the time sink. Then, we have a little bit of lore, and I'll try to swing through this before our match starts. In Guild Wars 3, players take out the banner of the Veil Wardens, the protectors of the panoply of majestic spirits, and the magical wilds of Ore they inhabit. Years before the gift of magic would be given to the mortal species of Tyria, the Veil Wardens, us, sanctioned by the gods, are renowned in this period for artificing and mastery of signets. Small gems containing fixed expressions of magic, which fixed expressions of magic could either be spells or classes. So we don't know if we'll select the signet and that'll be our class, or if we'll combine a bunch of signets. So we need a little bit more information. Historically, in the lore, signets are limited charge magic batteries, and they represented skill gems that were dropped from bosses. So potential to gather those through bosses. However, there's a little bit of information here. A group devoted to the Veil Spirits, those who would become the Order's founding members, met with the human gods hoping to save off further ruin. They found unexpected allies in the goddesses Melandra and Duena, who, moved by the Veil's suffering, offered to sanction the creation of an order that could assure the Veil's protection and perpetuity. To prove their commitment to the cause, Melandra and Duena gifted the fledgling guild with the capacity to create and refine signets. Hold on, let me make sure my build's right. My build is... Wait. Not right. Oh, wait, yeah, we're right. Okay, everything's fine. Everything's fine. So empowering the order with the strength to fulfill its purpose. And then they give a little bit of a lore. We'll go back into this in a sec, so I don't have to bullshit you through it. I'll keep going through it though, while we play. So effectively they go into a little bit of a lore tidbit where they say, those years drew settlers and fortune seekers from all corners of Tyria, lured by the immense opportunity gathering in Ore. So saturated with magic was the land that it crystallized in the soil.
Seize theirs.
I didn't even know where I was going. Condensed in flora and created all manner of exploitable and valuable resources to be extracted. As more guilds, whoa, relax, chill, 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 chill. What y'all trying to do out here? Golly, golly. Golly, you guys are rude, man. Couple of meanie bobinis out there, if I do say so myself. Oh no, no, that's not good. He went out of that, and I did not get my. That's tragic. I did not end up getting my holster off. Puffed, I got you, dog. I ain't got a res, but I got you, big dog. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. We ain't got much, and I'm not quite sure what's going on with this one. And I'm not gonna lie, I was not locked in at the start. But I think everything's gonna be just fine. I think there's a chance for everything to work out. I promise I will pay attention, though. I was not locked in at the start of that whatsoever, brother. I thought this was gonna be just free 99. I figured nobody was playing the game during the day. We waited like 8 minutes for this shit. So, regardless, as more guilds were given access to their manufacture, signets proliferated as the decades passed, and magic became a coveted commodity. And then it says, signets were bought, sold, pilfered, and stolen, and trafficked through black markets reaching across all of Tyria. So, that basically says to us, signets bought and sold could indicate player-to-player trade. Now again, this is just an article about the goddamn lore of the game, so it's not like this is immediately saying here these are all your systems, but the article does specify this is our role within the world as well. Off of that, like, this is us within the game and where we will be and what we will be doing. So, within that, this is meant to illustrate for us, you know, what we are doing, where we are going, what is happening for us. So, signets were bought and sold, pilfered and stolen, and trafficked through black markets. So, bought and sold immediately to me screams of form, at least one, of player-to-player trade of these signets. Granted, again, this could just be lore introducing why people were coming here with no hidden meaning whatsoever. But, whoops, there could also absolutely be an element with it of, hey, this is you guys and what you're doing, buying and selling and pilfering all of these things. And you were acquiring these through those means. Our team is not playing together. Like, at all. We are not locked in at this point in time. We have, I think, not a lot going for us right now. Oh god, their team's stinky. What the fuck? Their team's so silly. And we're out here with, like, the Isle of Misfit Toys. Actually, it's not the worst, but SPVP, I'm just trying to get my dailies done, if I'm being completely honest. The more I play SPVP, the more I get tired of watching. Bro! Why would you fucking blink out there as I'm channeling my goddamn res on you? Like, I don't understand what SPVP actually is. I don't think people are human sometimes. I'm not quite sure even, like, what to expect with this. I'm just a man trying to come in and res my thief as he fucking hits the dip set entirely out of where I need to res him. This is why people hate people with movement on their outside. Yes. Yeah, it's terrible. Also, people that just freak the fuck out when they're down in the first place instead of sitting there waiting for a goddamn res. And now he's just gonna run in and then get absolutely shellacked again by the Lumi.
The plaza is yours.
Like, I'm waiting for the HP to just drop. The more I play SPVP without, like, any time I play without a 5-stack, I'm just like, okay, this is clearly not something where I am going to enjoy spending my time out here trying to support these individuals. And that is literally just destined to bring me a whole lot of pain, suffering, and misery along the way. So, I don't know, there's a certain part of me that's like, okay, you know, I'll do what I need to. Gorthy maybe is ready. Yeah, no, that's okay. I too am not the greatest SPVP player. I won't lie. I am not the most acclimated to it. It's just one of those where you need everybody to be very, I think, on the same page to have anything successful pop up. And when people are not on that same page, it can be quite tough to pull anything off, especially against good players, because you'll effectively just be, you know, man down. So it gets a little bit hard when you try to balance a lot of the potential miscommunications and like areas of misplay between groups, especially pub groups in unranked, where you can frequently have a lot of newer players, like a lot of newer players. It gets tough, man. And I 100% feel I go through that same goddamn shit. And there are so many times where I'm just like, okay, yeah, I definitely could have done a little bit more to try to save that. But part of the reason why I like World vs. World, I feel like there's a little bit more, I don't know, presence of people. So if someone's making mistakes just on a one-off, it doesn't immediately grief the existence of everybody else. There's a little bit more ability for me to pick up slack as like a support, so to say, and feel like I'm shouldering load, where with World vs. World, I think to shoulder the load in the capacity, or sorry, in SPP, I think to shoulder the load in the capacity that I would really want to or need to be happy, I would find myself probably playing something that's just very brawly and very like side point contesty, very like I 1vx your team off of it type shit. I think something like that for SPVP would be far more impactful than what I've got going on now if I'm playing, or if I were playing ranked. However, when I'm playing in groups, and when we have something that's comped up, I really enjoy the element of, you know, bringing support in, so that way we all get a lot more out of it. You know, I come in, I have people to properly support. They have someone that's going to come in and provide them with the heals and shit that they actually are going to need. It's this beautiful symbiotic relationship where when it all does work out properly, it's just, you know, works out gorgeously. But sometimes you just don't feel it. And the craziest part is I think this game's even like salvageable here. We just gotta kind of like, lock in. Also, Zoppington, what up, brother? Hope you're having an absolutely gorgeous day, my dude. What you be up to on this fine one? Was it a French toast day? Corlin and I went for a little bit of a drive and then a little bit of a walk. So, Nate, what you got? What's the... Hold on. What's the metaphor? I'm locked up right now, but there is potential that we can potentially pull people in for a meta if we could sell it to them. And I think it's doable. I think it's very doable. I just don't know what the advantage of a lot of the metas here. Climbing this morning, French toast afternoon. Meta new friend, finish new climbing products. Good day. That sounds like a nice day. That sounds like a nice day. Is the friend cute? And are they a French toast waitress? And is it the same French toast waitress as before? Or is it new friend? Zob, I'm proud of you. I'm proud of you. That sounds like an absolutely splendid day, brother, if I do say so myself. And highlighted by some goddamn French toast up in this bitch. Honestly, that might be one of the most beautiful selling parts of the day. That shit's glorious. I always feel like French toast is just such a large game changer, man. Yeet. And then I can roll out of that, get a little bit of regen for myself, bop them away. And then I can live that. Did they overextend on me? Because unironically, I feel like they might have overextended. As much as I hate getting shredded without my invuln, I do like playing with my invuln because it forces me to be very, I don't know how to say this properly, stupid in the first place, but it forces me to be very, like, mechanically there with any bit of my sustain or my life play, or I'll just get cooked. Where whenever I have my invuln, I can just kind of press an oh shit button, and I don't really learn anything fighting the classes. I mean, I do, because I learn when to actually, like, pop the invuln. But I also feel like there's more that I could learn from trying to trying to outplay them, learning from that trade, and then bringing in the invuln after the fact, because these are fun. Look grenade, but also requires leaving the house to have a day like that. I mean, hey, leaving the house, I would say, can be quite healthy for you all said and done. I think that can be one of the best things that someone can do every now and then. Some days when I leave the house, it makes me more excited to stream than I was at any point in the past. So, oh no, you were just outside of my heal range, Puff. That is a god dang shame, I will say. Try to fight with me a little bit here. I don't really know what we'll be able to do with all of them in our ass. But you know, we can vibe. We'll just play it out a little bit, see what's up. This is not good. That is not good, Puff. This trio is horrifying. A fucking Reaper, a Chrono, and a DPS Lumi against one singular Dusty Wusty. It's a goddamn shame. Hello, noob. I'm grabbing a beautiful like got room. I'm probably going into World vs. World after this, if I'm being honest. I had a daily, and I wanted to get my daily done. And now that my daily's done, I'm kind of like, all right, bet. I'm chilling. I'm absolutely booling. So ain't got too much to worry about there. Fly, my boy! Fly! What a play. What a play. The game-changing impact, Dusty Wusty. We're up tremendous. We are absolutely blasting on this fine day, and we might have won because of that. I don't really know what's going on in here, but I'm gonna just vibe here. Maybe I clutch up because of this. I don't really know what this does. All I know is this might give us something. Oh, wait, we got it. Get a special action key. Smash the ground with cosmic power, launching nearby enemies. If you're standing on... Oh, wait. Oh, so I can go around and just decap their shit. That's kind of fire. That's kind of cool. I do like that a little bit. Oh shit, wait. That's not good. My heal canceled there. That was very not good. That was very less than ideal, if I do say so myself. I fucked up, and I got bailed out. Well, I tried. I did everything I could. I am perfectly okay with that. Paragon offensive support's crazy. Oh god, Paragon in SPVP is fucking stinky. Paragon in SPVP, from what I have gathered, does just about everything that you could possibly need it to in a very meaningful way, and there's no bloat in SPVP with it. There's nothing that really feels out of place, so I'm going Zop adventure type stuff. Climbing and getting French toast is like, what, a 3-hour excursion? I don't think it has to be that long. Like, I drove, went for a walk, stumbled upon a little hot dog place that was running a sale on breakfast Sammies. So we got some breakfast Sammies, ate them on the way back to the car, drove home, cleaned the house a little bit, spent some time outside with the birds, smoked some good bolskis, and now we're here. This video can be a bit confusing and under control sometimes. It's told me a bit stronger the class helps you learn how to fight though. Oh no, it's not even, although I appreciate it, but no, it's not even that. Like, I do appreciate it, but I've played PvP MMOs basically my entire adult existence and PvP games my entire life. It's just that I don't want to deal with dumbasses in SPVP. I don't worry about like the matchups. The matchups I learned, that's fine. Like, I don't care about that. It's just that I have a finite amount of hours in the day. And would I rather spend my 8 hours a day on stream dealing with people that are out of my party, out of my control, that I have no say over, no control over, can't coach up, can't do anything with, and have to just rely on RNG? Or would I rather take 10 of my people in World vs. World, find a tag, and say, we impact this tag together? I'd rather just do that. It's more fun. I think if SPVP had any reward that was like meaningful or anything like that, it'd be fun, but not out of your control. Yeah. I mean, that's the thing. It's not even a matter of like, ah, shit, the matchups are getting to me or anything like that. Class knowledge is fine. I know what I died to. I know what we died to. That game, I could have gone RF at the start if I wanted to, knowing their comp. But I said, fuck it, I want to keep feel my wrath on, so that way I can just have fun because I need one game for daily. I don't really get too into it. Regardless, with SPVP over here, I just feel like it's kind of in a weird spot because the unranked is the only place that you can play with a 5-stack other than tourneys. So you can't really practice with a 5-stack unless you're just shitting on unranked. So from there, your odds of, I don't know, being able to bring up a new 5-stack outside of getting in within houses somewhere and running scrims with the top stacks is rough. So even aside from that, tourneys sometimes have fewer than 5 teams signing up for them in the first place. Ranked typically has extremely long and inconsistent queues with pretty poor match quality, where a lot of the time you're going to find players that are not in your top 250 getting placed in top 250 matches simply because there are so few players queuing at any one time. So with the SPVP stuff, it's almost like, you know, I only have a finite amount of time to play. I don't really want to spend my time either praying to RNGesus that I get good teammates, or just going through and not having a competitive manner to bring, you know, our group of friends into. Because realistically, if we just bring in a stack of 5 to unranked, we're probably gonna have like a 70-80% win rate bare minimum, even just from like having 5 people that play together. So wish SPVP was more popular. I wish the game was more popular. If I'm being honest, a lot of it's a proponent of like not only PvP and MMOs being such a small side piece to things, but I think it's also just a part of, you know, it's a 13, almost 14-year-old game, and PvP doesn't do well in MMOs in the first place anymore. It really has it ever been the main point? And I always think it's been a little bit of a side thing. And PvP emphasized games typically don't do well. PvP emphasized game modes kind of leave something to be desired. So 14 years of content that has people so spread out also makes it really hard. Has people very spread out, but I mean also if people weren't spread out, then I don't think the game would have the numbers that it needs to be able to be, you know, relatively successful on this side of things, right? So I think that spread. Also, Biko, what up, dude? Been thinking of giving streaming a shot again. Any tips? Just make content. It's the simplest tip, but 99% of streamers never go live a second time and they just stop streaming. Like, my largest tip with streaming and content is any time that you are sitting here watching my channel, you can be streaming. Anytime you're sitting there in a chair outside, you can be streaming. Anytime that you're sitting in your room by yourself gaming, you can be streaming. Just stream. If you want to stream, you just download an OBS studio and then you press go live. And again, I say this very bluntly, if you're one of the people that is insane enough to make it streaming, you do not look for somebody else's affirmations to start streaming. You don't look for somebody else's approval to start streaming. You just fucking stream until you physically cannot tolerate it anymore. And then you either burn out or you have enough of a platform to say, hey, I guess I keep going. And when I hit that point, I'll let you know, but I haven't yet. So my best advice on streaming is stream. It sounds so stupid, but go watch Ludwig's Streamer University course and then you'll understand what I mean. 99% of streamers do not stream enough to even hit affiliate, because on average to be an affiliate, it takes, and this is some extrapolated information from outside of the course, but it takes on average about 30 streams and on average about 50 to 60 days for somebody to actually become an affiliate if they're streaming consistently during that time, just overall. And that, for an affiliate, as far as I know, the viewer requirements are 3 average viewers, and you just have to stream like a few days. So keep in mind on that sense, right? Just stream, bro. Like literally just start streaming, show up twice, and you're already further ahead than so many other people. There were 6.25 million content creators that went live on Twitch last year, fewer than 10,000 are full-time. So, stream. It's my best advice. I wouldn't be where I was if I didn't just do that. I don't game the system. I don't do YouTube shit. I should, but I don't. I don't embrace Twitch metas. I just stream. So simple. And it probably won't work. You'll probably burn out far before you reach the point that I do. And I'll probably burn out or die far before I reach the point of the large successful creators. That's just life. But only way you'll get to that point is if you start. Everyone doesn't follow me. Let's not super mainstream if I remember correctly. I mean, Albion itself does quite well, but I also think that the core of Albion is slightly, I think, unique to really the MMO sense. And even the scale at which Albion is successful is, I think, depending on the scale that you're looking at in terms of that success, like relative, with the MMO world, yes, mobile port helps it a lot, but when we look at just like PC numbers in general and what would be considered, I guess, like their comp community, every game within that's going to be, or not every game, sorry, I guess every community that focuses on that comp community is going to be quite niche. Every game with a comp community is very niche. So, as I don't stream, think has been in the middle of playing. Corley, you're almost catching up to Leon. Just a couple more years, and then you'll be caught up. Hold on, missions. World War Sword supply lines, launch mission. All right, we're up. Did we get one? Wait, does this say 3 have to be here for it? Tell me 3 don't have to be here for it. No! All right, we need one more to come do the escort, boys. We need one more, and then we'll be up tremendous. Anyone for guild or world missions? Just doing cap / escorts for now. Dr. Chevron, we're on tremendous. Tip for escort: camp it, keep, and go AFK. Well, I'd like to get it done quite quickly, because honestly, we could just find a few different escorts that are running, like a few different yaks, and we could just, I mean, I guess we'd all have to toe tap on that, but we could probably get 3 done on just this back and forth in 15 minutes. This shit's not too hard at all, and I think it legitimately just pops back and forth. So we probably get this done quite soon. Leon, what up, brother? Yow. Yeah, that Leon streak's a little bit crazy. Only completes a keep. Oh, does it? Wait, what about the towers? Does it just drop off at towers and not complete? That's so strange. Because it brings stuff to the towers still, right? It drops off and continues to keep. This one just went back. Is this one broken? Because this one just dropped off and then ran back to the camp. Hold on. Wait. Drop off. Alright, yeah, this one's just broken. Alright, I'm going over to keep. We do have to get 3 people in each of the escorts, though. So we can probably, like Merc said, just sit at the front of the keep. That'll be pretty chill. I'm coming! Chill with your goddamn pings. Oh, excuse me. Golly. So start at the beginning of the game, or does it not matter? No, it literally doesn't matter, by the way. Like, it legitimately 0% matters when you're getting into a game, what game you're getting into, any of that. I mean, like, what game you're getting into matters. But, again, part of the reason why I stream every single day for about 8 hours a day is because when you are in the grind of streaming, you start to realize that every second you don't spend on stream is money that you're blowing, potential growth that you're losing, and, to put it bluntly, like market share that you're not capitalizing on. So, in terms of like streaming and when to stream and what to stream, you just stream. That is the thing about streaming, and why it's very hard to be successful with streaming, because there's no route to success. And the way that I did it, number 1, isn't even possible anymore because the games are dead, and number 2, wouldn't work out for somebody that did the exact same games as me because we're different content creators. So it's all just, it's literally just random. I'm gonna be honest. Anybody that says I have this specific way to make you the largest streamer, no, it's completely random. You could take the largest streamers in the world and you could put them all you know, back to 0 viewers and say, do it again. And if you took away the fact that they all had millions of dollars and could just hire teams to blanket stuff, it would still be hard for them to replicate the numbers, even if they got to keep all the knowledge that they had, simply because doing it themselves is such a large change for them, but also the, I don't know, the kind of perfect storm that you have to have as a streamer to be able to actually, like, get to the point of doing anything consistently is nice. It's like nice to see it all come together, but it's incredibly rare to see it all come together as well. How draw? Ah! There we go, hold on. There. Okay, we're up. TTP real? Listen, man, the TTP is, I think, one of the most important things possible. Surely? TTP nice. Just doing it is more valuable than doing it in a really sophisticated and put together kind of way. I don't think that you will ever be able to, as an individual human being, without a team behind you. And by a team, I mean paying tens of employees to manage everything and develop everything on the back end. With the effort that some people put into their channel is too goddamn high for you to try to worry about being sophisticated or trying to be flashy or trying to outdo it, right? I have a nice camera because I got one off Facebook Marketplace. I have a nice mic because it was on sale and I got it years ago. My mic arm's actually dying. I need a new one because it's so old. That's the flashiest part of my stream, right? I've run the same overlay for almost 10 years. I've run the same notifications for about 8, and really, like, well, except for my follow. But you know, you don't have to be flashy. Look at somebody like Queso, not flashy, not overly, like, you know, fancy or anything like that. And really, when you watch a lot of top streamers, and I mean those that are long-term top streamers that have longevity, it's not even about like, oh my god, their stream is so much better than everybody else's. It's legitimately just like them, you know? At the end of the day, as a streamer, you kind of have 2 routes to make it. Number 1 is you're a personality. Number 2 is you're so damn good at a game that you're a competitive player. So you hope that that game never dies, because if it does, unless you're a competitive player in the other game, you're not going to be able to transition. There's a reason why at a certain point I stopped trying to focus on being literally the best and started trying to focus on being literally the most entertaining. And that's been a big thing for me that I think has helped my longevity and my consistency between things. But as Key said, someone like Summit, right? Someone like a Queso. I mean, I've had great opportunities to talk to some very large content creators that were, you know, zeitgeist levels at points in time. And a lot of it is, I was just streaming, I was having fun, and then stream blew up one day completely overnight, and they just kept rolling with it, right? It wasn't something where they went somewhere specifically because the metrics indicated it'd be the best thing. I think those that, you know, those that make it, overwhelmingly, it's a part of like, oh, well, here I was just having fun one day doing something, and then all of a sudden it just happened to work. And I think that's what's going to, you know, probably be at the forefront of most people's minds when they're streaming. But yeah, you don't even need to worry about doing shit in a fancy way. If you're throwing up YouTube shorts, your YouTube shorts don't need to be fancy to get 1 million views. If your YouTube short doesn't get 1 million views, that also doesn't matter. So there's a very large element with things, I think, along the way with content, again, of just doing it. At the end of the day, yes, you have to have something to get people to click on your channel in the first place. But if somebody clicks on their, you know, somebody clicks on your channel and they're bored as fuck when they come into your channel, they're not going to stay. Whether you're good at the game, bad at the game, anything in between, we can all think of competitive players in various games that are some of the best players in the games, but they don't have a lot of viewers because they're just not entertaining. And people watch them for the gameplay, but when it comes time to actually like watch them do anything other than specifically press the buttons, it's just like, ah, this guy kind of isn't doing it for me, right? So I think that's a big thing to keep in mind with it. There are a bunch of different routes with it, but you don't have to be fancy. You don't have to outdo other people. You don't have to, you don't really, you know, do anything wild like that, but super entertaining and insanely good at the game. The trend is becoming XQC.
Might makes me right.
Also, to become XQC, you have to slur and then sling that into prevalence. But hey, that's a different discussion entirely. Dog, drop that shit with his chest. X isn't that good at games. The thing about X is he was a very recognizable personality that stood out from other people, right? And he was a very good Overwatch player. He played for Team Canada. Granted, Team Canada's Canadian, so that's like, you know, that's a detriment. It's not like X is known as a god gamer, but X's presence also came off of Overwatch, and because of his personality, he was someone that was able to, like, sling it together. I played in the actual league, wasn't just Team Canada. Well, yeah, Overwatch League and Team Canada, yes. Yes. But also, he's Canadian. So again, minus 10 skill points. So even if he was like a 99 overall, he'd be an 89 because Quebecois. So I can't respect it as much as I would love to. He can't be my GOAT. Can't be my GOAT. That's true. Actually, thank you. See, I'm glad that people understand the rating system. It's like, if X, say he was just from like northern Maine and sounded the exact same, like Madawaska, right? Up there. And like fucking Fort Ken and shit, right? Where everybody's a Quebecois anyways. He'd probably be the GOAT. Probably be the GOAT. Undisputed, undoubted, you know, healthcare having GOAT. Unfortunately, we have the situation that has arisen. And it's an interesting one. It's an interesting one. I want to love him, but we're considering an XQC, make us limit this, we're going to push it Overwatch. The things that they write home about, truly. And the funniest thing, right? I always think of those moments where it's like, I'm on stream, right? And as a streamer, you have so many of those moments where you just don't remember them. They go in one ear, out the other, basically. And I would be willing to bet money that he literally remembers 0% of that. And then for some people, it's just like, I remember back in my glory days. It's like that one dude that has the piece of paper that LeBron was working on his signatures on in high school that he pulled out of the trash. Bron probably didn't even remember throwing that shit away, but the first founding Bronsexual pulled that shit out of the trash and they were like, I will cherish this forever. And now it's worth omega bucks. Omega bucks. But yeah, I mean, X is one of the examples I think of, I mean, like you said, there's, with streaming, I think on the highest level, there are very much so elements of when you're talking about someone that got XQC big, Summit big, when we look at Artur Bebevsky, RTZ from Dota 2, back when he averaged 20,000+ viewers, right? Back when people were watching Dota extremely heavily day in, day out. Artur Bebevsky was also a personality. The largest Dota streamers that were competitive players, Dendi, he was a personality as much as he was a player. And I think within streaming, right, you have to set yourself apart, not from a player standpoint, because honestly, gaming's too accessible right now. Back in the early days of Overwatch, if you were one of the first GOATs of Overwatch League when Overwatch first started, then congratulations, you had zeitgeist potential, but you're not gonna be that anymore. You're never gonna be on the founding fathers of Overwatch. You're never gonna be on the, you know, on the Mount Rushmore of the game that you're hopping into late, nor should you be trying to, because that's not something that's gonna be achievable. So with shit like that, it just it facilitates an extra level of boom. And I even think with that, most people, I mean, you look at RTZ now, still very successful person, streamer, everything, but since he BBL for camp caps, let us travel. But even now, like, he didn't really transition out of Dota. He didn't really try to, you know, keep anything going, but there's still a level of massive success there because of his personality and who he was. And a lot of that, yes, was because RTZ was manta dodging. RTZ was doing things that other people absolutely couldn't do and couldn't manage. But at the same point in time, it's like people liked watching RTZ because it was funny. When you look at Fortnite, back when Tyler Blevins, Mr. Ninja, was averaging 100,000 viewers as soon as he pressed start streaming, and he had an automated audio thing that was like, have you heard of a little thing called Twitch Prime? Like, that shit was because of, as much as some people think it was cringy, the personality and being recognizable. And when I say being recognizable, I mean, you have something that sets yourself apart from other people, whether that's your knowledge, whether that's your physical appearance, whether that's how you talk, whether that's something you say, whether that is anything. You need to have a hook that markets people, right? And when you start getting on the level of like massive streamers that work with agencies and PR firms, they help curate that image. But when you think of a lot of successful streamers, they have images. They have personality hooks and traits that make them stand out from others, where if you go into somebody's stream and you see somebody that is a, I don't know, we'll say a VTuber that's a piece of food. Now immediately so many people are going to be like, oh, you're just trying to be burnt peanut. And then if that piece of food VTuber is a dude that speaks with a relatively raspy voice or says some crude, you know, shit, then people are gonna be like, oh, you just trying to be peanut, because peanut already peanutted. If somebody else threw on a yellow headband and started fucking pawning after a Fortnite win, then people are gonna be like, brother, why are you ripping off Ninja's entire thing? If somebody went around trying to copy Tifu's entire flow in the Fortnite days, where he would just shit on people and go, shit, people are gonna know that you're trying to copy Tifu's entire flow, right? You have things that, again, your personality, your appearance, your knowledge, how you talk, whatever, right? It's literally just a whole branding thing that you have to have that sets you apart. And when people, Geralt, what up, brother? Hope you're having a beautiful day. When people look at me, it's not like I'm this super flashy, super physically recognizable person. I just look like a white dude with relatively long hair, right? So for me, it's not like I have the massive recognizability of, oh wow, Dusty, you look so much different than everybody else. You look so unique, you act so unique, you sound so unique. I talk like a pretty, you know, pretty boring normal dude. I look like a pretty boring normal dude, albeit being quite handsome. And I don't really play into the whole, oh my god, I gotta be super recognizable, right? There are some people that'll have a crazy hairstyle or a crazy hair color, or they'll dress a certain way, or they'll basically try to play up that element. Oh god, there's so many options. Excuse me. Pardon me. Pardon me. Capture. This one is sentry points. This one is camps. All right, we're up. Sorry, I didn't know which one it was. I was trying to figure out the right one. Ow, my forehead is sunburned. What do you mean, Soda Pop? And you look great. I just have to slowly shift my image more and more towards Soda. I've got to turn into Soda. But yeah, again, I think that's just I think that's a big thing about streaming and content in general, right? If there's nothing that sets you apart, if you offer the exact same thing as somebody else, then it's like, why would they watch you over that other person, right? And even though I don't necessarily provide anything that's completely unique, you can't get it anywhere but here type shit, I do also think I've kind of established, like, you know, my market, so to say, if that makes sense, and what I actually provide as benefit and as content. You know, my thing that sets me apart isn't the fact that I'm driving crazy cars or wearing luxury clothes or going out doing crazy shit all the time. I just yap, and I have conversations that kind of, you know, surpass gaming, which again isn't going to be the craziest selling point to get people in here like mad or be the most recognizable person where I'm walking down the street and people are like, oh, Dusty, oh my god. But, you know, I think there's a certain value in having even something that sets your content apart. Now, realistically, if I were smart, I would have something that were more of like a pop point in my physical appearance, so to say. I don't know, maybe like an eyebrow piercing or something. Or maybe I do something absolutely wild with my hair, where instead of like the curtain bangs, I like bring it together down the middle like some shitty avatar like this. And I just get on every day and I'm like, earth, water, fire, air. Long ago, your tier 3 subs lived in harmony with my wallet. Right? Like, I could rock this, and then people would be like, man, Dusty, what the fuck is that hair? Right? And then when I went out, if I just rocked this hair all the time, and somebody saw it, they'd double take it and be like, wait, is that Dusty? And I'd be like, hell yeah, it is. And then they'd look over, and my hair would slowly, and then it'd just get fucking shimmy wrecked as shit. There we go. I don't think I have the hair for that though. I won't lie. I don't think I have like the texture to hold that shit. Say, what am I go? Shove a giant dildo on the shelf behind you. I mean, I pretty much do. Anything's a dildo if you try hard enough. And like, depending on your definition of giant, I don't really know what you got going on. But really, I mean, I got like lawn gnomes and shit. I got a sword, an axe. I have a giant labubu. I got a lot. But yeah, that's also another thing. Keep in mind, just something small. All right. What have we here? Brother, is this a fucking ballista? Okay. Okay. I think we win this. I think we're just peachy here, if I'm being completely honest. I'm going to work on the siege weaponry stuff. Or I guess we chase this guy down. Let's just chase this guy down. Let's just kick the shit out of this poor lad. Boop. That's a goddamn shame. Sir, can I interest you in fucking right off? Okay, thank you. I appreciate you. I do not think that people want that. Sword gets the job done. Just make sure it's got a hilt. Otherwise, that thing can just yeet right up in there. Right up in there. I feel like your yapping and voice are very unique to you compared to other streamers I've watched. Yeah, that's fair. I think that's a big thing that sets me apart. I don't really know, like, voice-wise, because I don't really listen to other people's, like, voices that much. But I will say at the Ren Fair, I was ordering a lemonade, and there was an old guy in line that was behind us. And I ordered my lemonade, and, like, obviously, I project my voice a little bit when I'm interacting with people, as, you know, a normal human being does. And so I'm just kind of, I call it my stream voice, because if I'm talking to you in person and we're like face to face, I'm not gonna be like, boys, what up, man? How are you? How's your day going? Like, I have an inside voice, right? And this is definitely like, I have an interaction voice as well. So when I put my interaction voice on, I project a little bit more so my mic can pick it up. If I'm just talking normally, and it's hard for me to get out of it when I'm on stream as well. I won't even lie. Like, I talk to Carla like this when I'm on stream, when I go take my breaks. I'm like, how you doing, love? And then I'll get off stream and I'll just be like, oh man, that was a crazy day. Crazy day. But it's not like I'm like pirate softwaring my voice. It's just like I yell a little bit more on stream. Regardless, I'm ordering my lemonade and this old dude behind me just like turns to me and he goes, you should work in broadcasting. You have a really nice voice. And I was like, well, thank you, sir. And I was like, I kind of get to. I was like, I just play video games all day and call that good. And he was like, damn, what a world. What a world. I think I surprised him. Shrimpington, what up, brother? What are we doing? We have Wavwa. So basically, oh shit. I switched all of our guild missions over to World vs. World missions. So effectively, we're pumping those, trying to get them situated. All right, we're fine, we're fine, we're fine. This silly goober dies over and over and over again. I think he must learn his lesson. Sir, boop.
Help me, please.
I can't allow you to get out. I cannot allow you to get over here, sir. I need to ask you to fucking relax just a little bit. Just chill. Just chill. It's fine, man. It's fine. Best way to hone is always be on character. I don't even think it's a character. I just think I interact with people. I did the same thing in like food service and like honestly just anytime I'm talking with someone. Like I do the same thing when I was playing basketball. It's like whenever I'm interacting with you and it's not in a one-on-one like you're literally right next to me, I have like a projection voice and I have like I boom it a little bit more like outward and I speak from my diaphragm. It's almost like it's like I'm singing, almost. It's your CS voice? Nah, not even that, bro. My CS voice is high-pitched as fuck. My CS voice, bro? Nah, I don't talk like this. This is fortunately my real voice, at least. My CS voice, when I would walk up to tables, I'd be like, hey guys, how y'all doing today? My name's Dustin. I'll be taking care of you guys. Can I get y'all started out with something today? Like, that's the CS voice. Me... Unfortunately, I get to use my actual voice now, which is nice. You protect? Well, it's also more just like I'm yelling, because I don't really know how microphones work. So, I don't really want to, like, I don't know, be too quiet. Capture roll 1 camp, capture sentry points. Sentry points. We can do this, and then we can run down here, and then we can run down over there. Yeah. Exactly what I was thinking. Exactly what I was thinking. Out of my first week in World vs. World, what's the tech on that cursor? Yo, Natty, what up, brother? What up? We're having a beautiful day. So, basically, cursor tech. It is under general options. Scroll down here to accessibility. Off is this. Look how easy you lose that. Low is this. High is this. You will never lose high. You're out of circle. Well, blame him. I blame the guard for dying, or the sentry for dying in the wrong spot. It's okay. He'll respawn. He'll respawn. He'll respawn. We're fine. Surely. We go, yeah, we'll just go here, here, and here. Just like this. We're up tremendous. There's still 3 here. It was? Wait, who was? Super was? Or was it me? Oh, pumped! Oh, wait, it wasn't even me! Sick. I thought it was me. I just assumed I fucked up and wasn't paying attention. It's 100%. That is a 100 piece of flair voice. Yo, that is my... Honestly, that is my I want you to give me lots of money and not see me as a threat voice. There were so many times, bro, because of the height, I walked up to a table, and when people are sitting down, you look even taller. I'd have people that just go, whoa! And they look at me like I'm a fucking giant, bro. I hate that shit. So I have to, like, disarm them when I walk up. Sometimes I'd walk up to my table of old people, and I'd be like, hey, just checking in. Like, bro, I swear to God, it's tough sometimes. Wait, we can also just go... Oh, someone took this one. Those rat whores. God fucking damn it. You really hate to see that. Genuinely. You are? I'm not that tall. There was one time where somebody came in, and they were 6'11". And, I stood next to them, and I was like, damn. Damn, this is what could have been, huh? And then I asked him why he was not in the NBA. And he said he was not that type of 6'11". You ever looking at those places where your server insults the shit out of you? Stop, that's basically streaming. Like, this is basically waiting tables, except I don't have to get anybody anything. And I can also just make fun of people whenever I want to. Like, yesterday, Nin was telling me about how him and his friends go in the woods, they take their dicks out, and then Nin pulls out a sword, and then starts fruit ninjaing. And like cuts up the fruit, and his friend throws it at him, and then they make out in the woods after. So we basically went through that entire thing, and I got to give Nin my unfiltered feedback on it. What? Yeah, Nin and his friends make out in the woods and throw fruit at each other. It was like it was the whole like lore dump from his childhood, I guess. So yeah, I don't really know. I'm assuming it's still going, but story's a bit skewed. There's a sword. You go into the woods with your friends. And you chop, get in the circle! And then you chop up fruit. And then you make out. I might be like leaving something out maybe. But I don't think it's like, I don't think it's too unreasonable to make out with your friends after chopping up a little bit of fruit. Charcuterie boards are like a very seductive thing. You get some thick ass strawberries on there that have a little crease in the middle. Sorry. Had a moment there. Had a moment. My bad. But yeah, fruit. Make fun of Nin because he has a sword. He was talking about how his sword's sharp. So I had to give him shit. Please, I'm just trying to run by. I'm literally just trying to exist. I'm just trying to vibe. Charcuterie board with a cupcake in the middle of it goes hard. But what the cupcake for? Oh. What's the necessity of the cupcake in the middle? Because I feel like that's just not like... Did somebody just kill that, bro? Somebody just killed it. We have to go all the way up northeast. This one just got... Unless we can, like, get down here for the cap in time. Circle's still good? Alright. We ball. As long as we get credit for it, then we're chilling. I don't really know what killed it or not. Maybe this guy did? And then he's just dip setting. But we might be up. We would like cupcake had for eating a bunch of meats and cheeses. Right, but why on the Chattahoochee board? Why not just like, I don't know, outside of the Chattahoochee board? Active world versus world capture. Okay, so that one's done. So we got that taken care of. Now, yo, hear me out. We can hold a camp until it hits T1 if we want to post up on it for a few and just defend it. And then we can work on rank. I think rank we do when we get in with a tag later. And then this one is a keep. So I think the keep will be a little bit harder. But I mean, we can do a camp until it hits T1. We need to have the camp and its tower. What map are you on? We're on EBG right now, but we're trying to figure out exactly where we could go to cap a camp and have some success there. We could maybe go home borderland and try to cap something there, but I don't know what green's got going on. There is on Lutgardis. Oh wait, we're green. Never mind. God damn it. Let's see. These will probably be hard to hold if blue's there at all. I keep forgetting we're green, bro. I swear to God. We could... That group's gonna go over for that tower. I think we already claimed a camp, like one of the last ones we took, right? But we might be able to get in on this claim. Or this claim. Let's go blue borderland and try to cap this tower. The red tower. When we go over with that group. Because I don't know how many that group has. But we might be able to pull that off. Oh, gosh dang it. Gosh dang it. We have so many cats here. Dude, it's literally all cats. The rank and see if we can buy a bottle of XP. Oh, yes. Yes, we can. Wait, where are the bottles of XP? Because the bottles of XP do count. Where can I grab those myself?
That's all I needed.
Dugan? Dugan is over here. And then we need these. Taste of open world XP. So grab 4 of these. And then we'll grab the thimble. Oh, shit! I thought it was just gonna give me the consumables. All right, hold on. Rank. Launch mission. All right, go ahead. The good news is it only takes 25k. So that's super simple. By 4 more per week. There we go. We're up tremendous. And then we can buy 8 of these bad boys. And then, and mission completed. We're up tremendous. We're blessed. Let's see. Fuck wait. Yo, I'm trying my best. I'm trying my best. All right, we got that one done. Bro, I'm not gonna lie. These are the easiest missions that I've ever done comparatively to like the open world missions. Because we just need to get to 2,000 favor and completing the keep or a camp would get us pretty much there. But this is the easiest shit we've done. So I think we go... I don't think we could get a keep with just what we have here. But I definitely think that we could get a camp. The only thing is... What camp could we yoink and hold? Oh! Go home borderland. And then we take this red camp. And then we'll hold that. You're spending all your skirmish tickets? I'm saving mine. Saving mine. Also, Acosti, what up, brother? What's the next MMO you're hyped out beyond Guild Wars 3? I mean, there are a few indie MMOs that I'm following that I have, like, some hype about. Granted, I don't necessarily expect those to be, you know, zeitgeist level or anything like that. I just hope that those make it. I want to be excited about Riot, but like you said, Riot has zero information. So basically my thoughts on the big 3 right now, you know, it's basically whatever Blizzard does, Classic Plus, whatever that may be, Riot and Guild Wars at this point in time for the big 3, and then it's indie MMOs or things that may pop up on the side of that. Riot is genuinely the wild card in every way, shape, form, and capacity, and we have no fucking idea what Riot's going to do. We don't know the structure of what they're putting out. We don't know anything about what they're putting out whatsoever. All that we know is that they're putting out something. So within that, sky's the limit. In terms of Blizzard, the theory, and again, none of this is hard confirmed, but the theory is Classic Plus, and Classic Plus, we don't really know exactly. This has 2 minutes of RI on it. But Classic Plus, again, we don't really know all of what's expected with Classic Plus, nor what'll happen. That is something that hasn't been, at this point in time, you know, iterated.
Defense, then offense.
So we'll figure that out with more, you know, more time, hopefully. But realistically, I think WoW has the hardest, you know, the hardest route, so to say. Oh, private tech. And then private squad. And then invite. Oh, wait. Yeah, join on me. You guys should be able to join on me, I think, anyways. And then invite. Okay, cool. Yeah, you guys should be good. Do we have the ability to claim? Yeah, we have the ability to claim this. We can't do towers yet, though, so we wouldn't even be able to do the keep now that I think about it. Because we haven't done any of that. But we can do camp claims, yes. We just have to wait for the RI, and then once that's down, then we're good. So 1 minute on that bad boy. But yeah, I don't really, which VG? We're on home right now. I don't really know exactly what's going to happen with Classic Plus. I think with Classic Plus, it's likely to, again, just be like Classic, which I think will be less exciting than a lot of people want. And I also don't think that's going to be the craziest, you know, breaking into the mainstream again type thing. So it's a little bit interesting to see how they're going about it. 6 stable profits and not groundbreaking MMO. I think they are starting to understand the urgency, however, that the existing MMO community and player base is only going to exist for so long. Now, they have made a shitload of money already, more than most developers could ever hope to make. And they have absolutely done, I think, far more than I think pretty much anybody would have ever expected WoW to do when WoW was still being brought up in its, you know, inception phases. But I also think that many developers are understanding that the old MMO formula is no longer bringing in new players. And I think that there's got to be somebody along the way. I don't think it'll be Blizzard because, like you said, WoW is WoW. I don't think they can deviate too heavily from WoW because WoW has unfortunately, or fortunately, secured itself as exclusively World of Warcraft, right? And for better or worse, it's WoW. And if you change WoW, then it's no longer WoW. And if you don't change WoW, then it's still WoW. And at the end of the day, that makes it hard to iterate on the title more because it's like, well, what do we change? What do we do? What do we actually bring in? Or do we just keep everything the exact same and call it good? So I worry for WoW in terms of its like longevity period with Classic Plus because I do feel like they're kind of handcuffed on what they're actually going to be trying to bring out to it. So what game is this? Dr. Frank and Bob, what up, brother? This is Guild Wars 2 right now. So we are doing World vs. World at this point in time. World vs. World is a 24/7 persistent game mode that has 4 different maps, 3 different teams. It's team versus team versus team. And basically teams are comprised of multiple guilds. There are a bunch of different objectives around the maps that you can go around and capture. And the longer your team holds them, the more points you get, the more upgraded they become. And you basically secure points for a week-long matchup where you can move up or down in different groups. So you get more or less competitive content based on that. So you sure you're on your lawn? Yes, I'm just private tagged. So just do a /squad join on me. I just private tag so random people wouldn't join. There. I did yes, anyone can join. But yeah, you can just squad join on me, and then we're chilling. Next gen will come at some point. Got hooked once, kids will do it again in the future. I think everything's cyclical. I think it just has to be something that rewards time far heavier than those that in the past required a very long grind before any forms of instant dopamine. And I also don't think that MMOs inherently should be dopamine factories because then you just turn it into an ARPG with a high loot table. And it gets a little bit rough to balance there. But I don't know. I do think there's a happy medium that can be achieved. I don't think that the death of MMOs is upon us yet, because there is still a yearning for a persistent world where people can hang out. But I think it's a matter of balancing that persistence with things to do that are all fun, that are all making you feel like you're progressing in a way, but also people need to feel like they're not inherently behind or missing out on other people if they're not progressing in that same manner. I think that's where the catch really comes. How do you provide an element of I'm growing without an element of you're under me, you can't do as much, fuck you because you can't play as much? That's where MMOs feel bad for players, and when that's solved, they're up. But I'll be right back with momentum. We gotta not get jumped.
Might makes me right.
Are we dead yet? Nope, we're up tremendous. Everything's beautiful. What happened? Why did everybody run off? What happened? Where'd we go? What do we need to upgrade this, by the way? We literally just hold it? Oh, we have to secure 15 Yakingtons. So we need to... what, run the yaks back and forth? Crimson, what up, brother? Can anyone help in chat? With a noob question. Find a Mirage build that uses staff. Don't get the point of having the same weapon twice. Whenever I swap, the abilities are on CD. What the fuck? Yeah, that does seem odd. I'm not a Mirage main, so I can't exactly articulate why someone would run get Bloodlust Sigil so stacks remain when you swap. Oh, so basically you'll run the same weapon and then you'll put sigils in your weapon, which the sigils will have an impact. So certain things, mine are just kind of boring, healing and buff time, but you can run on swap sigils. So Mirage benefits from the on swap sigil procs. Interesting. What sigils do you guys run? Well, boys, I don't know that we're holding this camp down. That's a goddamn shame. It's a goddamn shame. It was so close. Yet so far away. Yet so far away. Alright, well, we need a camp. And we need a camp that is relatively yoinkable and holdable for 15 yak deliveries. So this is going to be a little bit tragic. We have a Cap not on our team. We can have Cap our backline home camp. Ooh, wait. Chat, who's in our matchup on a different team right now? I don't know why Mesmer would do that, but for some classes that can't weapon swap, it's common. Crimson, where do you find the build? Out of curiosity. Because I know there are some builds that can be a little bit older with different tech in them. Again, I don't play Mirage, so I can't exactly say, but my ult's on Muglu. Yo, Padinsky, you want to come cap this camp in 35 seconds? Or maybe like up here? I feel like if we either go to like Luke Gardis or, I mean, honestly, we do Titan Paw over here. The thing about it is, like, if the red Zerg is spinning over here, then I feel like the red Zerg is spinning over here. And it's going to be a little bit tough for us to stop the red Zerg from spinning over here, because we have to wait for 15 of these Doliaks, which is going to be slightly tragic. I don't really know that there's a short-term scenario to hit 15 yaks. My manhead weapon has other damage sigils, so taking advantage of both. The only thing that I could think of would be like a swap and then dumping your abilities on a swap. But even then in combat, that'd be gimmicky because you're gonna have the swap CD. So it's not like every time you can, like, you know, say I'm on staff 1 and I switch to staff 2. I wouldn't be able to go staff 2 to staff 1 back to staff 2 for the second dump. So it'd be kind of like a one and done type thing, you know? That was off meta battle. Go ahead and link. Do you have the link for the build? You can drop the link if you want. Somebody in chat will probably be able to say if it's a solid one or not. I wish I knew more about Mesmer directly, but if you want to throw the link in chat, we can have somebody look at it just to make sure. I wish I had more, like, direct info myself, but I haven't run anything like that. I'll actually peep it myself. Let's get to the bottom of this real quick. Focus on Condi damage. Staff, indeed. Axe pistol can replace one staff, but this build is called stacks. Sacrifices boon generation and range damage in exchange for better burst. When playing in groups providing boons, stacks will outperform staff, but staff is better for solo content. So they have Sigil of Demons, and then they have Superior Sigil of Energy and gain 50% of your endurance when you swap to this weapon in combat. So it seems like they might be using it exclusively for the Sigil of Energy. I don't know if there's anything in Mirage that rewards swaps or not. Let's see. Just looking through it real quick.
Defense, then offense.
I wonder why the staff. To swap for energy, your damage comes from dodging. Oh, okay. Wait, that makes sense. So damage, vast majority of your damage, I just got to this, comes from auto-attacking and casting Chaos Vortex with 3 clones up thanks to Infinite Horizon. So, Chaos Vortex, release a vortex of chaos energy that inflicts damaging conditions on foes, allies near you gain boons. Clones using this attack grant their boons around you and... Just drop kick the fan. Or was it the... Oh no. Oh no. Sorry. Poor Carla was trying to bring me a parfait that she made. And then she dropped it when she was on her way in. It's just one of those feels bad mans. Just feels bad mans. Okay, so let's see. So you want to get clones up, and then Chaos Vortex basically has all of your clones drop a shitload of boons. Infinite Horizon, when you gain Mirage Cloak, your illusions also gain it. So Mirage Cloak is what gives... Mirage Cloak is a profession mechanic of Mirage. Whenever you dodge or pick up a Mirage Mirror, you enter Mirage Cloak for 0.75 seconds, dodging incoming attacks. You also gain access to ambush skills for 1.5 seconds, which replace your first weapon skill. Mirage Cloak doesn't have a cast time, allowing mirages to dodge at any time, such as when casting a skill or reviving someone, but you cannot dodge while under the effects of hard CC. So Mirage Cloak, okay. So basically gain Mirage Cloak instead of dodge rolling. Ambush skills become available for a short time. Whenever you gain Mirage Cloak, gain access to deception skills. So you dodge, that pops your Mirage Cloak. North Yak other side. Do we have... I guess we should recap that, huh? Yoink. Alright, we claimed it. If it lives, then it lives. What are we looking at? Somebody in chat had a question on why a Mirage build would double staff. And it seems like they're just trying to keep staff abilities going all the time and then use the energy sigil so that way they can dodge more. We need to be part of the cup. It won't work for us. Right. Right. So we need something to get flipped. Or we need to get active behind the enemy lines. So actually, let's go grab McLean's on Desert Borderland. Because nobody goes to Desert Borderland. So that one will probably be fine. And if anybody's fighting over here, I'd be kind of shocked. Primarily because it is typically seen as the PPT one. Where are Yaks gonna go? We'll cap this. Should be easy enough. Round 2. Thank you, love. I love you. These are rope rolls for a long time, but there's a better one now. What are people running now? Instead of the double staff? I got 42Q EBG, so I may have people hanging out in the Borderlands. How the fuck do you have a 42Q for EBG? What do you mean? Bro, they're 42? What the hell, Leonte, do you mean? Okay, so to upgrade this, caravan shipments delivered is 15. So we effectively would want to... I guess we would want to get a camp that's next to 2 things that we own, so we're doubling up on the shipments. Scene 140. Well, I'm saying, like, that's not egregious, of course, but it's a fucking Monday at 5:46. I didn't expect to see queues like that on a Monday at 5:46. That to me was a little surprising. I mean, we could probably yoink the tower as well. It's just at that point, we've got to watch over the tower too. So if we're trying to hold a camp that has adjacency, we'd have to fight over champions. And there's nothing on EBG for us to... I mean, we could go EBG and go Galanta, but that also has Q right now. And then off of that... Home Borderland on Foghaven, but that's that Sky group. So they have a couple people... Whoops. I was not doing a singular thing to pay attention there. I'm not even gonna lie. Racing is the only thing we can guarantee in a short time. Yeah, I mean, honestly, it's not a huge deal if we don't get everything done right now. I'm gonna be real, we've already done in a couple hours of working on this more than we usually do. And we have almost our weekly favor cap. So realistically, I'm cool if we don't worry about the camp right now and we just join up with a tag and start running. Flipped cut recap. Wait. Oh shit. You're a legend. Okay, we drop combat and then we go home. Holy shit, Padinsky. You are a gentleman, a scholar, and a king. So we go Titan Paw. And then hopefully we can hold that. And if that's the case, that one will be easy because we can just slam everything out to what we own. Only problem with that one is, again, we got to worry about people actually playing on this map, which doesn't go the best for us when we got like 7. But I'm sure there will be a tag up soon. Do we have a tag anywhere right now, chat? On our side? It's 60 at like noon Wednesday. Remote work is kind of crazy, huh? Whole lot of opportunities. Tag on this map. Who is it? Oh, wait. Oh, word, it's Ravenka. We could always cap this, claim it, and then join up there and get blasting. And then kind of just let the camp stack up over time. Sorry, I'm putting granola on my yogurt. Yo, Rat, what up, dude? Hope you're having a beautiful day. Tag is right behind you. I saw the tag. I saw the tag. This guy. I saw him on my map. I know who Ravenka is. So we can join up with them after. But I want to make sure we get this cap first. Because really, as long as we can start... Oh. Hello, sirs. Hold on, let me take a bite real quick. Let me take a bite, and then we slap. In we go. How long is the RI?
Makes me right.
It's got 3 minutes of RI.
Stand your ground.
So we might want to go kick the shit out of them real quick. Because these blue lads, I don't know what they got going on. Wait. Padinsky, are they running through your house with a stick? Are they bothering you? What's going on out here? Oh, they did not. They did not just do that shit. Hold on, hold on. Hold on, Pad. We will avenge you. I think. There's a chance that we will not avenge you. There's a chance that these guys might be smacking out here. But I think that is a small chance. I think we're up tremendous. I get the res off. And then I heal more. And then we walk forward. And then I target call. And now we're blasting. Oh, shit. I hit him for like 800 there, boys. We're up tremendous. That shit crazy. He's behind us, by the way. Just in case you guys were curious. He's kind of styling on y'all. But that's okay. He's dead now. He can't hurt you. Everything is fine. Everything's okay.
Nothing can bring me down.
Thank you, lads. A pleasure. Oh, these grapes are good. Wait, I think that's Padinsky. I think that's Pad. I think that's a friendly. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, wait, maybe it's not. That one? No, I'm dead still. Oh, never mind. That one's not a friend. That's just some random guy. Never mind, you guys definitely could have shot the fuck out of him. Sorry, my fault. This is bad. That's on me. I regret everything. I fucked up. I fucked up. Tag, what up, brother? Hope you're having a good day. We are trying to get some guild missions done. I switched all of our guild missions over to World vs. World this week, so we can see how that was. And I'm not gonna lie, dude, it's so easy. It is so incredibly easy when they're on World vs. World. So, thankfully, we've almost done all of our guild missions for the week already. And it's been not a lot of time at all. So, download a Guild Wars 2. Ah, shit, Rappy. It's time. Bro, I'm telling you, this shit's fun. And it's very good for just coming and going as you need to. If you just work a normal job, live a normal life, you don't need to put in a million hours to even functionally play the game over here. It's really nice, I think, for a lot of people in our com. Looks fun. Bro, there's just always something to do, if I'm being honest. Speaking of which, did I sign up for a raid tonight? I don't think I signed up for a raid tonight. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. What y'all got? What y'all got? 21 hours ago. Where's the sign up for Monday raid? Is there no sign up for Monday raid? What the hell happened? How to get the rewards from guild missions? Do I need to be in a group with guildies to finish the missions? Yes, I believe you have to be in the group that is completing the missions themselves. Yeah. Don't think Pot was running it, had IRL stuff. Ah, okay. That makes sense. We can always do something. Just in general, some fuck around stuff tonight. Maybe do like metas, because we'll probably need shovels relatively soon, or we can go around and do something guild-wise. Strikes? Yeah, I'm down for whatever. As long as we have 10. Then that really makes it accessible for us. Claim? I did, didn't I? I literally a claim on this. Yeah, we have it. We'll join strikes if there's room. Time is it? 6. Probably run some a little later. Because it seems like World vs. World might be starting to kick up right now. No, don't claim something else. Yeah. We're just gonna let this one rock. And hopefully,
Defense, then offense.
Since we own fucking everything here, these will actually get delivered quite quickly. Because we just have to have 15 go out.
Nothing.
And in theory, we guide Yaks, or we Prage. Because, like, we could guide the Yaks, or we could just hope that the Yaks make it out safely.
Right makes me
But
right.
yes, we should probably make sure some Yaks get there. Although, we can also just join purple. But we also have to make sure this doesn't get back capped. Because as long as we hold this, the Yaks will run. Like, they'll make it. I don't think people are going to spend their time hard patrolling Yaks. So I think overall, we definitely have to make sure... Oh, wait, we can super speed the Yaks. Oh, shit, tech. Wait. You gotta walk with the Yaks. Padinsky, I need you holding it down there then. Supply lines? No. We're doing, capture and hold. So we need to upgrade it to T1. So we just need to make sure that the Yaks, like, arrive safely. And then give the camp upgrades. Other than that, we're absolved of all responsibility. We've already done the annoying shit. So supply lines, we did that first. That's been done. Super speed the act. All right. Well, let's split up into 2 groups on the Yaks then. And ideally, super speed the Yaks. So those bitches go faster. if we super speed the axe, they get back quicker, resupply faster, and then go out faster, right? Also, Reppy, it's just NA or EU. So we're on NA, but yeah, it's incredibly chill over here. Very high quality of life game. Very high amount of respect for your time, I think, which is really rare in MMOs, but I think you'll like it. Did you end up grabbing expansions, or did you just go free to play to start? Because I think free to play is probably the way. You'll still get like a 10-hour gameplay mount as like a sample mount, so that'll help get you through some early shit. Free to play start. You'll still be able to level fully to 80 with that, bro. Like, there is a lot of quality of life that comes from expansions, but that's also so far down the road that it doesn't really need to be at the forefront of your focus, you know what I mean? I think you could easily play 20-ish hours free to play with no problem whatsoever. I think the largest shit that you'll notice as a new player, there's gonna be a lot of like inventory bloat and crate bloat, where basically there'll be a reward crate that you get, and you'll up that reward, or you'll open that reward crate, and then it'll have 3 more crates inside of it, and then you'll open those, and each of those will have 2, and then you'll open those, and then your inventory's full, and you'll be like, damn, man, that's rough. And I think that's honestly been like a common pain point for most new players that were coming in, at least like from our community. I think that was Fupo's largest thing for like a week. He was like, man, I fucking hate this inventory. But once you get it and you get used to managing it, it's a lot better. I'd personally just recommend every like 20-30 minutes, take 1 break and just get all of your inventory stuff taken care of. Visit a vendor, sell some stuff, salvage some stuff. But it'll be very annoying, to say the least. You can buy more inventory. They have a lot of quality of life that you can buy, but it's also you can basically earn gold, just get gold in game, convert your gold to gems, which are their premium currency, and then you can also use those. And a lot of things like bag slot expansions, you can also earn from just doing your dailies. So once you level, you'll have what's called the Wizard's Vault, and you can select whether you want your dailies to be PvE, PvP, which is like the SPVP, the 5v5s, or World vs. World. And then you get these points, which you can purchase rewards with. So with this, you can also just get a bunch of general shit. There are reward tracks, there are events, just shit like that, where you can get a lot of solid quality of life stuff along the way and general gold. So what I have for quality of life in my inventory, I have a bunch of bag slots, like max number of bag slots. I have a teleport to a friend that recharges on a 10-minute cooldown. So anytime we're doing group content, I use that. And if we're out in the open world, I can just teleport to them. Doesn't work in World vs. World. Then I have 3 different salvage kits that are all infinite use salvage kits, but I have to pay to use them, basically like copper, gold, silver, copper. So they have like a fee, basically. So these, instead of having charges like normal salvage kits to break things down into mats, I get to use them over and over again, but they can add up over time. So there's all of like the quality of life that you need to manage your inventory in a meaningful way. It's just, as a new player, you probably won't want to spend money on that quite yet. I would say give it a little bit of time, because it won't be like as bad as mine is right off rip, especially if you're just taking your time and paying some attention to it. And you can, again, like I mentioned, through a few different sources, you can find yourself getting bag slot expansions as well without having to pay for them. I've found a few, I think just in the time that I've been here, So I found, I want to say like 3 just from playing the game and shit. So as a new player, inventory and clarity of abilities is my issue. I have no idea what's happening if there's more than 3 people in the area. Yeah, there's a really big setting that I would recommend checking for that. If you haven't checked it, go into your graphic settings and then affect LOD right here. This is very, very, very important to cut down on the amount of like shit that's on your screen. Add speedy EX to the camps. What do you mean add speedy EX to the camps? I can't. Oh. Oh. I think we have to have that like upgraded, right? Oh wait, it unlocks in a minute, it says. So once we do that, I think we'll be able to add it. We can't, still T1. Yeah, I don't know what this lock is on it, but I'll see what we can do. DLC for the price. Honestly, for the value rep. So the DLC itself, every DLC was, as the game was live service, just keep in mind, a full expansion. So can I get an invite? You can, yes. It was a full expansion at the time. So when you're buying something, first things first, they usually go on sale. And if they're not on sale, I wouldn't buy all of them. Depending on what you're looking to do or what you're looking to complete, you may find that sometimes there's a specialization that's locked behind an expansion, sometimes mounts, whatever it may be, right? But a lot of the time, you won't need to worry about buying every single expansion as soon as you start playing. You may be able to get away with like 1, even, if you do want that. It just depends on what you're looking to play. In terms of the price, very fairly priced in my opinion, especially when you factor in that they are all full expansions that bring in map exploration, story, content expansions that were in that, you know, that proper time frame as well. So what we're doing now is like catching up basically to, you know, as new players, where everybody that's been playing the game for 13, 14 years has been, right? Speedy X, we can do it! Hold on. Speedy X. So, are they zooming now? Wait. Delay X gains super speed. I don't think that that was the one. I won't lie. I don't think that was exactly what we were looking for there. But I might be able to speed this up a little bit. Hold on. Okay. Wait. And then if I really go crazy with it, I can give it swiftness as well. Okay, hold on. We're up. We're gonna pull it. I think that one was a passive, but I can just perma swiftness and then I can also give it super speed. Red incoming north. North? Wait, what the fuck do you mean? Brother. Brother. This is terror. North camp getting hit. We gotta go back. We must return. We have to help. If it falls, then what are we gonna do, man? We're almost there as well. We got 4 out of 15 secured right now. We gotta scoop. We must defend the camp with everything we have. Sound the alarm. Everybody get horny so they can hear us. Oh god, it's an all hands on dick call right now. We might be down slightly horrendous. I'm not making subgroups or anything either. Uh-oh. Is Ravinka getting nuked? Oh shit. Surely they can't. Olympus shall not fall. I wish my mount was just a little bit faster right now. Thank you. Thank you. All right, we zoom. I gotta switch my goddamn abilities back. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. All right. Fuck it. We're gonna do something. We're gonna try to delay it at least a little bit. Because honestly, if we step on the point, even just a little bit,
All better. Nothing.
then it means that we can delay the tick just a smidge. Even if just a smidge. All right, we go left. And then we work up here. And then we sit for a sec. And then we observe. And then we get the gale shots. Everybody on their gale shots. Because we can kill the shit out of their gale shots, I think. We just have to be slow. We have to be deterministic in our movements. And through that, we can survive. We go a little bit. to the right. Let's try to get our reses if we can. We have like 2 people here. And then kill this guy that's on the outside of us. Just like right behind us. And then we can work in right here. And then we'll sit here and we just cast for a sec. And we ball. I don't know why they're just letting us sit here and pick them apart. Unironically, they just died. Pardon me? Pardon me? Yeah, that guy. They just kind of like sat there and let us work around them and then kill them. PBT guild, not fight guild. Ah, interesting. Interesting. So they just try to like run up and like numbers scare people and then just play off of that. But as nice as possible. No. I mean, it makes sense. So basically, like, newer to the fighting side, so they typically go around and they'll try to rotate camps and caps and whatnot. I feel like they were in our split, last split. I want to say we were on their team. I think. Old guild, they just don't run comp or anything. So, hear me out. You're telling me that these fucking weirdos play the game to have fun? No. No, fuck them. What? No. How fucking dare they? What do you mean? They probably didn't even rage when they lost that fight. What the hell? They probably said GG's and then just laughed. Those fucking freaks. Oh, God. God, can you imagine enjoying it? I bet they're gonna regroup and have fun too. God, fuck them, man. No, I do love that that still exists though. Where there are other guilds. We put on invul and yak, pull it and just defend camp. They'll ensure the next city acts, make it the way. So for these, we basically just have to have, wait. Charcar! Hold on. So like, hold on. We could do invulnerable yaks, but how are they gonna hit our yaks in the first place if I'm a Charcar? It's a meme. I just don't think you know how to use it. I just don't think you know the strength of the Charcar. All right, hold on. Charcar. All right, in 2 minutes, I'll escort the Doliacs. Can we get 2 Charcars? Or what's the deal there? Because if we had 1 on each Doliac.
Attack my target.
Oh, whoa. What the fuck? My brother in Christ. He's fucking zooming. What? Is that perma? Does swiftness do anything when you have super speed? Until we lose camp. No, swiftness doesn't do anything. Super speed is just max speed. Because that makes sense. And this is just straight perma? Oh my god. Wait, that's insane. So, when we cap a camp, that's under the guild claiming. And then camp improvements. How do we get more of these? Do these have to be bought for the guild tokens? If I remember correctly. Scribes. That makes sense. That makes very much so sense. skirmish chest, improvement, and tactic packs. So these give... Where'd those go? Oh wait, this is kind of hard. So you can just select what you want now? Because these are kind of insane then. Just get EWPs out the ass.
I gotta go.
That's actually very nice. Used to be random, which kind of sucked. I would assume that there is a lot of bloat in there that might not be the best. So yeah, definitely understand that shit. How many do we have right now? Oh, we already have 10. This is so fucking bis. So once we get this taken care of, your car's ready? Beep beep. Ain't no fucking way. Actually, ain't no fucking way. Hold on. Is it really like... I'm gonna steal your car? No! No Grand Theft Autoing me. I must thum. I must whip. I must experience the char car. We should pull up to a fight with it. Like, realistically, what are they gonna do if I char car a motherfucker? I don't think they will. I don't think they'll do jack shit. You can attack with it? Can I run people over? Char car. Unable to use tactic recharging. Char car? Wait a minute. Wait a second. Who took my char car? Char car! Someone took my char car. Disappointment is all that fills me. How did it get pulled but nobody char card? I'm disappointed now. I'm disappointed. Sadness is immeasurable. Pain is immense. Where the fuck's a char car? God dang it. Wait. Oh wait, we got the char car. It just doesn't summon it near me. Oh shit. Oh shit. Wait. Okay, what do we have on this thing? What do we have? Rush forward, evading attacks and leaving behind a trail of fire. Fire a rocket projectile that does siege damage. Okay. Okay, lay down a smoke screen behind you. Right. That's the dash forward. Okay. Leap at your foes. And then this is fire 3 incendiary rockets on impact. These rockets will leave behind patches of fire. Oh, fuck. Okay. Okay, it's time, boys. Char car! Wait, this is so fucking dope. What the fuck do you mean? So, I front flip onto people, and then I hit the meanest wheelie in human existence on them to catch up. And then I have a smoke screen that blocks enemy proj. This is so fucking dope. What's the difference between Eternal Battlegrounds and the other World vs. World maps? So each World vs. World map will typically have like a home base that gives an advantage to one of the teams within that map. So on Moogloo, you'll see they have their area here. On Loot Gardis, up here. And then on... Oh wait, does Moogloo? No, Moogloo is capturable. Theirs is up here. On Moogloo, I think. That's their Citadel. And then over here is Yolan Citadel right over here. So basically, the Citadel is uncapturable. Everything on the EBG... Char car? Ain't no way. What'd you do? I think I broke it. You went too far from camp and despawned. What? Wait. It despawns if I go too far from camp? Ain't no way, ain't no fucking way. I told you it was bad. Why does it have a leash on it? That's like the anti-homeless people carts at the grocery store. That's just mean. This isn't bullshit. I swear to God. We only need one more yak. And we're up. Just stop people from doing exactly what you wanted. But what if we learn the range? I had Tokyo Drift on for this. God damn it. I can't even Tokyo Drift anymore. God damn it. Regardless. What if we learn the range? And then we set a lot of people up right on the borders. And we just blast back and forth. And on a 5-man with Dragon Banner, there's just so much damage ignored this 5-person limit. Right, but why wouldn't other people just get Dragon Banners at that point? I don't see the issue there. How many can you have at a time? Is it exclusively at camps? Or can we char car towers as well?
Attack my target.
For cars, I think it's camp only. Shame. So, I mean, realistically, it despawned, like, at this cliff. So I'm pretty sure Faith Leap could come up to here. And we could probably defend this area with char cars. Granted, they can't hit the Citadel anyways. But I think we could get most of this locked down with char cars. I don't think I'd be able to reach the other camp, but hard saying. Don't see anything about a range. It might have also broken. I'm like 90% sure when I was in my map, I drove off a cliff. So, just food for thought. What's going on, Grenade? What up, brother? Right now, we are, oops, finishing up our guild missions. So on this fine day, we switched all of our missions over to World vs. World. And it was probably the best decision that we ever could have made. It is so much easier to get these done now. We have taken literally a couple hours and cranked out almost our maximum weekly allowance of favor from the guild missions. So we're getting this escort done. This is now up to T1. We're up tremendous. So now we have caravan guards, storage expansion. We're up tremendous. Everything is beautiful. We also have super zoomy yaks. So we dropped a couple of solid upgrades along the way. And then as this is held for longer and upgrades for longer, we can, I believe, throw more improvements on this as well. Oh, dude, Pack Yaks goes fucking crazy. Holy shit. Pack Yaks are wild. But yeah, now that we're T1, it doesn't really matter if this flips or anything. Camps just get the 2. Boo! Doesn't really matter if this flips or anything at this point in time because we've already got our thing done. And now that our shit's done, we can play the game again. Because we have, again, 1,800 out of 2,000 for our weekly favor cap. And the last one to keep, which, sure, PvP top stats, or we can just do the race. And the race will probably be pretty chill. So, we'll be at favor cap for the week really easily this week. And that is going to help us get so much more going with the guild hall extremely easily. We just upgraded Ethereum capacity today, so now we can hold 10,000 instead of 5,000 in that bitch. So the guild hall is looking good. The upgrades in the guild hall are flowing like mad. And WoW was getting super active. So we're kind of up tremendous. I think, you know, you need a Twitch Prime. Oh. That used to work back in my glory days. Man, when we were in Ashes, I could literally say chat Twitch Prime, and then there would be like 3 Twitch Primes that went out ASAP. A grenade? Not in an airport. Holy. Bro, I was scared. I swear to God, I was scared. I was terrified. I think we're gonna join up with Ravenka, and then just roll around with them and clap some cheeks. Although we did win one fight. Katz is technically 1-0 today. I'm just throwing that one out there. So, food for thought. What map? We're on home borderland right now on Yola. I'll be right back. I'm gonna run out my bowl, and then we shall blast. Good day. I have returned. Oh, say! Oh my goodness gracious. There's no sneaking that past me. I will always see those. I will always see those. Back with my elite. Yeah, I think I'm gonna join up with that squad and see what's up. And see if we can actually get some banger fights. I would personally love that. I just don't exactly know what the word is on this. Because honestly, our borderland looks pretty secure. Do we have a tag on EBG? Is my question right now. Because it doesn't look like we have much going on EBG. Desert Borderland looks ass. Like, looks fucking horrendous. And I'm also not certain. Where's Cheesecake? I don't fucking know where Cheesecake is, bro. Cheesecake fucking disappeared. Literally just when we started to love him, he disappeared. I don't get it. It's some baby back bullshit. I miss him. I miss him dearly. Dinner time. What you eating for din-dins? What's next? I mean, for guild missions, we physically can only do one more before. I mean, we can do more, but before we hit favor cap, we only have room for one more. So I think, honestly, if we wanted to, we could take everybody and go get Crab Scuttle done. And then that would cap us on our favor for the week, which, again, it would be nice to be favor cap for the week so we don't have to worry about anything like that. Favor is the great constraint as we start to get into more and more expensive upgrades. So stocking up on that ahead of time just enables us like crazy. We can bank like 6K or some bullshit like that. Yeah, 6K. So we can bank like 3 weeks of favor and we're going to be spending it more than we can get it. So we'll definitely want that. I'm hoping that these guys are in a spot to get some solid fights. I don't know exactly what they got going on here. It looks like they died to someone. Like, I don't really know that this looks like it's been going successfully. But I would also have to guess that their main comp is probably that group that we fought and killed, the Sky group. And if it's an even larger group that includes us versus the Sky group, then we might not be looking forward to too much. Yeah, I think that's Sky. Because it's just red. I think anything over here that's red is just going to be... just going to be Sky going around and trying to back up. Rick, what up, brother? What a dooski. So, I mean, there are a few different things that we could do, though. Honestly, I'm hoping as we get closer to peak, we get some good fights. We could also just, I don't know, if there aren't fights, group up and run around and cap shit. But I mean, even then, that leads to, I think, just running around and capping shit. I don't really want to just play like, you know, uncontested cap simulator the entire night. That tends to get a little old. And come behind. Stand on me, soldiers. And mayhaps we can do combat. If we stand together just a little bit, we can unironically get so many kills against this group before we go out. We need like 10. And then I think we're fine. A couple more. And then them to also just for whatever reason sit there and just let us kill them again. That was a wonderful combo from them. Good news, it looks like they got a few more people. So I can ethically pop. Wait, did I not got 8 of these? Did I only buy 1? I could have swore I bought all 8 of those for the week. But I can ethically get excited for these fights now. Because it seems like there may actually be some form of numbers from them that would be conducive to them. Where is tag? Tag. Tag. My tag. I think they might be making groups or something. I'm not quite sure. But we have a fight on our hands and we do not have a tag on our hands. Tag's AFK. Your text said they were going AFK. You really hate to see that one. You really hate to see it. Alright, well, I'll rally the troops. I think we might have to go up to the camp and then try to get picks on that Sky group. Because it seems like they're the only people. What's blue side looking like this week, chat? What's Luke Artist have going on? Because I feel like I never see them, yet they're not completely out of the matchup somehow. Do they just go Desert Borderlands and play points per tick like crazy? Or what's Luke Artist's entire existence, I guess, is my question. Because I feel like I've seen them a couple of times, and other than that, it's just been pretty much nothingness. They're gonna split outside of this. And honestly, just stay on me, stay on me, stay on me. We're fine, we're fine. Just roll through, and then get on their back line. Everything's fine. Look, everything's okay, guys. Everything's okay. Everything's... Unironically, if we had 10 people, we could probably spike there, and then get up around the corner after the spike, and then have time to drop back down and recover. Are you sure? I'm sure if we stayed together, we'd be fine. Unironically, I do think 10 people could kill that group. After looking at the movements that I've seen. Oh, wait. Speaking of movement. You here, bitch? Heh. Do you have games on your phone? Heh. Are you back yet? Heh. Ma'am. Ma'am. Oh! Oh! Where'd they go? What the fuck? Nani? We're alive. We're alive! It's alive! Am I not in a group? Oh, I am in a group. We're good. Wait. Boom, my group's ass. Where are the druids? I want to be put with the druid. We don't have a druid. Oh no, we have one druid. We have one druid. You know what, fuck it, I don't need the druid. I'll be the druid and the firebrand and the Lumi and the everything. It's okay, I'll be the troubadour too. I'll give us a little group involved. I do want to play Shattered Aegis at some point. I kind of want to learn that, although I haven't learned firebrand at all, like whatsoever yet. I have no idea how to handle a firebrand. I don't even know what my buttons are. So, at some point, learning the Ninolin Firebrand is within my realm of interest. Within my realm of interest. Although you're interested in Shattered Aegis, I'm gonna say that abbreviation out, you know? Firebrands are nerds. You're a fucking nerd. What the hell? What the hell? I will say Lumi Chad is absolutely Chad Lumi. Yes. I'm not gonna lie. My big titty Norn, I think, has the largest donger out of anybody on the battlefield at any point in time, simply because I am Lumi Chad the Chad Lumi. But I will say the prospect of doing just a little bit... Chat, this is what you guys look like, by the way. Like, my whole glider situation is a representation of the stream setup. Anyways. The prospect of just doing a little bit of damage by mashing Aegis out and being less responsible for stab and just going ha 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 Aegis does kind of sound fucking hilarious. But I also think a Lumi that is bringing in a bunch of heals brings in a shitload of validity for World vs. World. Like a lot of validity for World vs. World. Like a lot. In most groups. Especially groups that are going to be less set up and established and a little bit more dependent on some, well, some extra support from time to time. Don't worry, my boys. We're here. Everything's fine. I'm just gonna work my way through. Don't you guys mind me? Everything's fine. Everything's okay here. I literally didn't even want to worry about getting into your back line anyways. I need you to not focus me, please. Boys, we might be able to do it. We might have a couple of Baggingtons out here. Come on, Ravenka, I believe in you! You just keep working your way up, Ravenka. I will keep the heals going out at all points in time. All you have to do is run forward. You're not even in my group, but you should have the confidence that I will heal you at all points in time. Thank you, Ravenka. Beautiful fight. Wonderful fight. Hardest fight we've ever taken in our lives. Truly up tremendous, boys. So, yeah. Ninolin Firebrand. Just being able to pump out Aegis like absolute mad, I think is, you know, in itself okay. It's not the worst thing to have. And then you combine that with throwing in some damage and being like a little half DPS. It's kind of a cool concept if you really think about it. I think it's a nice little change up on what we typically see with a full support, which is what I've been playing so far. Very much so full support. And I do somewhat miss damage numbers from time to time. Sometimes. But then part of me is also like, okay, well, what if instead of having Ninolin Firebrand, I instead level something else entirely that's just stupid, dumb amounts of damage or whatever I want to do that I don't currently do on the Guardian. So maybe Strip. Maybe, in no chat, you guys don't sub enough for that. Getting on the Warrior hype train. What is going on with Warriors right now? Is it because everybody's loving Spellbreaker? Because Untamed got cooked, or what's going on that's making people really like Warrior? Because I know Spellbreaker's seen a little more use. I saw a caller on a Berserker, and I don't advocate for that. Half our rated. Half of y'all just be zooming. Well, I guess we know where we're going. Listen, I'm responsible. Sword's new burst ability making people hard. One-hand sword or gray sword? What got changed with it? Just reworked into burstier bursts that they didn't have before? Fuck, I should go back and look at the patches again. I don't even remember what the change was. One-hand sword? Interesting. So they're getting cool new burst abilities that hit absurdly hard. And I get like 2 seconds of super speed. Make it make sense, man. Make it make sense. I don't get it. I don't ask to get it. Why are we running? Oh, it's siege time? Are we just gonna catapult the fuck out of them? What is the deal? Siege time? Siege time? Siege time? They have the high ground. There's no high ground advantage. You just shoot up the high ground. Like LOS maybe, but we just run up.
Quickly.
The hell do you mean? We pop some buffs and we get active. I don't think, without any like passive mischance or anything, that we lose that fight. I think we just walk up and ooga booga. I also think they have like 25 people. So we also have like numbers advantage there to a certain extent. This is a stinky spot for siege. I will say, if we were looking to...
Come here.
If we were looking to siege, this would be quite gorgeous. Yes, 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 yes. Yes, 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 yes. This is kind of a crazy siege plateau. Because I guess... Yard, what the fuck was that? Yard, come on, brother. Sight that thing in, brother. Come on. I believe in you. There we go. He's on point now. He's on point. He just got a little bit nervous on that first one. Just a smidge nervous. Didn't have it all lined up there yet, but everything's fine. Everything's beautiful. We are truly up tremendous. So we're using double sword or sword axe. Shrimp, what are you thinking? Are we about to see a shrimp breaker coming out? Are you gonna be doing that? Performance anxiety? Like, you ever try to piss and someone can see your dick and you can't piss because you know they're staring at your dick? It's kind of like that. If I wasn't looking at him on the first shot, he would have been... Ain't no way they're putting ballista down. Ballistai? Ballistosies?
Then off.
What do you mean? What am I witnessing right now? What is this fuckery? Oh my god, I'm gonna catch the arrow. Huh. You can't hit it if I stop you. Oh shit, wait. Surround them. Surround them, my cats. Hold on, we have to body block the ballistas. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. No, it's fine. Just body block. I don't know if these like actually go through us or not. But I will protect these ballistae with everything I have. I am the last line of defense. Yo, this is huge. Grenade. Just sit here like it's a soccer penalty kick, brother. Everybody make a wall up here. Oh no. All right, to the next trap, to the next trap. We must... Fuck! To the next trap! Oh god. Bro, they have a fucking battery. Why are we shooting at the ballista? The wall, you hooligan. Oh my god. This has actually turned to like siege versus siege, brother. You know what? Honestly. Like, why do I feel as though there is room to get absolutely shifty out here with some siege right now? I feel like a little treb down here. Hit a little Turner Tifu Tenny head peek. The invent has happened again. The inventory? It's not even that bad. I literally just have to salvage stuff. And then we're fine. I'm at 165 slots. Now, I will say the worst...
Anyone? Help!
Yeah, that's my bad, dog. Entirely bad. Brother, fuck off. I need you to relax. I need you to chill, sir. What is your purpose? My goat. I must implore you. What the fuck are you doing? Why are you harassing this person? My brother in Christ. Okay. You know what we're gonna do? I guess I'm just gonna poke you down like 200 at a time until you fuck off. I guess we just trade these shots. Bro, what am I witnessing right now? Like, I'm gonna just res you again. I guess I'll let you run it back. I forced him off. I'll let you get the kill. It's fine. My goat, what is your objective out here? Sasha, you go with the tag. Sasha, you go with the tag. Let the adults play. We'll handle this. Sasha. How that motherfucker got there so fast? He was like zooming out there, I will say. Very much so zooming. Sir.
Your spirit is mine.
Are you having fun? Because I don't know that I would define this as fun. Surely I Fortnited him there, right? Ah, Fortnite! We're up so tremendous. This poor guy. Like, he should be able to theoretically do some damage to me, right? But I feel as though he's not really doing much damage to me. Now, why would that be? I don't quite know. But I think he just... Yep. Oh, damn, bro, that's tragic. All it took were a couple of stray guardians with a couple stabs. And we just threw snowballs at him until he fucking died. Poor guy. Poor guy, you really hate to see that shit. Well, onward and upward. I don't know what his intent was. I also don't know what was happening for that other person to get bursted. I probably could have paid more attention to them. Make sure y'all Fortnite and say chat. He can't hear me. You can't talk across teams. We speak different languages. If I could, I absolutely would. But I also understand, like Dr. Chevron, sir. You must recall the number of times Zombie sat there antagonizing a guild that didn't want to fight us, trying to get them to tag up and fight us at all points in time. Maybe it's best that the chat features are somewhat restrictive, you know? Sometimes there's a reason for things. Verbal PvP. The first step to physical PvP. Yes. Yes. Before the fists, one must conquer the mind. And he who conquers the mind of the enemy has already beaten the fists. Because without a brain behind the fists are nothing. And for whatever reason, Zombie was really good at just annoying people. I think it's like an actual physical personality trait. Yo, I'm gonna go wild and go streak. Yo, give me full prox chat everywhere all the time so I can just Jaws theme behind somebody before I put my weapon all the way in their ass. My entire goal. I, in New World, always wanted the opportunity, given the voice chat system supported it, I wanted to try to organize a full 50 versus 50, like, you know, open voice chat, prox chat war. Unfortunately, they disabled prox chat for wars. It was kind of sad. And I wanted to have full prox chat enabled war as an organized one time for the one time thing. Never got to do it. Those rat bastards. I think it would have been an absolute game changer for the content side of things. Weapon, you saying? Yes. Yes. Yes, weapon. Weapon. There's an entire strategy to this. Now, some may say, well, what if the weapon isn't very thrustable? Find a way. Find a way. Everything is completely thrustable if you try hard enough. It is a very personally motivated thing. Wait, are we losing our tag? Or is that one guy leaving? Because if that one guy is leaving, everything's fine. If we're losing our tag, I'm slightly scared. Scared because you that stuff? Why would you be scared? The thing with the butt plug, I think, should be the least scary thing that there is. That's something that's designed to bring you at least a small amount of enjoyment from it. Butt plug staff should be like probably the top of your list of like safe things to shove up your ass. Things that would be much more dangerous. I mean, immediately, my shield. You imagine all of these going up? That would be rough. That would be absolutely terrible. Because no matter how you look at it, right? One way you've got to take on the crown first, and the other way you go skinny end first, and then when you try to take it out, the crown gets stuck. And then you kind of like Vlad the Impaler yourself. It's like that Teeth movie, where all the coochies had teeth. So, Bolt would be the worst. I feel like Bolt would probably have a slight vibration to it, which leads me to believe that it wouldn't be absolutely F tier comparatively to some others. Like, let's just swing through and see what we're working with here. Eternity's an interesting one because depending on the time of the day, you could get a different experience. I don't know if I'd want the incinerator stuck in my ass. I won't even lie. I will not lie. I don't think I want anything named the incinerator going anywhere near Matukus. Let's see. We'll go legendaries. Oh, weapons. This one might be kind of cool. If I'm being real, that one probably not the worst. Great swords, also not the worst. I think that's got some validity. The torch, tickly, enjoyable, comforting. Let's see. The staff, not the worst. I don't think any of the Orion stuff is inherently going to be, like, bad. What is this? Oh. Yep. Well, I would like to nominate the worst possible butt plug. I believe I have found it. I think it is the fish with spikes coming out of it. Also, this is a crazy spear skin. This shit kind of goes hard. But this would almost definitely be the worst option. Now, it could also be said that because the spears retract, showing that out there, could be not the worst case scenario. But yeah, definitely seems the discussion ends here. We're getting out of that. We're not going any deeper. You guys are about to say some shit about that one. We're not going into that. We're not getting into some Medusa-y shit. I'm just here to play some World vs. World. I'm just here to exist. Speaking of World vs. World, Eggy, how's T1 this week? I would assume it's basically just you and Maguma kicking the shit out of each other, and then that third team, whatever the fuck they were, I don't remember their name, probably getting absolutely slammed and not wanting to play very much. It's big meh. So you can confirm that not having cats with abs to fight against is making your experience worse. We appreciate that. We appreciate that. If there's one thing about us, all 6 of our people feel like 600. It's crazy too. It sucks because the exact same thing that I said would happen is happening. As soon as we were away from the big, bad, terrible Raw's Rest, everybody started to come out of the woodwork. And everybody started to want to run now, and everybody started to have a ton of fun with World vs. World. And I'm like, man, imagine if you guys came and ran last week when we could have had a shitload of fun with World vs. World last week as well. Oh wait, we're T2 now. We're up tremendous. I probably don't need to pop anything else other than what we have. And I think Speedy Yaks is probably this. Probably this. Should we change it over to like double supply yak at this point? Or should we just keep it Speedy Yak so they're like guaranteed to get there faster? Because I'll be real, these things are fucking zooming, bro. We have like hyper speed yaks going right now. They run almost player speed. 6 feel like 600, surely not because of all 6er supports. Yeah, I will say we typically show up with, in pug groups at least, a good amount of the important roles in pug groups. It feels like once we, and again, I do want to start getting us some more in-house tag reps. I'm probably, unfortunately, going to have to tag up myself for some of them. But I want to start getting us some like low numbers tag reps where we can just start moving as a guild a little bit, seeing what we have and how we can fight with it and building off that. So, stupid question, are yaks the ones that give supplies to each camp and tower? Yes. So, yaks spawn at the camps, and then they'll go to the tower, and then they go to the keep, and then they basically respawn at the camp, and then they go to the tower, and then they go to the keep. And they just keep doing that over and over and over again. So you want to have that full like supply chain link, and if part of that's cut off, then it can kind of cuck it. So with that as well, once we have the camp itself and we've held it, we can add a passive improvement, which is just active after 3 minutes, which this one gives our yaks super speed. So they go through, they run faster, they respawn faster, they run more. So as a result of that, the camp will upgrade faster as well. So once we have 25 yaks, 14 more get through successfully, we'll have as many guards as humanly possible around the yaks themselves, which honestly, that's not going to make a huge difference, right? But a T3 camp running supplies is going to be a hell of a lot better than a T1 camp running supplies, especially if we have super speed on our yaks permanently. So the upgrades are pretty impactful on a camp side. Making sure that you can get supplies out obviously fuels everything that you guys are sieging, And then once you take towers and keeps, those can also, whoops, not using Feel My Wrath anymore. Oopsie daisy. But yeah, not something we can do yet, because we still need some more world versus world upgrades. But once we get into being able to have like towers and keeps effectively, and upgrading those bad boys, then we'll be up tremendous there too. So, about some for tax play League. Yeah, League is the fucking devil. It reminds me at the door I was busy eating food. Bro, how'd you die? What the hell, Leonte? Oh, was it this guy? Yep. Yep. That checks out. Wait, where are you? Are you in the door? Yes. I want it on record. I helped. Oh. He hid the body. The fuck are you guys doing over here? Waldo, we go. I think we go slap. Yeah. They have a Daredevil and then a Willy. And I think we just jump the Daredevil. And then we just blast the shit out of him. Yeah, this poor soldier. The Willy's coming in, careful. But I think we just win this. Sirs, let me introduce you to Sadness. Thank you, good fight, good fight, good fight. Absolute pleasure. Happy to be here. Good shit, Waldo. All right, back we go with our tag. Shrimp just pulled up. What are you doing? Shrimp, what is this? What? I'm a stripper. You're a berserker. You're not even a spellbreaker. What are you doing? Brother's fucking LARPing as a spellbreaker. What is this? Ain't no fucking way, dog. Surely. How long have you been in the group? Have you fought previously? I'm pretty sure you fought with that undercover stripper. He doesn't want anybody to know his game. It's never letting him know the next move, dog. If they see a Zerk, why would they ever expect strips to come out? And then when his strips hit, it's gonna surprise the fuck out of them, him, and everybody in between, dog. But for like 3 minutes. Okay. I will give you a lapse there. I'll give you a lapse there. I just didn't expect to see the goddamn the strip Zerker coming out today, bro. That's some tech that I ain't fucking heard yet. I swear to God, you learn something every single day in Guild Wars, all the time, no matter what, dog. It's inspirational. Where to next? I demand bloodshed. Oh, wait. Ruvenka's trying to find where they went. Oh. Oh. Well. Well. It looks like we might be in a spot where we will own many things. This guy's tag apparently tagged down. That makes sense. That makes very much sense. So for right now, this Borderlands pretty cooked. Good news. Our camp is gonna sit here and pump. I wish we got something for like our camp completing things. Go get a char car. And then we could whip around the map. Yo, wait. How long do char cars last for? Is there actually like a duration on it? Or what's the deal with that? Because every 20 minutes, we could theoretically, if there's no duration on them, summon a char car, and then we could have an entire selection of char cars available for us. As soon as combat happens at that camp, we can blast it with the char cars. We'd have like a GTA garage. I feel like I might be on tech with this. But if the char cars despawn on a timer, then that's far less than ideal. And we truly hate to see that. 15 minutes. Oh, that's so sad. That's a goddamn shame. Well, The Charkar dream is a situational dream. But I will dominate with the Charkar eventually. I will not be stopped. I will not be contained. I must master the Charkar. What? What? Where? To the keep, perchance? Bro, I'll worry. I'm not gonna lie. This group. Hear me out. I'm gonna say this publicly. They were not moving the tightest when we were fighting against Sky. Now that is okay. We got away with it. But if we are expecting to take harder fights without moving cohesively, we're probably going to have a relatively bad time, if I do say so myself. So thoughts and prayers. Are Tails insane at the moment? Yeah. Keep in mind too, half of the tail, one thing that I learned from running with people like Cheesecake and shit, a lot of the time the tail, yes, it is the player's problem, but the commander also has to allow time for people to catch up very consistently. Otherwise, the tail just continues to get further and further taily, and it just gets worse and worse and worse at all points in time. So, one thing that, like, I immediately noticed running with higher tier groups was how frequently they stop for a second to allow everybody to catch up, allow their tail to catch up, and, like, basically eliminate the possibility that somebody gets picked off. It's like every 30 seconds or less of running, and then every time after a move in combat, it's a decisive move, and then it immediately transitions into, we're gonna sit for a second, we're gonna get buffs up, we're gonna get everybody set up, we're gonna drop heals, and then we're gonna move out of this place into another maneuver. It's very methodical. Micro moments work wonders. Yeah. I think also, like, again, like I said, it's also on the players. The more every single player stays directly on top of the commander tag, obviously it makes their job easier. Makes everyone's job easier if there's less spread. But it's a two-way street. If the tag just runs around like crazy, then it's going to be incredibly hard for people to keep up with them. It's going to be incredibly hard for people to, I don't know, find where the tag's at throughout combat in a consistent way. So, someone say butt stuff? I think I was talking about buffing up, but I mean, technically you should buff up for butt stuff. I feel as though there is definitely a buff protocol out here. But we just got off of the butt stuff finally. Granted, I feel like you can't really get off of the butt stuff in Guild Wars 2. We immediately came over to BBL. So now we're fighting for BBLs. I feel as though the butt stuff is almost undeniable. It's almost inevitable. It just persists everywhere all the time, taunting us, mocking us, and knowing that we will never achieve it. Chat, what if I got a BBL for a sub goal? Like, I just got a fat dumpy as a sub goal. We had, like, I don't know, like 30,000 subs or something. And I just agree to absolutely dumpify my shit. How much does a BBL cost? Just out of curiosity. I know that might be a random, like, invasive thought question, but we might be going back to home borderland to fight Sky. Did Sky re-tag up? Bro, I swear to Christ, if they touch my camp, I will fuck their entire existence up. I swear to fucking God, on my mother, if they touch my camp, I will drop a nuke on them myself. We're going home? Alrighty then. We ball out. I'm sure it will be an incredibly fun fight. Incredibly hard fought. I'm out of that goal. You wouldn't support me getting a BBL? Why not? Are you more of a natural ass guy? Because, like, I do still have a dumpy already. It's just, I feel like a BBL would give me that, like, voluptuousness on the sides that I don't currently have. My ass is narrow and outward. It's almost like, it's like SpongeBob ass type shit. So I feel like a BBL would just build me out really well, but I don't know. I feel like it's got to be a community investment too. I feel like it's got to be something that people would want. It's same. I understand that. I understand that. There is just a certain appeal to something au naturel these days. With microplastics being pretty much everywhere, I don't need any more getting in my balls. So, yeah, you must be careful with that. You must be careful with that. See, I will agree. I think the better way would be to organically raise a Thicky McDumper from scratch. Hit a little booty builder, hit a little leg day every now and then. Speaking of which, what's Nin doing today? Motherfucker better not be playing League. Because for a couple of days, the World vs. World train bit him. And then after that, I believe it relinquished its bite. I ain't even gonna lie. I think it fully relinquished its bite. We walk up, right? No. Tight. Yeah, we fight this. Yeah. We walk up. I'm like 99% certain that we can just cook this shit. They're so split already. Wait, it's only like 10 of them. Half of them fell. Bruh. Wait, we actually just win. Okay. Well. This is what I was talking about with that high ground thing earlier. There were far fewer of them than I expected. I'm not even gonna lie. That was, I think that was only like 10. It fell over. Well, I also think they had like nobody there. We have 40 in raid, probably 30 actually here. Either they lost half of their people. Look more till we push. It looked like a lot more. Like, am I tripping? It looked like they had way more than that. And I know some of them like fell off of the high ground quite literally. But I'm not sure if they were trying to like port out. It unironically seemed like they lost some of their people. I'm quite confused. I'll take the bags, but I am slightly confused. All right, I'm gonna fill up my water real quick. Because I think we should probably evaluate what we're getting up to. And before things really start popping off tonight, I might try to get that guild race done. If anybody wants to hit that, so we can get a little bit of a free week from worrying about guild missions. Get them all taken care of day one, which we're in a really good spot to do. And then just ball out from there. So, I'm gonna take a piddle real quick. And then I shall return. Un momento. birthday. Went back on the VOD. A group pushed them from the hills as we pushed out. Wait, so they got pushed in from the side as well? Or what happened to that? Regardless, as long as we have some form of content, I'm happy. I yearn for fights, I think. And I almost feel like we're getting to the point where the yearning for fights is leading me to yearn for us as a guild to start taking outnumbered fights and playing like odds against us type shit. Ooh, 3 stars. We're up tremendous. They've been fully upgraded now. So I don't know what our yaks are each traveling with. All I do know is that camp actually went fast as fuck with speedy yaks. That sped up the upgrade rate of that so fucking heavily. I understand the importance of that now, and let me tell you what that shit is. Very, 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 very quick. But yeah, I don't know, I'm getting to a point where like I want us to be able to work on picking apart larger groups with a group of like 20-ish. Bombs and stealth bombing cats win. Well, see, that's the shit that I want us to start kind of working towards. And we start running small private tags to organize it here and there. And just like the fight we had earlier, of course, right? We just happened to catch Sky off guard and just got the work around their clump and shit and pick stuff off. But even that, the way we were navigating that fight, where we were staying together, moving around the outside, getting kills, moving somewhere else, getting more kills, we get used to that, and then we can start pug tagging, and then next split, when we don't really know who we're going to have, I think it's going to be probably a bit more important for us to be able to pug tag, at least a little bit confidently. Because we have, what, like 6 days? 5 days? Something like that? 7 days? Yeah, 7 days until the end of season lockout. So we have one more, like, partial week before everything switches over, right? 7 days is Monday, and then it'll be a few days of lockout type shit. And then I think on Friday, it re-rolls for the new season, I'm pretty sure. I don't know exactly when the new season comes out. Regardless, we're going to be on a new team very, very soon, and we have no idea what that team is going to bring forward whatsoever. It could be the greatest team we've ever played on, and we could continue to learn a ton. It could be the singular worst team ever put together in humanity, and we could get absolutely shit on for the next month nonstop. We have no control. Literally none. The only thing that we can do is try to be in a spot where we can mitigate some of the chance of us absolutely sucking as a team by us as an independent body having the capability to tag up and be impactful. I think that's our biggest thing right now is like we can show up in pretty much any group right now and we can, we can help, we can have a solid impact with our people that are here. But we haven't been tagging up and getting those reps on the highest end yet, which I think is something that once we start doing in any capacity and even just getting a little bit more comfortable with shit, it'd be a large difference maker. For a good month? Hey man, like if we can get a good month in general where we learn again, I think that'll be great. 3 months in a row where we learn a lot, we should be in a really good spot after that. Because even at the end of this month, worst comes to worst, I now feel comfortable tagging up, and if it came down to it, I would feel comfortable leading us through fights, even without comms, just because of knowing, like, where to move and shit. I'm starting to feel a little bit better with that along the way. Obviously, there are going to be so many times where I would fuck up, but the pacing of the fights makes a lot more sense to me after playing through this month. And last month was understanding the general movements. This month was understanding some more of the intricacies of it and how we could have classes in the most efficient places and why the clump was moving where it was and what the timing is looking to be on everything and what group comps were for. And it's been a fun month of knowledge. I mean, I love just constantly being able to learn. But I also feel like there's a certain point where we have to start implementing the knowledge. Because we are... Whoops. We are improving as a guild, I think, faster than many right now. Just because we have so many people that are learning very, very, very quickly. And I think we just need to keep that going. I think we need to keep the scaling happening, you know what I mean? But I'm optimistic. I think we've had plenty of people join along the way that are interested. We have a little bit of a weird spot right now. Because I think Guild Wars is going to be... like really settled out from the Guild Wars 3 launch hype. I think a lot of people that came in right after that aren't going to end up staying throughout will have left around this time, especially, I mean, considering the usual hype cycle on things about 2 weeks. I think a lot of people that were just kind of, oh my god, holy shit, Guild Wars 3 have kind of sorted themselves out, and the ones that are still here are the ones that are probably going to be here for quite some time. And I also think without, you know, major updates outside of the balance patch since the Guild Wars 3 announcement, it also leaves a spot where the community itself will settle out a little bit, which is fine because they had the VOE update. I believe there's still one more VOE expansion planned in like August. So that'll help. This Calm thinks this guy's been outnumbering us. I mean, I know somebody runs meters. I don't run meters, but I think there's a way to check in meters. I don't think that they had any more than 15 that last fight, and I think the most that I saw them with is probably like... Wait. What the fuck have they done? Oh my fucking god. I want their head. I legitimately I want to murder them. I want to find them. I want to wipe them. I want to find them again. I want to wipe them again. Until they never show up to my fucking camp again. And I will give them the deepest of dickings courtesy of cats with abs. Alright, let's go. Let's go. I think it's time to start blasting Ravenka. They got like 10 fucking people. Let's just go murder them. I don't think they're doing too much out here, dog. Let's just walk them down. I don't know why they had to do this. They don't know why they had to do this. All I know is that I'm gonna make them regret this. This one was fucking personal, dog. They could have capped anything in the goddamn game. And now they get slaughtered by me. By my hand. Good fucking gravy, man. The level of disrespect is crazy. Well, I guess we go take everything they have. Bro, I guess it's their, like, dream come true that they're Red Borderland, huh? What do they have over here? Wait, is that Quebecois? No, we need to go break this. We need to go cap this tower, guys. I'm not, I have a new goal. I feel like we have to go take that T3 tower. That... No. No, wee. I feel as though the QC tag is an immediate sign of war. How an go from awesome blue purple to spray on tan? The fuck do you mean spray on tan? That's a well-aged banana. That's the 1.5 year banana. That's the perfectly aged banana. That's the peak of ripeness before some really funky shit starts happening with it. Yo, DD, what up, dude? Any LS server shows info ahead of time, like what guilds will be linked together before the relink, usually the day of, plus most link servers usually start to organize on relink / reset night to organize the Borderlands, there's less of a chance of trying to get on the same Borderland. It's 150 guild leaders and 99 members. I just don't like, I'll be real, when I'm off stream, oops. Medic! Something terrible happened. Actually, hold on. Nope, we're fine. We're fine. Meant to do that. Actually, just saving time. Actually saving time. Okay, we're fine. Anyways. When I'm on stream, like, I don't really have the capacity to do any planning, and then when I'm off stream, I don't really like to be on the internet much. It sounds silly, but I may already have somebody from my guild in there. I'm not entirely sure, but I'll work on getting somebody in there. It's been a little bit interesting to see, you know, what's consistently going to be, you know, going to be kicking around, who's going to be taking breaks and shit. So as we sort that out, we'll probably get that all situated and get somebody in there. For the time being, we're just kind of kicking it and doing our own thing. Wherever we end up, we've been doing our best to just make friends along the way and try to have more people to run with. So next is a well-used nanner. What is after this one? Because you guys have, your next one is 2-year, yeah? What's the 2-year badge? Is it like the light blue or some bullshit? It's all bruised up. Oh, is it now? So it's a post-ripe banana. Okay, that makes sense. And then you go into, like, the weird bananas. The extremely weird bananas. From ears? I don't want to. I think it looks ugly. Also, hear me out. If I run meters, I have to do log reviews. If I tell other people to run meters, then I can just ask them what the logs say, and it's basically like me running meters for anything that I need to, and I do less work. It's kind of a best case scenario if I'm being honest, but as long as somebody's logging, I think it's getting done. All I do is press my buttons, and if we're not dying, we're up tremendous. Need to reset up my logs and meters. Yeah, I mean, at some point, I'll probably give in and, like, download a singular add-on. But really, I don't feel like anything in this game so far has been necessitating add-ons. Even to the point of meters, it's like, in PvP, definitely cool to see who's doing the most strips, the most cleanses, what your group stab uptime is. But I can also tell if my group stab uptime is good or not if I'm letting the stab drop and people are getting pulled or CC'd. And then I just know that if I'm fucking up group stab uptime, then hey, I should probably switch over to group view instead of playing on raid view in the first place. But, you know, it's something where I feel like meters just compile the information that's already available within the game and puts it in a nice, pretty package. But if you've played a lot of games in general, boobies, I feel like it can be pretty apparent. It's like, oh, okay, well, I and my group just got pulled. I'm fucking up on stab. I gotta make sure that I'm getting my stab out more consistently. Oh, well, I'm noticing a big stab window where, you know, I can't re-up stability because of cooldowns. I guess I have to try to figure out how I can manage the cooldowns better. And, you know, meters will point out exactly what percentage the stability uptime is, but it's still on the player to figure out, okay, my stab is low, here's how I can make it higher. And I think that's where sometimes people fall into the trap of not knowing enough about the game before downloading meters, and then just relying on meters as a manner of numbers say I'm doing good, so that means I'm doing amazing. When sometimes even if your number is higher than other people's, that number might not be the most efficient number, and you might just be padding a little bit. And I feel like I'm getting better, right? But I'm still improving on such a baseline that I don't really know if I'm at the point of like the fine improvements of the fine improvements of meters and what they provide, and the, you know, the small stab uptime variables and shit being the large difference maker, you know. It's just one of those kind of situations. I just feel like I'm not getting a lot of use out of renewed focus in World vs. World. I think in smaller scale I may, or maybe in like more comp shit. But I feel like I'm just not getting a metric fuckload of value. Oh, I've been using Zephyrite this entire time as well. Oops. I haven't even been using my healing. Wait. Where are we going? Are we? We're turning down 311 already? X-Air, what up, dude? The grind has consumed me, I will say. Once World vs. World hits, it really hits and it becomes a definite form of addicting. Now, I will say the 24/7 is still something where I almost feel like it does somewhat diminish the element of like my actions are consequential and matter. But that's a different discussion entirely. Blue. Hello, friends. How are you? But with that being said, I like the combat a lot. The movements, especially in competitive fights, where you do have two sides that are constantly throwing out buffs, rebuffs, strips, spikes. It's a dance. And I really like when combat systems in games feel like this, you know, this two-sided dance, where there's always a leader and then there's always a reaction to the leader. And when you're on that same level, it's nice, you know? The dance is fluid, it's fun to be a part of, it's pleasing to watch. And I think the build up to that is also something that has been really fun. We have been pretty fortunate to have some guilds that have helped us learn a lot and kind of like taken us in. So, this growing world is my favorite content and most things in the game except the stories. Don't say that too loud or my chat will yell at me to do more story prog. Nin was basically begging me to go do some XP grind so we could get leyline gliding. Because for Wing 3 of the raid, we need to have leyline gliding. So, not only... I think we already have the story side of it done. But, let me tell you what, the leyline gliding is... something that I'm gonna have to actually play the game for. And that's rough. Touched the stories the last 3 expansions. I haven't touched the stories the last... 13 years. So, you know, it is what it is. I'm effectively a bad father to the stories, but we'll get reacclimated. I plan to prog through them. It's just a matter of like, when am I? How do I say this without it sounding bad? When am I bored of the other systems enough, or feeling like I need a break, or wanting just like a disconnect chill stream enough to do the story? You know, that's where I'm at. The story is always there. And I know what the story is going to be. I'm gonna go through, I'm gonna put my power set on. I'm gonna slowly just walk through and bonk shit to death. And then everything's gonna be beautiful and fine and peachy. And then I'll finish the story. And then I'll eventually get my sky scale and stuff. So, been rating? Oh yeah. Yeah, the raids are nice. The raids are really nice. We usually do Sunday, Monday raids. And our usual raid lead isn't here tonight. So we're thinking that we may try to throw an impromptu group together a little bit later and do some strikes. We haven't done the challenge modes, I think, or whatever the hard mode version is for the bosses. We are still trying to clear through like normal shit, honestly. Have so many new players that even that presents some form of challenge sometimes. But once we get into those, I'm very excited about that. I will say, wait. Titan Paw? Claim for cats. Bro, those rat fucks, I swear to God. I swear to God, I don't know why they had to do us dastardly like that. I don't understand it. We just wanted to help. We just wanted to contribute. Look at how slow our yaks are now, man. It's a goddamn shame. Actual fucking shame. Really hate to see it. Just from the bottom of my heart. I don't know why they had to do that shit. Slow yaks, man. I don't know what compelled Sky to do that shit. I don't know what their goal was. I don't know what their intent was. I don't know why they thought that would be cool or would make them awesome. That's the same team for years. So worried the World vs. World won't be in Guild Wars 3. And maybe it looks fun to PvP anyways. I feel like though World vs. World in itself. I'm just gonna throw these snowballs at you. I showed him. I showed him. I feel like even if World vs. World isn't... Oh my god. Yo, exit. More dots. More dots. Oh my god, dude. I appreciate you. Thank you for the 2 months. I appreciate you. How are we feeling? I don't want any WoW references in my head, but it makes me think about Classic Plus. And anytime I think about Classic Plus, I almost get to a spot of like... Do I think Classic Plus will be good? And then when I think about will Classic Plus be good, I think about the fact that it's likely to just be Classic with extra steps, kind of similar to what, you know, SOD was. And when I think about Classic with some extra steps, similar to what SOD was, I'm just like, explain the difference to me between this and SOD or the private servers or anything like that. Just don't necessarily understand it. It's not something that I quite get. So I worry with WoW's evolution that they have 2 options. Option 1 is to stay very true to the WoW design. Option 2 is to deviate from the WoW design. Option 1 plays around the safety of what they have accomplished with their community and the massive amount of numbers that they have. I have to sneeze. I think dust just flew directly into my nose. But aside from that, if they decide to try to grow the WoW brand and evolve the WoW brand, people will typically in WoW be a little hesitant to change. A little hesitant to change. So I feel like they either have to play off of the classic Andes and not change anything and just hope that everything goes well there and that there are enough classic Andes to split and I guess populate the game off of that and have word spread around that shit. I'm not quite sure. Or they can try to take a shot at a new part of the population. And I don't think that goes the best for WoW right now. I don't think WoW is an IP that performs well under 35 years old. I think WoW is an IP that performs well 40 and over. Dude, I feel a terrible sneeze coming on. I feel like WoW is something that's very, like, rooted. Are we going home Borderland again? In what it's established over time. And any time that we look at what WoW's bringing in, I don't think it's an appeal for players that are like, oh man, I'm just hopping into gaming, what do I play? That's not where MMOs have been succeeding nowadays. It's not a good intro for people. So, the reason when they release the information, as some event like 2 years ago, into the next 3 expansion names, they start working on WoW 2. We'll have to wait and see. I just don't even know if WoW 2 is going to be something that brings the level of hype that people think. I think that with WoW, it's inevitable that they will... Home Borderland. Jesus fucking Christ. I think it's inevitable that any WoW title will bring in a lot of players. That makes so much sense, right? I don't think anybody in their right mind will argue you on that. But I also think that it's going to be hard for WoW to surpass expectations or meet expectations for a new title because expectations are going to be so incredibly high. And I have not worked in game development, but I've worked in corporatized business where even if you have a record year, what does the business above you want from you and your team the next year? A record year. And then what do they want the next year if you hit a second record year? A record year. And what do they want the fourth year? Edge, what up? How you doing today? Hope you're having a beautiful one. What do they want the fourth year? A record year. What do they want the fifth year? A record year. What happens when they don't get a record year? They cut. Where do they cut? It's Aries. I figured from the surname. I figured there was another one of your squad that came through. I don't know if it's all your people, but there was another Caleb that came through. And I saw a follow. I think I was like offline. It came through, and I popped in one day, and I was like, huh, interesting. Hello, growth of making money these days. Here. Was it Hugo? Hold on, it might have been. Let me see. Yeah, it was actually. Yes, I just scrolled down on my noties. Yep, that's the one. I saw the surname, and I was like, wait a second. That makes a lot of sense. But yeah, that's I think a lot of the problem with it. The larger the involvement of massive multi-billion-dollar corporations that have an umbrella of ownership that could effectively cut off any of the subsidiary studios that they own as a loss and benefit from it on the tax side of things. I think it reduced a lot of the soul that's been in game development for so long, and a lot of that soul is what made game development so great. Where when we look at, you know, what made video games what they were, some of the greatest titles ever were, unfortunately, as most of us should have been, conceived on napkins. And those napkins just happen to go on to change the world. Like none of us really have. But there were many games that were literally just side thoughts, ideas that were jotted down during a lunch break that ended up being massively successful, world-changing, game-changing titles that shaped the industry. And as the industry shaped, large businesses saw an entry point where they could make enormous amounts of money by offering financial stability to hopefuls along the way. Now, hear me out. Payday advances and stuff with very high interest rates, predatory, very bad, because they take advantage of the poor. Unethical. Capitalize on people that aren't in a good spot to say no. So why is private equity not looked at as soulless, unethical, and sharky? Why are all of these massive corporations that are buying up these development studios and putting them under their wing and then cutting them off the second it's no longer convenient not looked at as sharky? And people look at them as heroes for stepping in and saving game development. It's basically like these large businesses saw a short squeeze in gaming, where there was a demand for a product and a lot of people wanted to try to fulfill that demand, and a lot of people needed a lot of money, so they brought in these studios with FaZe Clan-esque contracts of, hey, we'll take all the money if your game does well, and we'll allow you to actually launch the game through our awesome resources, and we'll pay you enough to live so you don't have to worry about it. Which, to a lot of people, is more than game development can provide. But when you look at what it's led to these catalogs of ownership, where one singular studio, even if it's a studio that is one of the most well-loved studios in gaming, being cut from the catalog, well, it doesn't matter, because you still have hundreds of millions in IP that's launching the rest of the year. It doesn't fucking matter. You'll write off the losses from that massive, long-time, well-loved studio, and then you'll just call it good, and you'll keep rolling into whatever slop titles you got planned. Game dev sucks right now, and I think it's, like you said, all about growth and making money. I think it's very heavily about trying to beat profit margin projections and beat profit projections year over year over year and show that your game can still make money. Therefore, it is still worth the overlords that are providing the money to it, supporting it. And in few instances, there are games that have held out and developers that have held out along the way that have been able to make it work under their own roof with the tools at their disposal, the finances at their disposal. But that is very, very, very few and far between. in a world where game dev and the investment required for games is pushed up every day by the same AAAs that are owned by these infinite funding studios. It's this cycle where business comes in and says, we'll give you more money to do something larger. They do something larger, and that pushes up the bar of what consumers want, so the smaller people also have to do something larger, to where it's out of reach for the smaller developers, so then they have to go to the larger businesses to get the funding so they can achieve something larger. Meanwhile, AAA is always receiving a larger cut of the check and the funding than the small indies or the smaller studios that are required, so they'll never really catch up. It's always the bar of how much money is being thrown into the high end, inflating what's necessary for things to even be successful on the bottom end, even though time and time again, we are shown games that come out of nowhere with 1 dev, 2 dev, red dev, blue dev. Blood the fuck up whatever you're trying to do, right? And they just come out of nowhere and they just pump. Mecha Chameleon. A prime example this year. Out of absolutely nowhere. And yeah, maybe it's friend slot, maybe it's a little bit of a friend slot meta. But at the end of the day, it goes to show that you don't need to put in hundreds of millions of dollars to bring in players to your title and be able to make money and run a profit in the green. But seen Smarter every day before on YouTube. Really cool to posted something about manufacturing. Covered up a few days ago. Kind of the same thing about how profits drive quality down. Is interesting. We'll send you a link in DM. Kind of the cycle of like, we are operating at X% profit margin, so we will try to optimize Speedy X. And then I think we'll do Invulniacs. We'll do that. We could also do, I guess we don't need supply drop. We could do the mist machines to pull that bitch. But I think I hold it for right now. Cut quality as low as you gotta keep probably using less quality parts. Seeing how you can reduce manufacturing costs, cost of goods sold. So basically, like, for a lot of companies, and I haven't watched, but for a lot of companies, it's an emphasis on reducing customer acquisition cost and reducing your actual cost of manufacturing. Our camp is being attacked. You fucking bitches. All right, let's go. They give up. Oh, word. I was about to roll the fuck up. But yeah, if you can lower both of those things, then you acquire customers for cheaper and you sell them a product that is cheaper for you to make, and out of nowhere, you've got profit margin out the ass. Your percentage is up tremendous. Is a term for shitification over time? Yes. Yes. I 1000% have seen that time and time and time again. It's always just a matter of push profit margin up higher. Where are we going? Same in game dev. I mean, part of it too is the simple aspect of like labor churn as well. So with game dev, it's not even necessarily that you're using shittier parts. In game dev or something that's labor based, it's more of like, say I've hired Fupo Headhunter and you have been my prize game developer for 20 years, right? So I have had to pay you, you know, oodles of money over these 20 years because you have established yourself as a very good game developer. So I've given you raise upon raise upon raise upon raise. Excelsior. And now you're making clams. Absolute clams. Fresh fish every single night. Only thing is, I know that I have the potential to hire somebody that's newer, have you teach them what you know, and put them on your team, and then phase you out while paying them less to do the exact same roles and responsibilities that they've now learned from you. So I hire a replacement for you, not telling you that it's a replacement, but to tell you that this is somebody that's going to help your teams run smoother. Only thing is, I then work on cutting you out, eventually letting you go, and saving on any labor that I would have to pay you. And then if you're making, say, 100 fish, and then I find somebody that'll do it for 60 fish, and even if they're slightly worse, that still leaves me another 30 fish to bring in a second person that is really introductory, that'll just do whatever I need them to do, and they'll try their... Oh, that was interesting. So basically, you know, I can pay you, someone else 60 fish, and then I have another 30 fish left over, and then I can still keep 10 fish for myself. And at the end of the day, a lot of businesses will say this is worth it, and they're told to always replace talent and older talent, especially talent that may be lower performing at the time, with cheaper, fresher talent that may bring in a fresh set of eyes. That's a tragedy. I'm getting turbo pulled of doom. Okay, we're so up. We should move right. I don't know exactly what we got going on, but if we were to move right, I would be extremely proud of all of us. And I think we can like get right up where I'm at right now. If people want to move. But I'll stay with the club. Okay, we'll try to coordinate people. We'll try to coordinate people. Maybe nobody's moving up. Nobody's moving up at all. Everybody's bitch made. Everybody's so bitch made. That was great. I'm so proud of you guys. That was so huge. I'm so proud of these people. Every day. I thank myself for putting myself in an opportunity where I can be locked in the trenches with so many brave warriors that just sat there with piss running down their leg. God damn. Got pulled. Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. All is well. We regroup and then we kill it. It's just, I don't know what people's like hesitancy is to just push and then spike and then push through. Like as of even having 10 people, we could have won that. All we had to do was walk. Oh. All we had to do was walk in. I think if people stay clumped, walk forward, big spike, hit backline, get some downs, regroup outside, rebuff, you're kind of chilling. Kind of chilling. A couple of those in a fight, even if you kill 5 to 7 every single time, take 2 to 3 of those, and then all of a sudden you have the numbers just take an even fight, and you win that immediately. So, also first hand experience, you get document as well. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. There is, I think there's a lot that is valuable with retaining, you know, retaining labor. But I also don't think the business side sees that. One analogy that I always use is like, I can complete a smiley face, and we can complete a smiley face as a community if I just come down and I draw a circle, right? I'll go here, right? And I say, all right, now, Caleb, you're up. Where are you taking the smiley face? You put one piece on. And then we pass it to Grenade. Because you got fired from the smiley face because I didn't like your decision. Because I'm sitting in my office, right? And I'm watching from up above. And I'm not actually making the smiley face. I'm just trying to sit here and say how it should be done. So, you come in and you try to make another eye. And I'm like, oh, no, that's not how it's supposed to be. It's all fucked up now. But we can still save it. So now I bring in another person. And I'm like, hey, you got to finish the smiley face for me now. This was supposed to be the head. And it was supposed to be like this. But some asshole came in before you and fucked it up and added another eye. So now it's on you to make this work. It's already way different than I thought it was going to be. But have fun. So now they come in and they give a little bit of a, you know, a little bit of an oval type head. And then they come in and they decide to give it some hair. And all of a sudden I look at this and I'm like, no, this is fucking horrendous. You're fired as well. Get the fuck out of here. Okay, now X here. You're finishing the smiley face. And by the end of this, the original smiley face may have been this in my mind. But with the transition of power, handing down knowledge, and how much is lost in handing down knowledge, especially if there are 2 ships passing in the night with no communication, might end up looking something like this instead. And the evolution of that smiley face, as you add in more people, as you add in more hands, as you add in more variables, and it has to go through more different little checkpoints of transition, it can get more and more skewed based on personal vision, personal interpretation of things, even if I leave a very distinct set of guidelines. that can still change. If I leave a set of guidelines that says, hey, make a peanut butter and jelly sandwich, grab bread, take a knife, open the jar of peanut butter with your hand, not with a knife, spread peanut butter on both sides of the bread, thin layer, spread a layer of jelly on one of the sides, top, enjoy. There's still going to be some confusion. There's still going to be variables on like when or how much to spread, what type of jelly, kind of peanut butter. Do you spread in a circular motion? Do you cut after preparation? Do you start from the inside out or from the outside in? Are you spreading in lines? There's variance. And in something like a peanut butter and jelly sandwich, it might not be that impactful, but in something like game dev, where it's going to go across many hands, I think this is a primary contributor in a lot of games these days having what we call spaghetti code. So many people get their hands on the code, and so many people sit down and they go, what the fuck is this? And then out of nowhere, they got to try to improv some fix for something that they don't even understand. And I think that's, again, a big thing that leads to games and shit being tough right now because of labor turnover. It's tough. When's IRL travel streams in Europe coming? I can't afford to go to Europe right now. I don't have that kind of money. Be nice if I did, but I don't have travel kind of clams right now. I can get to TwitchCon and that's about it. Jefferson! What am I go? Thank you for the 8 months, dude.
Dusty. Drink water. This is an ask. Sad face emoji. Right pointing finger emoji. Left pointing finger emoji.
I want you to know the #1 ingredient in this is water. It's nice. It's nice. So the code's caused by lack of foresight, goalpost moving, new talent coming in, bad documentation, or bad design. Exactly. Like I showed with something as simple as a smiley face. Lack of foresight in terms of leaving out clear, concise goals, because I just say draw a smiley face and don't give enough goals. Goalpost moving in terms of what I may want to see with that smiley face as the market evolves for my smiley face, so to say. As time goes on, I may decide it wants hair, it doesn't want hair, or anything like that. New talent coming in, so me saying, Caleb, it's your time to draw the smiley face. I don't like what you're doing with the smiley face. Now it's somebody else's time. And, you know, it's kind of the same thing. It's just, like I said, with a smiley face or a peanut butter and jelly sandwich, it seems a lot simpler. But, like, it is kind of the same. It's kind of the same function, you know? You coat it for hair, but now no hair is needed. Or when we started out making the smiley face, I thought that I was going to want it to have, I don't know, a really like open face smile with the full Mr. Beast thumbnail. But then I wanted it to have a nice inviting smile. Or I wanted it to have a Zuckerberg smile. There's something along the way, right? And creative taste can always change. And if, you know, if Caleb fucks up my smile, and I say, all right, Caleb, I don't want you leading the charge on this. I'm going to move you over to the feet department, and I'm going to bring in somebody else for the smiley face department. Even if I give them the exact same set of goals and the exact same direction and everything like that, there's still going to be variance because of how different people think. So, yeah, it's the same thing. Same thing. It's every step of the way. A lot of things that add up, but it doesn't help that a lot of the time in game dev, right now there is, I think, a large lack, and I can't speak for all of game dev. I can even speak for a majority of game dev because game dev is so thick. But as a consumer of the games that I have played, one of the largest plagues is that talent, and by talent I mean, you know, the developers, has transitioned so heavily, so frequently, that the smiley face analogy applies, I think, tenfold over there. Where even if you're in the middle of drawing something, sometimes you'll just get hit with an hold on, slow your roll, big guy, slow your roll. Let's not get too crazy. So it's just, it's hard to witness, man. as somebody that wants to cheer for game dev, it's genuinely like, it's tough to sit here and watch so much of the creative side be squandered simply because long term nothing is secure right now. And really, I don't think it has been since a long time, but especially post-COVID. I think COVID was kind of the golden age of at least being a consumer of video games. Can't say how it was during COVID for people that were working in game dev, but I can only assume getting to work from home all the time was probably pretty fucking sick, and gaming numbers being at their highest all time was also probably pretty fucking sick. So, all things considered, I think since COVID, it's been probably a bit of a weird journey. 2010 was the best gaming time. Did you play WoW? What was your age range during that? Were you like high school, college age? Because I also feel like that's part of the generational thing. I will say, like, I'm in the generation directly underneath that in terms of being a bit younger. So my time in WoW launched when I was 8 and I started playing. So I really enjoyed WoW, but the sentimental value of WoW for me was like hanging out with my older brothers and, you know, our friend group, and primarily their friend group that I just forced myself into because I was the annoying little brother. But for me, it was like, you know, hanging out with them and shit. So outside of that, WoW didn't have a ton of sentimental value for me, which is why when I went back to WoW for TBC the second time and then TBC the third time, fooled me 4 times, it never really hit in the way that it did prior to. And I don't know that it necessarily will. So, entered high school when WoW came out, but also played Halo and COD on 360, played CS 1.6, more than WoW, Warcraft 3, so many other games. Yeah. I mean, definitely genre-defining games as well. I think a lot of those, honestly, were games that I grew up hearing my brother and his friends talk about, but was too young to appreciate. So, like, Warcraft 3, I'd go over and I would sit in a little chair beside my brother's, his setup, and I would ask him to play, like, tower defense games and shit on Warcraft 3, because I used to like watching the tower defense games, and I would like watching how people like design their layouts to path the mobs. It was always really intriguing to me. In terms of Halo and COD, I actually didn't really get too into shooters until later in my life, which was interesting. Just never really had a ton of exposure to them because we were always playing like MMOs and shit like that. CS, I remember Scout Knives. There was a friend in my brother's friend group that did play CS. And for whatever reason, all I can remember is Scout Knives being what a lot of people like to run. Surfing 8 maps and 1.6 was also fun. Yeah, I don't even think I maybe played enough to say I had like 10 matches when I was a wee lad. And really all I remember were Scout Knives. Nothing else. Nothing else. I'm assuming I was horrendous, as everybody was back in those days. But I know one thing and one thing only. And it's that I probably hit those shits. But yeah, I think there was definitely a golden age. And then I think there was also a revitalization for a little bit. Now, it also just depends on kind of your tolerance for the newer generation of games as well. I feel as though some people who, you know, are in that older generation that maybe in the, you know, the 35 plus, and I don't want to say everybody 35 plus is old. I'm not trying to say that. But like the generation above my side. I just turned 30, right? Young, spry 30 as well. I wake up out of bed every day and do a front flip 30. So, you're doing great. Barely even 30. So, I feel like the generational shift in games, what people are looking for in games nowadays, how games are being developed, the rapidity at which games are being developed with too. Like, there are a few catalysts, I think, in games feeling different nowadays. And I think part of it to kind of keep in mind is that when we look at what do we got going on here? What the crew doing? Did we leave again and go to a new map? Or are we staying in Chonkin? Because I would like to stay in Chonk. I will not lie. We should be able to just thin this herd as we go, as long as we stay in. I will not let you guys die. I promise you that. I think we're just fine though. Yeah. They don't have the numbers. These poor kindred spirits. These brave soldiers. They wanted it. But I'm trying. Alright. Good shit. We done did it. We're up tremendous. Who needs a commander tag in the first place? I feel like all we need to do is clump up, move as a goddamn group, and vibe. Everything is easy. Everything is awesome. I don't know where our tag is. I don't think there are more people around here, though. That guy fucked up. That was not good. Yo, Meta, what up, brother? How's Dystopia going? Dystopia is living, brother. We have a camp up here. This is officially Dystopia. We're all tremendous. Just graduate to DustyWhy. Me? No, not at all. Never. But in terms of like the spread of information, I think that's a big proponent to games feeling different nowadays than they did previously. Where even in the age of Warcraft 3, right? You look at Warcraft 3 to WoW. We'll just zone in on that in particular. The way the information spread was so much slower. Which games were coming out, when they were coming out, what the meta build was for that game, what was best to play at what time. And as things started to spread much faster, right? Content creators became a thing that were covering every single change. YouTube became a prevalent thing. Justin TV into Twitch became a prevalent thing, along with all of the other forms of instant notifications when things happen, and forms of instant feedback and echo chamber, where instead of asking your guild, oh hey, what do I run, and them talking to other guilds on their server that they can find because that's what they had access to, and it wasn't like you had massive Discord servers. Wait. Soldiers to me. We conquer. We need our lads. Wait, don't bitch out. There's a fight over here. Grenade, get your ass over here. There are like 3 of us here, but I think we might be able to do it. We've already gone bay. Boo! Boo! A lot of forums did back in the day, but the best stuff really fast these days. And forums also, I think, it was a little bit harder to get the word out, I think, in forums a lot of the time. And there were also a lot fewer sources to deterministically test the information as there are now, I think. With so many games frequently having... Meta, thank you for 3-day, dog. With so many games frequently having access to third-party things like meters in the MMO scene as a heavy form of, you know, oh shit, all of this information is extrapolated, put into a YouTube video with as much data as a regular scientific experiment would be. And now people deterministically know that this thing does 0.0052% more DPS than this other thing. And that spread, it was such a catalyst. And we look at not even MMOs, right? But even cozy games, bro. You look at something like fucking Power World, which, yes, Power World's grindy. Power World is this, Power World is that. Look at whatever cozy game you can think of, and then look up cozy game of your choice, tips and tricks. And you'll find 12 things you should know before you play this game. It'll be for like Hello Kitty Island Adventure, bro. And it's like, here's how to save 4 minutes and 32 seconds on your total progression simply by shoving the entire controller up your ass. Like, man, like, where is the sense of adventure gone? What if I want to sit on my controller when I'm ready for it? be honest, I hate those videos. Well, you wanna know what the craziest thing is? People have lost their sense of adventure so much as gamers have aged that when you're making content for games that are played by people, you know, 20 and older, it starts to get to a point where those people have less and less time, and realistically, unless you're making Roblox content, you're making content for older gamers nowadays. So, effectively what you're looking at is people who have less time on average, and a lot of people who want to take the path of least resistance, to where you will, I think, be kind of, I don't know, smitten to find somebody that's just trying to go in blind these days and figure out things for themselves instead of immediately turning to every single guide that's possible to see and just taking that information and not even being able to process it or do anything, you know, efficient with it. Because the fuck was that noise? It scared the shit out of me. Because they're not at a level to actually process it. Hosey, thank you for the 280, by the way. That shit, that getting large. That shit getting big. Also, Devil, what up, brother? Any update on Ashes? Is it completely dead? Any chances of it coming back? I don't know what MMO to try. The scene has been dead. I can answer the what MMO to try. If you haven't tried it before, Guild Wars. You're welcome. Let me change your life. Just immediately. Guild Wars. That's all I can say. Outside of that, any update on Ashes? That shit is probably gonna be in court for multiple years. I'm gonna be completely honest with you. I would expect it to be in court for quite some time. As much as we would all like to see, you know, the MMO scene, especially the indie MMO scene, with some hope. I think most hope for that game should be abandoned at this point, at least in the capacity that it was previously. I think there will be a lot of legal battle to salvage something that isn't really worth anything at the end of it. So, even though I don't care about Ashes anymore, I don't think most people care for it. I think that the legal battle has effectively soured any form of like goodwill that is surrounding the title in most people's minds. I think the outcome of the legal battle could salvage some goodwill from parts of the community, but even then it's going to be hard to get word out to people as quickly as word does spread. Word can also take some time to actually convince people that things have changed. So with Ashes in particular, I feel as though there's this immediate level of like, even if the court just says, oh, Steven, you know, didn't do anything wrong, blah, 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 which by the way, that's a complete hypothetical. Complete hypothetical, not saying that that's what's gonna happen or anything. Don't sue me or anything, please, for the love of God. But if that is hypothetical, it'll still take a lot of time for people to understand that, you know, that is a thing, and for them to basically earn back the trust of their community that they feel, or like who feels that they did that wrong, right? And on top of that, I think there are a lot of questions that people are going to have on the business side as well, where you're looking at who is in control of the actual business, who is responsible for bringing in money, managing the money, whatever it may be. And when they're looking at that, it's going to be, if it's the OG Intrepid groupings, I feel like people are going to have a lot of red flags and a lot of alarms going off and going off in their heads. And I feel like that's going to be a very, very tough thing to overcome for them. So, I don't see the scenario, I think, where Ashes comes out unscathed or salvageable or anything. I think it's a totaled vehicle. I think you might be able to make an insurance claim on damages and maybe like take some of that money and try to get a new vehicle. But I don't really think that you're getting that vehicle back unless you put in a ton of money to try to rebuild it from the ground up. I would love it to. And again, I say this very transparently with people, but like, I would have made a lot of money if Ashes of Creation did well. Not because of the creator code or anything, but because of my stream. My stream was very consistent over there, and I was doing great, you know, financially over there. I was living comfortably, to say the very least. It's the most money I've ever made on stream. And even then, it wasn't that much when you consider it to be real, you know, comparative to real people's jobs. Regardless, I was doing very well over there and very consistently on stream. And even on a side of like, you know, growth, right? There were so many people that were coming in on a daily basis. And it was something that I think should motivate me a lot more to cope on the side of like, maybe it does come back. But I can't get myself to buy into that side of things. I can't get myself to like get my hopes up or anything about it. If it does, then like that's something. But I don't know. I have, I think, more motivation than pretty much anybody. Just for perspective, like my ad revenue, just what I made if there were 0 subs on the channel, 0 donos, 0 bits, 0 sponsorship, 0 anything. My ad revenue the last couple months of Ashes per month was higher than I'm going to make this entire month on stream, with like subs and everything considered. So there was very much a level of consistency that even just like the viewership and shit had brought in, where it was the weird point of streaming where I didn't have to, you know, really worry about, oh shit, well, what happens if, you know, people don't check their primes? What happens if a T3 doesn't come in? Stuff like that. It was this weird level of consistency that I've never had over here, because so far it's been, you know, dependent on people's overwhelming kindness, which I'm so grateful for every single day. But I don't have a contract for anybody where it's like, you gotta give me this amount of money per month. I wish I did, but I don't. Y'all just gotta be really kind to me, and that's literally the only reason that I can do it. And that's something where, you know, when I started to hit the point with Ashes where I was like, oh shit, ad revenues, how much? Without me just pumping a bunch of unnecessary ads? That was a cool thing. Regardless, I don't think it's feasible to expect it back, at least at any point in time soon. I think it's a little bit too far gone at this point in time. Speaking of too far gone, where is the rest of our raid? Because all we need to do is stay stacked up, but I don't believe we're doing that. I don't think we got that. I think pretty much everybody in there is dead. And that is a goddamn shame. We died coming in. That is fucking tragic. I'd play it. I mean, I would want to play it. But I also, I don't know, like, you know how if you showed up to see somebody that you were excited to see, and you got there and they immediately stabbed you, you'd kind of be less excited to see them the second time. And it'd be less of a like, oh, I'm gonna walk up and hug this person. It'd be a little like that, right? And for someone that was so like excited about things like I was, you know, I was really, really bought into that shit. I drank the Kool-Aid like crazy. I feel as though I'd naturally be a little bit more hesitant to go into the hug. Where it's like, you know, I don't have any ill will or malice towards anybody. I'm pretty in acceptance that I couldn't run a business any better than the outcome of this. So for me, it's not a matter of just like, oh shit. For me, it's not a matter of like, oh rah, I wanna collect heads, rah rah rah. But I definitely would have to consider like the structure of the business overall. Who's in charge of what, where the money's coming from and shit. And I would want a lot more transparency than we accepted before, which I think was very little transparency. Man, what are we doing? What are we doing? We gotta wait for our tail to catch up when we're making moves like that. Especially those very long, drawn-out moves. We gotta, like, run, and then stop so people can catch up. And then run, and then stop so people can catch up. And then we gotta, like, watch tail naturally. Oh, yeah. Late here in the Viking lands. Ayo. Thanks, here. I hope you have a beautiful one. I appreciate you, brother. Sleep well. Everyone drank the Kool-Aid. Even the people that weren't happy about it did. I think a lot of people really just wanted an MMO that was going to be fresh, promising, and something different that wasn't from a mega corporation. And at the end of the day, it ended up not being that much different after all. It ended up pretty much being the same exact dang thing. So, yeah, I definitely understand that side of things. Like, I just worry that with the rate at which the MMO community never forgets, it will be difficult, if not near impossible, even if the court case rules that, like, you know, Intrepid was the good guys type shit. I don't think it'll be possible to salvage it. I think there's too much on the horizon now. I think part of what Ash has had going extremely well for it. What are we? We are in there deep, huh? But I think part of what Ash has really had going for it was that there wasn't a lot else that was just immediately on the horizon for people, especially in terms of next gens that people were looking forward to in any capacity. So you had this immediate level of like, oh shit, well if this works out, it's our, you know, it's our relief area from everything shitty that we've been experiencing with MMOs. If this game is good, then this game is going to give us all something to play, blah, 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 blah. And that's true, and that's all fine and dandy. But I think that window has kind of closed, where now you have established titles that, well, I should say established developers that will be dropping titles relatively soon. And I think by the time the court case is done, and by the time, you know, everything would be restructured, re-implemented, brought back together, I feel as though there would be too much overall progression within the MMO scene. Come on. Everybody in, and then we can hit their tail. This is sloppy. This is real sloppy. I don't know what's going on, but we are just not running it well right now. This is a little tough to follow. I would like to try to keep thugging it out over here, but we're not really giving ourselves much of a chance. This doesn't feel it. I don't know if we have tags anywhere else, though. That's the issue. I mean, we could just go fuck around on another map with a smaller group and then see what we can do, but we don't have strips. Well, we don't have our group with us. It's not even that, it's that we're not letting our group get there, so we're going in with 5 every time we go in. The fact that we could have cut them off at the start and didn't baffle me. I just think sometimes tags get playing too quickly and they don't slow down and they don't look at the map to see where their rate is. And like right now, none of this should be happening on my minimap. This shouldn't be here. This shouldn't be here. It should all be here. Every single person should be on the tag. And it's like, we don't help the tag, but I also don't know that the tag helps, you know, the random groups a lot of the time either, when communication is already a little bit a little bit rough to come across from time to time. Good news, the dailies are now going to be easy as shit for me. I switched everything over to World vs. World, and I think I just complete these things for existing, if I'm being real. Think he's tagging down. It's all on us, baby. It's all on us. Yeah, I think it's just tough, man. Like, the tail and the spread of the group as a whole is really hard to try to play around, and trying to coordinate groups of people when people aren't paying attention to every movement. I also think it'd be tough. One thing that I did the last time I tagged, and that was just like a troll tag sesh basically, but one thing that I did last time that kind of sucked, I would roll in, and instead of, like, you know, say we're starting the fight, I would roll in, and instead of giving the spike time to go through and just sitting here, like roll through their back line, sit here, eat the back line, I'd roll, and then I'd immediately be like, okay, and we're moving again, and then I'd start moving, and I'd start moving, and I'd start moving, and I'd be like, man, why isn't anybody here? Only thing is, I'm literally not stopping to let anybody catch up. So as it goes, we're just scattering people, and the tail's getting longer, and it's getting picked off. And sometimes you have to go forward for a sec, and then you have to slow down, or you have to wait completely for your group to catch up, and then you make another movement. But I think commanding, especially in pug groups, is probably one of the hardest things that you could try to take on in this game. With no comms, with no organization, I'm very thankful when people try to tag up in general, because that means I don't have to do it. I'll be right back. I'm gonna put sweatpants on. Because I'm chill. Alright, so is he still tagged? And are we fighting? Because I don't quite know what we've got going on. It seems like we might be having some form of fisticuffs a little bit. Which would honestly be, I think, one of the greatest sets of circumstances for me possible right now. The thirst for bloodshed is increasing by the minute. I think I see something. Holy shit, boys. We might be up tremendous. We might actually have some... Oh, God. Wait, tell me we're not fighting a group of 5 and just rolling them. No. Wait.
Help me,
Wait.
please.
We might have something here. Oh. Wait, I think I missed half of it already. God damn it, it's a group of like 10.
History is mine.
Nothing can bring me down. Defense, then offense. Stand your ground.
Tragic. Tragic. Anybody want to go do a guild race for our last guild mission for the week so we don't have to do it? You missed it? Oh wait, was that actually a good one? Because if that was a good one, then I'm bonered up. But it looked like they had like 10. That's a goddamn shame. It was actually okay. Alright, thoughts and prayers. Thoughts and prayers. Maybe it was only alright because I wasn't here. And if I was here, then it would have just been an absolute stomp over. My massive spikes of damage cannot be contested or competed with. What is up with these fuckers and taking my goddamn camp, bro? Like, genuinely, what the fuck is their issue? There were a ton of them, but they were paper. It's a familiar thing right now. I won't lie. I have 3,200 volatile magic, though. I will say, I take that as a great success. Because every 250, I'll be making some money off of. So as of right now, I at least have some form of currency coming in off of these goddamn gathering tools that I found in a rock. They're very, very fortunately thrown at me. Somebody picked up a rock and put the gathering tools in them and then threw it at my face. And I was fortunate enough to catch it with that aforementioned face. It was absolutely beautiful. Done for the race, but gotta finish this rush achieve. You haven't done your World vs. World rush yet? The fuck do you mean? Also, when does World vs. World rush end? Is it tomorrow? Or what's the last day of it? I think we have it through the day tomorrow, right? Or am I tripping? Because honestly, I've been on mine for like the whole time, so I forgot at this point. I got a chance to start this last night. Ah, that makes sense. That makes a whole lot of sense. Yes, yes, yes. Welcome back, by the way. Yes, I hope everything was good. That makes a lot of sense. Yeah, usually, I feel like it takes a couple to a few hours at most. I don't know exactly what time it goes down at tomorrow. I'd have to assume like 8 p.m. when reset usually happens. But I'm not entirely certain. I don't know what time they usually go down at. All I know, I am a gathering machine. I think I have gathered more than I have fought in World vs. World tonight. I'm not 1,000% sure, but I'm pretty sure that I'm like gathering main right now. And I don't know exactly what's popping and what's not. We have two. Mono, what's going on in EBG? Is there something good happening over there? Because honestly, I'll pop into Q and see what's up. EBG has a tag with 29 people. Who's the tag? What's happening over there? Because I think this one's tagging down soon. So they just said they were going to be stopping. They said they're 30 minutes past their end time and they're doing 15 more minutes because they're having fun with things. So I'm going to pop over here. Oh, we don't have subgroups. Out of the frying pan and into the fire, boys. I feel as though when I hop into a group with no subs, it's like walking into someone's house and they're just like rats and roaches everywhere. I get scared. I get scared. Good news is this commander seems chill. I think they got wiped, but he wasn't baby raging. And he seems to just be having a grand old time yapping. So hopefully we got something good popping up here. As long as they're PMA as fuck. Then we're up tremendous. What is this? Cow of Glory. Does someone just... Do people just send them things? I'm confused. I want to send them something now and see if they like... If they thank me automatically. Chat, somebody send them something. I don't want to do it, because then they're gonna know it's me. I don't want to do it, because then they'll message me back or something. One of you guys send them something and see if they thank you. Cow of Cakes. I'm really intrigued now. Because clearly
Stand your ground.
there's some form of like wish listing that's going on out here. Because I've seen them type multiple times before. Hey, yo, chill! Chill, bro. It's kind of concerning how much damage that did in that short of a time. I feel like DH kind of slaps.
Might makes me right.
My brother in Christ, please don't. Please don't. Okay, never mind.
Stand your ground.
I was not paying attention to that. I'm not even gonna lie. The drink of water and making sure I didn't spill that was a higher priority right now. Missing good fights in Borderland. Are we? In our home? I mean, I'll queue back up. Red kind of popping. Are they now? Because this has 30. But I also am not convinced that when comm fights come in, sorry, burp, we will be in a spot to compete with them on the highest level. Bags also trying to get on map. What color is Bags? The only thing about the Borderland, like home Borderland, is that they're tagging down in 15 minutes, they said. So when they tag down us, so Bags is trying to tag up and go fight. Because that could be interesting. Are they gonna pub? Because if that's the case, I'll happily sit in this queue until we sort that out. No clue. We shall try to find it. We'll see if we can find an opportunity. I kind of want to do, I don't know why, I have an urge to do a little bit of SPVP. I know that sounds absolutely heinous. Absolutely blasphemous. But World vs. World is feeling World vs. Worldy tonight, you know? It's fun. But I feel as though it's very, Monday night right now. Very Monday night. And I'm hoping that it feels slightly less Monday nighty soon. But I mean, we're pretty much into NA peak at this point in time. So I feel as though if it were going to, it probably already would have by now. You've how many hours and we'll start over the rush. Does start to drag at some point.
Might
Probably like 50.
I reject your feeble power.
Because I took a day off. I'd say I probably do around like 6 hours of in-world vs. world content a day. But no, I didn't take that day off because that was supposed to be yesterday actually. So I didn't take a day off. So more than that actually. It was just a short stream on yesterday. So probably like almost 60. at this point in time in World vs. World over the rush. I'd say like 50. No, 50 seems pretty accurate. 50 seems accurate. Because it was since last Tuesday. And it was 8-hour days.
Stand your ground.
It's probably, no, I'd say math-wise, probably 40 to 50 without embellishing. Just mathematically, if I do a conservative estimate at 6 hours a day, that would lead to 36 hours on 6 days, over 40 on 7 days. Some days I legitimately have done 8 straight hours of World vs. World content. So that's where I think the 40 to 50 comes from. But I'd probably put in a full work week of World vs. World at bare minimum. Maybe upwards of 50 hours on the higher end, but I think 50 is a little bit on the, exactly as I've said it there, the higher end of things. So, the spread, it consumes us. It always consumes us. Just when we think we're vibing. It's kind of a shame. Kind of a shame. Okay. So, should I say that I regret leaving regret leaving the Borderland yet? Because this queue ain't moving. Actually, it's almost done. We're almost there. Unironically, so fucking close. And then we may be back to blasting through some content. I'm gonna top this off real quick so I don't have to worry about that. And then, boom. Blessings on blessings. I am just slamming my rewards in so I don't have to deal with them for right now. But yeah, I think I might do a little SVP or something. I know the fights in Borderlands are solid right now. But like I've done a lot of World vs. World lately. I'm on my repeatable diamond chest already. If that's any like, oh wait, no, I'm on my first diamond chest, I think. Yeah, I'm on my first diamond chest, not the repeatable one. So this is my last chest. And there's a chance that I could cap it off tonight if I just stick it out in World vs. World. So, still on Mithril. You're still cruising, though. You're still cruising. I think if I didn't go to the Ren Fair, then I would have been able to blast through Diamond already. But yeah, I think... might be SVP. World vs. World will be here tomorrow. That is very true. The thing is, everything will be here tomorrow. And that's one thing that I really miss about, I think, things like New World. And honestly, Ash just had some of this. But this is something that I more miss from New World. Was the consequentiality of wars. I think that's a real word. But, you know, the consequences that wars carried on the map. And the, you know, the once a day war. Granted, having 8 characters led me to playing a lot of wars. But there was something about the wars being that specific 30-minute me versus you scenario where there was a definitive winner and loser at the end of it that made it really fun. And I wish more people got to experience it and access it, because truly it was a fucking blast when it was popping. But with that being said, I almost feel like with Guild Wars being so accessible, right? My one, and I wouldn't even say it as a complaint, because it's not even a complaint if I'm being completely real. It's far from that. But with the accessibility that they do incredibly well over here, I almost feel like it, again, reduces the element of, like, consequence from people's actions and stuff. So, this shows just more wars even outside of the specific war window. Well, I know, that's the thing. Except, it's not really just more wars because it's always going on all the time. So there's not necessarily, like, a winner versus loser during that time. And it's also not like you're locked in a cage match against me during that time frame, right? In New World, the war itself was like, you versus me, 30 minutes in this arena. You can't get the fuck away from me. You can't go anywhere. That war is that war. And that war is also deterministically declared in the first place, where it's like, you're fighting me for a reason. You know what you're getting into. And there was just, I don't know, there's something about it. I also think with the 24 hours, it diminishes the impact of what I myself am doing very heavily compared to when in New World, like, my war was my war, and the impact of that war was the impact of that war, and that was lasting until I was set to defend the thing again. And, like, if I tag down, say I tag up and we capture SMC, unless we can sit there and play for 24 hours nonstop to hold that, which I'm not going to, with no lapses whatsoever. I'm not going to. That's not reasonable to expect from any guild, realistically. That's going to be something where as soon as we tag down, that's basically guaranteed to get cooked. So there's an element of like, okay, well, we hold it for a little bit, but also pourquoi, right? What are we holding it for, though? That's the thing. You think you can lock in under progress on a map in a couple hours of a game time for a whole 24 hours. I mean, it's good depending on who you ask, and one's enjoyment of it could also be another's complete discontent with it. I think that's important to remember. Some people really like spicy food, some people don't like spicy food. Some people really like bacon, some people don't like bacon. It's all just, I think, personal preference on things. And I get far less of an adrenaline rush from sieging something successfully, knowing that if we lose on the siege, all we have to do is wait for them to go away, and then we can take the thing successfully. It would be like if in New World we lost a war trying to take over a town, and then we just waited for the owners of that town to go away and fought for the town when there was a weaker set of owners in, basically. Like when there was a weaker defender in. It just, the 24-hour thing, I understand it in theory if player base is healthy, because then it would actually be a full persistent thing. That's a big thing. If the population was there to support it being filled with tags, with people that wanted to be here, I think it would feel a little bit different. But 24/7, that's just not the case. And the population has dwindled. Like, we didn't want the war experience to be only for those couple of hours. People wanted practice wars very heavily, but people didn't want those practice wars to have any consequence on the map itself. And part of the reason people wanted practice wars was because there were fewer territories on the map to fight over. So a lot of what the competitive war community wanted was accessibility for players that wanted to get into warring that weren't ready to fight competitive wars. Because what ended up happening is there were only so many war slots. And within those war slots, you had, anytime a guild wanted to get into a war, them having to punch up to a guild that was, and I say this quite literally, insurmountably better than they were. And a non-warring company could never compete with a warring company in New World. There was just a disconnect in terms of the builds, the tech, the repetitions, everything. And without any form of practice war in, it was a very large issue. So for a lot of people, part of the reason why people played more wars in the first place was because the war mode itself, having consequence over that town, having that war, having that win-loss in the 30 minutes, that mode itself was a really well-designed 30-minute lock-in, where with World vs. World, you never know if you're getting 10 minutes of content, 30 minutes of content, 5 hours of content, and it can be good, but there can also be times where you run around in World vs. World for 5 hours expecting something and don't get anything. World vs. World is open world with extra steps. And really, it's meant to mimic open world. And I think there's a large reason why New World Wars, I mean, the entire structure of New World was, in terms of its wars, about this large for 50v50. So, it would have been worse if more wars and more map flips happened in one day, though. All in one day. Yeah, it would have been terrible for the growth of the game. What? Every time a war happened, things in the town were demoted, so if more map flips were happening by mechanics, nothing would have upgraded and you wouldn't have had any growth to the towns. Yeah, when things were downgrading heavily, people couldn't craft. Aside from the demotion stuff? Yeah. Yeah, personally, because again, there wouldn't have been a sense of ownership over anything. Like the AOC war idea. Guild versus Guild Wars and then the sieges that were a very expensive build-up. Yeah, even with that, I still think those being constantly, like, if sieges were constantly being raised and dropped, right? That shit would render the map pretty much useless. So, what's going on here? Ownership would be your flag and colors over the territory. You're looking to immediately at it. Like, you're looking to surface level. And again, I understand what you're saying, but personal differences. You chose what upgrade buffs. But then you don't carry that thing for long because people are just constantly throwing wars at you, and the meaning of a war declaration isn't as consequential because instead of one war declaration that actually requires input, everybody just throws war decks out constantly. So instead of it being this one big build-up, it's like, why wouldn't every NBA team just play all 82 games in 2 weeks so they can play the games constantly? Well, because spacing out the season adds a level of investment. If you have something that's not just rolling 24/7, when that thing happens, it's a larger deal. There's a reason why in streaming, a lot of content creators recommend streaming no longer than 5 hours if you're a frequent streamer, because you don't want to stream too many hours and make yourself too available, because then it reduces the perceived exclusivity and how, you know, how cool something can be. But even about the consequences of action, only thing Guild Wars 2 I feel has that as attorneys. And it's not really lost, just that you weren't good enough to get the big pay. Yeah, and honestly, because the tourney scene is so small at this point, it's also a matter of most of the time in Guild Wars 2, like you said, you're playing the tourneys to get the pay, and even with tourneys, it's not really like a tourney feel. It's kind of a matter of, well, I hope I get the one other team that's dog shit, so that way I don't end up with the meta team that I'm going against, so I can sneak out a win. It's interesting, and even then, I think the tourneys also run with the daily, weekly, monthlies in a cool structure, but even then, that kind of devalues the whole element of like, oh, we've got to make every single tourney because there are quite a few tourneys that are going, which again is great for accessibility, and I don't think locking a lot of your player base out of anything is the way to be, but I think exclusive modes to pair with inclusive versions of modes can kind of be like the big answer. One thing, and I'm not saying this is immediately like my #1 choice or anything like that, but one thing with World vs. World that could potentially mimic that feel a little bit, just, you know, guessing, so to say, and trying to figure out exactly what could, but just off a quick search, right? Something with World vs. World that could bring in an element of that for me would be maybe a map that was only open during peak time, that had an increased number of players and had incentivization to go during that specific peak time, play at that specific map, be there and compete over that for specific rewards for your game, you know, for your team. And I think that's, I think for me personally, again, this is all personal, but personally, the exercise goes along with everything that an NBA player does, whereas in the game, the gameplay is also practice, which is why the window of gameplay is larger than the window of NBA game during a day. Brother, Bone, I don't mean to just like write you off, bro, but you're looking at this way too like pedantically and literally, and I'm just trying to explain that there's not really an element of like, I'm dead right now, bro. If I leave and then I come back 3 hours later, nothing's changed and nothing matters in the time that I've left. Like, it doesn't matter. Who owns SMC in between now and when I come back doesn't matter. Nothing matters. It doesn't matter. The mode is persistent, it's ever changing, and with something that's ever changing, there's no story that builds up, there's no reputation that builds up, there's no leadership that builds up in a long term, and it's all very wishy-washy. So, it's, I think something that, again, I understand what you're trying to say, but it's just, with World vs. World, there isn't that element of, like, it gets my blood pumping because it's right now, do or die. It's do or just come back in 5 minutes and try again, and then beat our head against the wall until we're successful, or they just leave.
Wake up. I'm not done
And I think that in itself is, you know, it's a good structure for getting people in. But I think at the same time, there's an element of like, it doesn't really get the blood pumping. It's usually the rewards. No, I don't even think it's the, again, I don't think it's the rewards. I don't know if you're just misunderstanding what I'm saying or like choosing not to like, I don't know, choosing not to understand. But it's the fact that, again, there's no consequence to this. There's nothing, if I lose, I don't get punished in a sense. Like, I can just come back whenever. If I lose right now, then I can just wait 5 minutes for them to leave, and then I can just start backdooring it again to try to conquer the objective. And over a week, the actions of one person, one guild, one entity, one alliance even, can only be so heavy to the point where they're only responsible for, you know, a small percentage of overall activity for that team for that period. So in games that, and again, this isn't to shit on Guild Wars because I think Guild Wars is still phenomenal. And I think it still has a ton of strengths to it, and I wouldn't be playing it if I thought it was dog shit. But after playing a lot of games that, ow, by the way. After playing a lot of games that do truly bring in a lot of, like, extremely consequential feel with a lot of its design, Guild Wars, I think, is definitely meant to be a very accessible, casual, you know, everybody get in, everybody play, everybody have fun and vibe in the way that you want to. And it's not supposed to have a ton of friction, and even the friction that's in, comparatively to other games that have a lot of friction, is, again, in a respectful way, very like Weenie Hut Jr.'s friction, where even if you lose in World vs. World, you don't really lose. They always put you in a matchup that will adjust over the course of the weeks, and you'll always work your way towards your proper matchup that's going to lead to you getting good matches. There's always an opportunity for you to do something else in World vs. World because it's persistent. If you're on a map where you're just getting served a 16-inch deep dick pizza, then you can always just teleport over to a different map and play elsewhere. There's always, you know, an outlet from the consequence. And I just, again, I don't think that it's something that clearly pushes me off of World vs. World. I still love World vs. World. I think the fights are fun. But there was something about knowing you had a really big war that day, right? Even on days where I had like 6 wars, right? There was something about knowing that, like, I had that big war that I was looking forward to. That we were fighting over the big territory against the big guild, and in that time it was 30 minutes do or die. If we lost, it was theirs, and every single person would see that that was going to actually, you know, keep going for you. Even when you're doing as consequence during the smaller window that you play, and you flip and control more territory when you play, you increase your scores on your map. But that consequence doesn't feel like anything. Again, like, the tick timer generating some score doesn't correlate to anything. Like, over the course of a week, you have how many different ticks? So if you're playing points per tick, again, what is your overall percentage of tick generated for your team over the course of the entire playing window that week? It's gonna be real damn low. So that's where, like, sure, there's consequence. But again, there's really not, because what happens if you don't get that tick at that point in time? Well, you can just come on at 3 a.m. when they don't play, and you can just get points per tick at 3 a.m. by controlling things when people don't play, therefore eliminating the consequence of if you lose a peak window. I think a tick timer was faster during the window of your control, then it would have higher impact. No, because a tick doesn't matter, because you can just get points whenever. Literally doesn't matter. Maybe if you only generated points during peak times, then you would actually have people competing over the large objectives during those peak times, and then downtime would be used to fortify and hold those objectives. But that would change the pacing of it entirely. I don't feel, and again, I say this in a way where I still enjoy the gameplay, but I don't feel in World vs. World any element of the rush that I do from final seconds closing down of a new world war. We have less than a minute, and it is an all-in on the final point, and the final point is ticking up, and you have to hold that. because the entire mode shuts down in 1 minute. It's not like your tag can just say, okay, 15 more minutes. There's consequence and urgency to the gameplay, where if you see that it's like last respawn, it's, hey, 1 minute left, do not die. At 50 seconds, you don't respawn anymore. You're dead. So the last 50 seconds of the war, you're cooked. Nobody die, nobody die, nobody die. Get ready for one last big collapse to determine the war. One last big fight, and it all builds up to that. It's like, part of the reason why I use basketball as a reference is because New World Wars did a really good job of, even within that 30-minute mode, building the story of what was happening. You had the split plays that would come out to start, or you would have the full frontals on B, where you would have this huge fight. You would have your intros, you'd have your early war, you would have your side point captures, or you'd have your complete lockouts, and it was enough within that 30-minute window to establish and complete a storyline. And I think part of it with World vs. World is that, like, you may be able to establish a storyline, but you cannot complete that storyline within your gameplay session. It doesn't have a completion. It's a book with no end. And maybe, I don't know, if it were more, hey, chill. What you trying to do out here?
Nothing can bring me down.
What are you trying to do, you goober? You goddamn hooligan. What are you on? I'm gonna hit you for 200 until you die. Very slowly. Yeah, that's what I thought. That's what I thought. You goddamn goober. You hooligan, you tomfool. You blasphemer. Excuse you, sir. It's kind of rude of you. You fucking Fortnited, bitch. Absolutely pooped on. Don't run into the wall again, brother. That'd be a goddamn shame. What shall you do? Yes, yes. Alright. I'm gonna go link up with the rest of the people. Appreciate you, big dog. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Truly a pleasure. Truly a pleasure. Yeet. Get fucked. Imagine chimpanzee brain. Imagine outplayed by one staff and one teleport. Tiny peanut brain. You hate to see it. Hate to see it. Death by 1,000 cuts. The only way that I ever kill somebody is if they just forget that they have any form of healing whatsoever. Or they just, for whatever reason, don't. Like, there is a very specific flowchart that has to be followed for me to get a kill. And hear me out. I might not die to people very quickly, but I'm also not killing people very quickly. There are builds where it's like, oh, this is a roamy 1v1, kill a bunch of stuff and scrap build. And then there's this. Whatever this is. This is the bunker that's like completely missile proof and shit. This is like, this is advanced tankiness. I wonder what we have going on for tags here. Because there's bags. And I don't know what bags has going on. I'm just kind of vibing over here, like throwing out some additional support and trying to help the lads. Because honestly, so far, that's been our most successful. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. One strip and I am die. I'm not even gonna lie. One singular strip. And I die. Not having a group is sad. But I will exist here with them until I'm able to join. Don't just SPP or guild missions, you're looking for people to do other stuff. I might mix it up with some SPP. These fights look great though. I don't know if they're inviting people from outside. Because if they are, hear me out, I'm in. I just don't know if this is guild only run or not. But these are good fights. And they're moving pretty well too. I don't know who the second tag is. But he's just vibing. I think he might just be like running alongside them or something. I don't know. He is also private tag. So 2 private tags walk into a bar. Oh, hey. Good day, sir. Any room for a Lumi, usually not this dead. I'll shoot my shot. I got the res from him directly. Oh, we're so up. All you have to do is send the smiley face, chat. I ain't even about to lie. The smiley face legitimately has a 140% success rate at all points in time. And I don't think that it has ever failed. Just oh my god, what the fuck? What the hell? So they really want cheesecake? I don't even like cheesecake. Are you pregnant?
Nothing can bring me down.
Cheesecake fucks. I will say. That's one thing Bone and I can agree on. Shit, cheesecake goes fucking crazy. I don't think cheesecake is really... there is bad cheesecake, actually. There's very bad cheesecake, but also there is some damn good cheesecake. Sam's Club, I don't know if they still have it, but Sam's Club had a cheesecake sampler platter, basically, way back in ye olden days. And that shit went insano style. It had like strawberry cheesecake and chocolate cheesecake and cheesecake. Get cheesecake for my birthday because my sister doesn't like cheesecake. You goddamn fiend. You goddamn fiend. I swear to God. That is tech though. My brothers and I would always coordinate our birthday cakes to make sure we got 3 different cakes every year. And usually something that we could share a little bit of. So I would get double chocolate, just chocolate cake, chocolate frosting. Really like me some chocolate. And then from there, my oldest brother would usually get a Boston cream pie. And then the middle brother would either do chocolate cake with peanut butter frosting, or he would do like an ice cream cake or some shit. He was kind of the wild card. So we would always like coordinate along the way. And it led to some damn good cake consumption, let me tell you what. Now I get a chocolate each year, and I have to pound it myself. I put on like 10 pounds right around my birthday, and then it's immediately my task to lose that weight after. It's an up and down for me. It's like I gotta consume the cake before it all goes bad, and then I also have to manage to walk off everything that I've gained from consuming the cake. I can use their buffs, right? Oh shit, wait, no, there is no buff for me. That's racist as fuck. They hate luminaries, bro. Whoever that guild is, they do not care about blue people. And I think it's a goddamn shame that that's allowed to exist in the world that we live in today. I think it's fucked up. Just have a good XL cupcake and have it for one day. Right, but what if I don't want it for one day? What if I want it for like 2 weeks?
Nothing can bring me down.
Like, what if I want it? Be a fat pig in a sappy bud. I will, and I'll oink my entire time. I will literally oink all day as long as I have chocolate cake. If somebody brings delicious chocolate cake to TwitchCon, thank you. That is the goal. Yeah, no, I don't think we have cheesecake left. Although Ben & Jerry's is on sale at the store, and they have, I'm pretty sure they have a cheesecake flavor. I'm quite certain they have a cheesecake flavor. So you could always hit that. But I do think the Sam's Club cheesecake sampler platter would fuck. It's just a bunch of like small squares. Is it harder for tall people to look fat because there's more skeletons around? Same thing with muscles. If you're like really tall and very lanky, it can be harder to just like show weight in general. So like I'm like 6'5", 195-ish. I don't know, I'm probably almost 200 at this point. I haven't weighed myself in a while, but I usually sit 190, 195.
Defense,
But I've also been taking creatine, and I think I put on a little weight because of the creatine. Not in a bad way, I'm actually looking brolic. But it's not the point. I will say, I think I'm probably, we'll say 200 pretty safely now. And at 200, I still look pretty, like, slim, athletic, you know, not necessarily how I would look at 200 pounds if I were, like, I don't know, 5'6", right, with short arms. My arms would probably be, if I had this same amount of, like, body fat percentage and weight, I'd be fucking, I'd look like T1 on steroids, bro. I swear to God. I swear to God. But yeah, with players, like, if you look at professional athletes especially, that's why a lot of people try to iterate how crazy professional athletes truly are. Just from a, like, we are clearly not the same type of perspective. Where no matter how much you may work out, there is a professional athlete out there that works out more, is taller, is stronger, is more athletic, is quicker. There just is, man. There's like no way that you can go around it. And they are actually the highest level of freak that is physically possible, man. They go absolutely crazy. I have stood next to NBA players, and let me just remind you, if you think that I am a tall person because I am 6'5", the average height for a guard in the NBA this year is like 6'3", 6'4", and the average height for a forward is like 6'10". I'm small in the NBA. I'm a little baby on a basketball court. If you're under 6 foot, your hope should probably be dashed immediately. Do you see LeBron's playing point guard? As he should. Personally, I would not be surprised if they tried to put him in a very low usage role, where we were talking about this a bit, Petey, but like where they try to put him in a low usage role where, like, ball in his hands, yes, but he's not responsible for being the one to actually end the possessions. He's the one that wants to set up the end for the possessions. And having him on the floor at all points in time is having a coach on the floor that can basically bring a level of intangible that some of the best coaches can't, if I'm being honest. LeBron has played against every team for how long now? LeBron has played against playbooks and coaching methods and strategies and players and has seen the change, and he has a, like, personal memory of playing in places against certain teams, what to expect, what to not expect. He is the most valuable mind in basketball outside of any coach, outside of any player currently. And part of what's so impressive about Philly this offseason is that they managed to turn Paul George, who they were paying way too much money for, into Jaylen Brown, who they were paying basically Paul George money for now, and LeBron for effectively no money. So they basically got prime Paul George, because Jaylen Brown is basically prime Paul George before he snippety-snappitied his leg. And LeBron is better old Paul George. Which is kind of remarkable. They turned Paul George into both versions of Paul George, but better. So, should I play League or Fallout 4? Fallout 4. Definitely Fallout 4. I don't think League this late. As long as he knows accepts his role, he's probably number 4 or 5 on the Sixers. I think LeBron James is one of the probably the best players at accepting their role, if I'm being honest. And I think LeBron is also one of the better players in the league currently at filling any role 1 to 5. Would I want to see Bron at the 5? No. But am I confident in Bron 1 to 4? Yeah, 1000%. 1000%. So, like, I think with Bron, part of it is that he does, again, he has so much impact just as a facilitator, just as a transporter, just as somebody that's on the court to literally deliver the ball to somebody else, to the 1, the 2, or the 3 option. And if he can play as the 4 option, and he can go for, you know, 16, 6, and 4, or 16, 5, and 5 even, fuck it. Or say he flips the script and he goes like 15 points, 8 assists, and 3 boards, and he doesn't really, like, he doesn't really have to get super active on the rebound side, and he can preserve his body. Then maybe they get 2 good years out of Braun where he doesn't beat his body to shit. Now, the great question is, will Embiid be healthy because of the spread that's available?
Quickly.
They may. They may. But, yeah, honestly, I think LeBron's role, obviously LeBron knows this probably better than any of us armchair coaches can. But he just draws so much attention from existing, and he's still capable of scoring. He's still a threat. If you don't give him respect, he will be a point per shot that he puts up.
Bring me down.
Uh-oh. Like, he will get you a point per shot consistently. He will be above a 33% three-point shooter if he's in a system where there are other threats. He will get you 50% from the field, roughly, especially if he has the luxury of choosing his shots. If he's not the person that's expected to have the ball in his hands as the clock ticks down, GG. Because the scariest part is that he can. And if you don't know where the ball is going, and there's a threat for it to be in LeBron's hands, but that's not the most likely option, then how do you defend that at any point in time? Like, genuinely, what do you do? It's tough. He makes everybody around him better. Then to look cohesive in the playoffs against the Knicks. That's one thing I think experience brings so much to the table of. And honestly, think of it as having a commander on the court versus not, right? And we see in real time the impact of good commanders that know what they're doing, that can lead us in a right way. Or we have scattered commanders that are super chaotic. So, gonna study his conditioning and stay healthy for so long. The miracles of modern sports medicine paired with him investing more money in his body than any of us in this chat will ever make. Genuinely, like, you guys know that anti-aging influencer that everybody clowns? LeBron's basically that, but less cringe. And honestly, if LeBron harvested Bronny's organs at some point in time to stay younger, I wouldn't be surprised. But like, genuinely, Bron is basically that anti-aging influencer with less weird cringe. Claire, what up? Hope you're having a beautiful day. Panda, what up? Tech for TwitchCon, gonna be on the outside of the craziness. It's gonna be Shakespeare Pub. It's in the residential area across the freeway from the airport. Probably enough room for meeting people as well. Shakespeare Pub, what's there? What about hydro sports players recognizing your health will have a huge impact on your longevity? The craziest part is that everybody will say weed bad, I smoke weed, I can't run a mile. And then most NBA players just get fried as shit. They literally bargain for it.
Fury is mine.
Like the CBA literally included, you can smoke weed now, you're chilling. So NBA players are the top level of conditioning, top level of athleticism, and they're also just ripping bolskis constantly. You don't see them coughing on the court. It's just about not being a pussy. But yes, there is an unbelievable amount of investment that goes into one's body. And I can even say this on like my level of only playing low-level college ball. The investment that my schools that I went to put into my body was higher than I ever had on my own before. I was basically like, we did VO2 max testing to determine a bunch of bullshit like how efficiently we were using oxygen, blah, 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 blah. We had specified workout plans that were built for us. There was routine like physical therapy and athletic training sessions where they would go in and they like fucking ultrasound my muscles and shit. I don't really know what that was doing, but like they would roll me out. They would just, it was crazy how much of an element of like, okay, let's make sure you don't get overuse injuries and you don't get fucked over there impacted. There'd be times before practice I'd show up an hour early and I'd just be getting worked on by our training staff the entire time. And our training staff wasn't even like a professional training staff. It was like a couple of people and then some student workers. Like, it was fucking legit how much they put in for us. And I very much appreciated that. And then I got out of college and I was like, damn, should probably try to maintain some of this myself. And I haven't. Brit food and beer. What's British food? Like beans and toast?
Defense, then offense.
Cause like,
Stand your ground.
probably best fish and chips in Dirty Waffle. Wait, oh, fish and chips goes hard. Yeah, fish and chips actually fucks. I like fish and chips, but interesting. We do have a lot of food places though already. Carla has a whole list. I will say Breakfast Republic twice. I'm allowed 2 Breakfast Republics. Tacos El Gordo, also probably twice. We have to get a fried chicken place at least once. We gotta do a lot. We gotta do a lot. Meat pies, ew. Wait, where are we going? Where are we right now? We are home. All right. Well, I'm in queue. Ah! Oh, terrible things have happened. Whoops. Golly. Wasn't quite paying attention out here. These hooligans, these tomfools, they think they can conquer me. I must not let them. I must not allow them to. They will die. They will perish for their actions. Goddamn, that was rude as fuck if I do say so myself. I don't really know what you got for beef, but I wouldn't recommend that shit, dog. Oh, fish and chips. Fish and chips does fuck. We can probably find solid fish and chips over there, but yeah, I don't know. We should probably make an itinerary of like, these are where we're going for meals and at what time. And then from there, also have room for like flex meals and stuff. Cause I will be, wait. I will be down for a shitload of food. I think that is I think that's a given. What up, go? Hello. I don't fucking know what we're supposed to do. Don't jump at me like I'm supposed to lead us somewhere, bro. I have to piss. If I'm keeping it a buck with you, I gotta fucking tinkle, bro. I'm in queue. Gonna once we get more info and stuff. Okay, beautiful. Hold on. I'm gonna tinkle and fill up my water real quick. Un momento. slight update. Carla's playing League instead of Fallout. Not ideal. Not ideal. I've CC locked myself to the pooper. Nin. Nin, why? What do you mean you've CC locked yourself? As in your 2 bitch made? That slash I did a mean ass leg day. A mean ass leg day as in like a mean day for your ass and your legs, like you did a booty builder into a leg workout? Cause I feel like booty builders are really what'll kill you, man. You don't realize how much you use your cheeks until your cheeks are absolutely destroyed. Destroyed. Pure on squats. Did you cheat your form? Did you? Did you let the form slip? Nay? Good. Good. Did you hurt your back?
How interesting.
If you're squatting, do not fucking ego lift for the love of God. Oh, dude. If there's ever a time to ego lift, it's not that. It's not that. Also, nay, that's a W then. That's 2 good things both at the same time. I consider that a win. You take your time on your pooper as a successful day, my good man. And honestly, when you get off the pooper, I don't know what we're doing tonight. But World vs. World's kind of popping a little bit. We're trying to figure out exactly what's going on. It's been okay. It's been okay. We do also have another guild mission that we could do at some point. Could also maybe do some strikes or something. The world is our oyster. Also, we apparently still need to progress our ley line gliding. And I don't know what the quickest path to doing that is going to be. But the wolf was popping at least. Pretty happy with that. Since I remember there last year, I was trying to find something somewhere that wasn't overran, like downtown slash gas lamp, so I sent them there, they loved it. Wait. Last year, people thought that restaurants were overran? I might be crazy, but like, we didn't run into any waits last year, did we? Carla's in a league game, so she might be slow to respond, but I genuinely don't think we ran into like any long waits or anything like that whatsoever last year. I actually thought it was quite easy to get into all of our food. But I might be crazy. We are staying slightly outside of the gas lamp district, and then we'll be like driving in type shit.
Bring that one down.
Excuse me. But yeah, no, I don't really think the restaurants get that crazy because there are so many restaurants, I think is the largest thing. But we have such a crazy baby. I mean, there are a lot of great places to stay over there. Really, we got extremely lucky getting ours, but even if we had a larger group, we had accommodations because Steasington has Airbnbs out there, and we ended up actually like not staying at his because it would have been requiring more people than we were looking to be able to get. So it just wasn't, you know, wasn't smart for us unless we could get more, and we couldn't. But there are just so many beautiful areas. Not even an hour walk from Gaslamp. The walkability out there, keep in mind, can sometimes be tough. I don't know what the commute from our place to Gaslamp is going to be, but keep in mind with walking sometimes out there, you find yourself either driving 5 minutes on the, you know, on the freeway, or you find yourself walking across a ton of side streets and shit like that. So likely what we're gonna end up doing is driving into like the adjacency of the Gaslamp district and then parking outside of Gaslamp and then basically walking in from there. So that's probably gonna be our simplest route of it. That way, if we want to go somewhere, you know, say a little bit outside of the Gaslamp district for food, that frees us up for food venturing. If we want to hit shopping, because there will probably be a time where we're like, oh, hey, we could take a quick mall trip or whatever and see what the malls are like locally. We have some fun trips planned, like someone mentioned the zoo. We want to go to the Friendship Gardens again because that was beautiful last year. It was a really fun time. So there are a lot of things that we'll want to do that we like commute a little bit for, but also I love walking. I love walking. I will be asking us to walk like as much as possible. But that's also just because I like getting active. And it depends on what shoes Carla wears, but she loves walking as well. It's just sometimes the boots can be hard. And I mean, I think that's one of my like most enjoyable parts about visiting cities. Maine doesn't really have many places that are walkable, man. Like, we don't have much that presents validity in terms of like just walking around and having a grand old time. And really, anytime I go to a city, really appreciate the fact, oh, that was not ideal. Really appreciate the fact that there's always so much that's available to do. Just from beating feet and walking around a wee bit. It is a really fun feeling. Oh my god, look at how deep that stability is buried, chat. You can feel it in your fucking stomach. Tell me about it. Ah! Oh my lord, that stab stat to the far right of the entire fight. Holy shit, that was beautiful. Absolutely gorgeous stability upkeep, if I do say so myself. Could be a little bit better in terms of like the third rotation of abilities. Slacked on my mace upkeep a little bit, but that felt wonderful. The more that I keep my stability to the right, the safer it's going to be from getting stripped and whatnot. So everybody in my group will just feel tremendous the more I keep that inside. Fun a new game. Discord said you were playing League of Legends.
It's over.
Discord tells me what video games you playing in. I know. I know. What is the game? Explain it to me. I will. Oh shit. That wasn't good.
Focus.
That was not ideal.
Concentration.
That was not the greatest start. I'm gonna be completely about. The tag and myself got fucking yoinked. Two completely different groups. Both absolutely yeetest elitist. That was unfortunate. I was in fact doing Arena League. What is Arena League? I'm not condoning this and I'm not getting behind it. I'm not getting behind it. You're still playing League of Legends. It's not a new game. You basically just took meth and then you rolled it in a corn husk and you were like, I found a new drug. No, it's still meth. You're just consuming it in a different fucking way, dog. Tainted Grail, The Fall of Avalon. Oh, different game. Different game. Okay. Okay, hold on. Well, still. What you doing with that meth later? It's playing with a buddy. What is it? Similar to Skyrim. Oh, I'm out. Although, you said you were playing with a friend, so that's cool. Man, what if we just start, like, RPing like crazy in MMOs? Like, we just go around and we form a group of, like, wandering minstrels or bards or something. Hold on. I'll own that shit. I will absolutely wear that one. I could have helped that just a smidge more than I did. Not the greatest thing that I've ever done in terms of prep for the fight. It's like just when you think you can save the stab for another second. Just don't make a Power World server looking holding on playing it. I think a Power World server would be fun. Because we could just do a private server and make it invite only for people that wanted to come through, right? I feel like we'd have to make sure that we just had a bunch of newbies coming through and people that weren't like crazy experienced, otherwise we'd get got. Now, can you research for me, Nin? We can do PvP servers, right? Where we can break up into different guilds and then there would be like guild versus guild PvP? I believe so. Well, that's why I asked you to research, motherfucker. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. Pull me once. Shame on me. Pull me twice. Wait, shame on you? Shame on somebody for him pulling me, man, honestly. Kind of a dick move in general. That was a slight tragedy. I did not expect to get yoinked there in the capacity that I did. And I take full blame for that shit. That was on me. But it won't happen twice, boys. And if it happens twice, then it won't happen 3 times. Alrighty. Here we go. We might just have something going on. I think this might be a debate. Because they have some inside. Crew just dipped. And there's some that are in here. Okay, we walk forward. Big heels going out. Keep tag up. This is too quiet. They're about to eat our ass, aren't they? Oh, lordy, I see them. Oh, God. Okay, they coming. Oh, Lord, they coming. All right, this is fine. This is fine. I need to bury the fuck out of the stability or it's going to get stripped. Oh, no. Okay, we got a little bit of it at least. Relatively buried. Get more stab up. We'll throw out whatever I can here. And then we can hold for a sec. We can just hold out. This is fine. This is okay. Everything's fine. Everything's peachy. We have Cinder Ground back up. And we'll start to stack up some regen for everybody. Get a little bit of stab up. These fights are stressful sometimes. But it's like fun stressful. Like, hear me out. If it was fights like this, except urgency, because we only had a certain amount of time before, like, the ability to even take the fight in the first place was gone, that would be so fucking sick. That would be so good, man. It's just, I really enjoy the combat. I really enjoy the fights. I enjoy the movements of it all. It's so good when it's good. It really, really, really is. And I think even with the emphasis on buffs, debuffs, there's still so much of a feeling of direct impact on these fights. They do it extremely well. Oh, sharp. That's not good. That's not good at all. This is bad. I gotcha! I run with tag, I die with tag, I keep tag alive. If tag lives and I die, then I have done my job for my tag! Run, gay! Holy shit, he got out. I'm a hero. I never left him. I never abandoned him. If I die with my tag, I die where I need to be. Per Google, yes, you can run PvP on Palworld. You can set up player versus player combat on private or dedicated servers. So we need to invest in a server that can handle X amount of people, 32 max people. Is that 32 peak concurrent? Or is that 32 total accounts on the server question? Because if that is 32 peak concurrent, then that's actually kind of sick. Concurrent. That's kind of cool. So how many total users can we have on a server? If it's at 32 peak concurrent. Is there a total cap? Or will it just queue it up? Admin host, I got room for another server. Motherfucker, what do you have? Palworld Premium? How many fucking servers? What do you mean? How hard are you going? We're trying to do like a noob server. So we'd want to like... I have a rack mount server behind me. Oh, wait. Wait, so hold on. When you say host, you mean like the networking stuff? I don't even know how the fuck that works. I thought you meant you just played on a server. I don't know what the fuck the implications of that are. I'm stupid there. Would I like locally host? Oh, that wall was stinky. Oh my lord, chat. Oh god, you fucking smell that shit? Holy man. Just when you think that the stink is gone, the stink is back. Golly, that was something to send them home with. Honestly, put it in a little doggy bag, light it on fire on their porch. Golly. Uh-oh. I don't like this anymore. There are a couple. They have more than the number of people that I am comfortable fighting all at once by myself. And I believe our tag has been devoured. Yep. Yep. That's a couple. That's just a couple of people. That's okay. We just got to spread them out a little bit more. And if we spread them out a little bit more, then we're up tremendous. Not sure exactly how it got set up with Pal World, but I can also host. So, wait. If we were to set up a private server that was hosted in your bedroom, we don't have to pay for it? Second question, how many of you have fucking servers set up in your bedroom, and what's the purpose of that? Like, what's the... Free 99. Huh. Okay, that's kind of sick. Does it cost you anything? Just like electric? So is this like a really common thing for people that play a lot of multiplayer games in general, in terms of not multiplayer, but like those that are private servers? So you can set up your own hosting and you don't have to... Oh. So when I go through the websites, basically, if I wanted to set up like a Minecraft server, right? And I go through the website, I rent basically a space in the server rack to host my server, and then we connect to that server that's hosted in that space in the server rack type shit. And those websites just provide like the physical infrastructure for our servers to be hosted for us to connect to? Question mark? Because that would make sense. Just the rich ones. I don't know if Panda's rich. He got Twitch Turbo, so that's like shit in this economy. It's a good sign. It means you got something going for yourself. But I don't know if that inherently means rich in today's economy. He could just be doing well for himself. Uh-oh. Can I make it over here? I can. We're so up. I'm here to help. I've arrived. I'm house poor. Is it house poor or is it server poor? What percentage of your house is your server rack? My man's got 50% of his mortgage is electric each month. Between that and the crypto mining rigs that he's got in the attic, it's gonna either have to be that or the weed growing up that gets shut down, Panda. But you might have to trim back at some point. You can install windmills or like solar. I don't know if you get a lot of sun, but you can buy solar panels and then you can power your server off of the solar panels, so that way you didn't have to pay additional electric for hosting your servers. Because then it would actually be free, other than the immense, the immense amount of money that you sink into solar panels and then maintenance of those. But realistically, free. Let's dream someday. Solar panels are cool as fuck. I don't even know, like, again, I'd have to research, because I don't know what the actual rate of electric versus solar panel rates are, and like usage rates and what it would actually cost to have them installed, blah, 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 blah. But just the prospect of this thing absorbs sunlight and now we have electricity is really cool to me. I don't know how it works. I don't know why. Because like, my understanding of electricity was always that we just took lightning and we were like, hey, we control this now. It's basically the entire like arc of most superhero movies where they get their power. We just took lightning and some dude put a key on a string and then got zapped and we're like, all right, we have light bulbs now. And now we're doing it with the sun and with wind and stuff like that. I'm not an electric person. I don't understand how it works. It baffles my mind. Same way that me being able to sit here right now and yap and say words into this tube and it somehow comes out sounding the same in high definition, very clear to you guys. Same thing as this box of, well, this mirrorless actually, but that box of whatever contraptions exists within that camera somehow just constantly put out a picture to this box that has a bunch of like space rocks in it. And then that allows me to stream. It's weird, dude. I don't really know how society is held up on this shit. I don't know how it works. We say magic isn't real, and then we're out here doing this shit. And I feel like the problem is that we've normalized the magic, so magicians and wizards aren't getting the respect they deserve. But man, like, who the fuck would just randomly think, oh, I could probably make a processor one day, and I could combine that with all of these other parts, and then it would be a computer. Wow. Who the fuck thinks, oh no. Who the fuck thinks that, bro? Like, that's not normal human way of thought. That shit's absurd to me. That somebody somewhere just had any semblance of an idea to put all of this shit together. Somebody just died and moaned in my fucking ear. And I fuck with that so heavy, dog. So incredibly heavy. We've all. We're kind of in a bad spot, but it's really not the worst spot. And our spikes were actually solid when we went through last time. They just have a lot. Like, a lot. And we gotta get through and make sure that everybody has what they need. Because if they don't, we all die, and I feel— No! No! Okay, we're good. Not like this, not like this, not like this. Oh, I gotta sneeze too. Oh god. No! Oh no. I felt everything was going so well. Oh fuck, dude. I think that's the first time that I've like genetically failed a fight in Guild Wars. Man, we actually might have lost because I just sneezed. I'm not even gonna fucking front. We might have lost because I just sneezed. I don't even know if that's my fault or if that's just like, damn. Allergic to winning the team fight. I swear to God, I just threw. My entire group was alive. And then we died as soon as I went down, man. I'm so sorry, guys. Oh, fuck. My eyes are watering. Those hurt. Like, those actually put me in a loop. God damn. One sneeze would have been fine, too. I could have recovered. I physically, I couldn't play through it. Oh, my lord. Wowie. Okay. Back on top. What'd we lose? Was that my troop? I think we have another troop. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, we had another troop to fill. So what do we have here? We have double Zerker. And then this is double Reaper. And then we have Evoker Reaper and a Zerker. Why are there so many Berserkers, chat? Wait, what? What am I missing? Are Berserkers insane right now, or what? Like, what changed? Is it really that the sword ability is that good? Why are people cooming over this? I was told earlier that it was a one-handed sword ability. But like, I don't think I've ever seen this many Berserkers in one place. I'm not certain that I have. I think this is the highest Berserker per capita that I've seen. Are all of them wearing one-handed swords? Okay. That's a troob. That makes sense. Bags known around heavy Zerkers. They have very high-end Zerkers. Ah, okay, that makes a lot of fucking sense. That checks out, Endless. Thank you so much. I appreciate you, dude. That checks out. So they basically collect all of like the warrior autists and then put them in one room, and then they're just like figure out how to be good. Because we've done that with classes before as well. Let me tell you what, in Ashes, we had a few tanks that were kind of doing that. Had some very solid players, I will say. It was truly a blast. Don't worry, I'm here. We're ready. All right, fuck it. We ball. I wall behind. No, it didn't catch anybody. Oh! Everything's bad. Everything's good. Everything's fine. I wanted to be aggro, and I suffer for it. I let down my group. I'm a failure. An absolute disappointment. All is well though, we have stab up. As long as we have stab, everybody's happy. If I die, but I get rezzed quickly enough to get my stab back, then does anybody notice that I died in the first place? Uh-oh. We might find out. No, we're fine, we're fine. Everything's okay. We're getting good kills off of this as well. I'm gonna switch out, maybe get a couple cleanses out. We'll get a light field. Keep that standard ground up. One more stab. This is nice. I like that Blue's respecting the fight on the back end. Never mind. Never mind. Never mind. I thought they were chill. I thought they were dope. Fuck them, I guess. That is okay. That's perfectly fine. Everything is peachy. So, I hear a lot about Shield from an activity standpoint. I'm assuming they're pretty solid because they just jumped in like portal out to that fight, which I feel like you don't necessarily see a ton of everywhere unless people are super confident in their ability to take fights, which I really like. We have too many stacks of stab right now. Oh, we might be able to clean this up. God damn, Bags is good. Holy shit. What the hell, man? These guys are kind of crazy. How are the fights? I think we're insane. I don't know what just happened, but we just won. It was a lot of them, and like we had the other tag with us too. But that was a lot of them versus not a lot of us. And I think we survived. Oh. Oh. Is tag private? It's floor POVK from Bags. I don't know if they're trying to cap at 20. We haven't gone past 20 people yet. So I think they might be capping it at 20, but there is also Esdeath. They are running another small tag. I think both of them are private tags right now, but also I'm not quite certain. Don't really know what's going on there, so. Oh boy, oh boy. Here we don't go. Here we chill. Fine with me, fine with me. I'll wait for coolies to come back up. I will happily wait on that. Okay. We're fine. I gotta cover real quick. That's good. We're up tremendous. We'll get standard ground out. We'll move a little bit. This, honestly, Hollow Ground might be one of my favorite abilities in World vs. World. I throw that where the fight's going to be, and I feel like I generate so much stab from that shit, and so consistently. Yo, Naru, what up, go? Thank you for the raid, I appreciate you. I swear to God, you are an operative sent in from Red right now. Raiders, welcome in. If you guys have not been here before, I appreciate you coming through on this fine day. My name is Dusty. I typically stream every single day starting around 2 p.m. EST. I've streamed over 1,100 days in a row. I've been in Guild Wars 2 for a month and a half-ish since I have hopped in. So I come from a couple of very tragic backstories of games. Save you the sob story there. It would genuinely have you in tears and wondering how the fuck you got here in the first place. So, hopped into some World vs. World today, and honestly, tags were extremely Middington for a while, and then we got blessed up with a bag tag, and now I am in a bags 20 stack, trying to not get absolutely cooked. It's been phenomenal fight so far, but we've been doing well. So, maybe share that one guy with the game. That one game with the guy who yoinked everyone's money and dipped. Ashes of Creation. Yeah, Ashes. Also, New World before that. So, like, Brody, imagine my misery. Imagine my misery. And New World for 7,000 hours of my life. 3 years. And then I left New World in December of 2024 before their death was announced because there was an interview that their CEO, Amazon Game CEO, did at the time with IGN, where he was basically like, yeah, we don't fuck with MMOs anymore, so we're just getting ready to leave MMOs. And I read that, and me being a full-time content creator in MMOs at the time for New World, I was like, okay, fuck me, I guess. So at TwitchCon that year, last year, no, sorry, 2 years ago. 2 years ago. My bad, last year was my first Ashes. But 2 years ago, TwitchCon, there was a reputable source at an event that basically confirmed that New World was cooked, and that it was all but plug pulled already. And this was before they had dropped their most recent update, Nighthaven, I believe it was. So I left New World fully in December of 2024. I went over to Ashes, and everything with Ashes was honestly pretty chill for a while. I think everybody knew that, like, you know, it was something that was very ambitious, and the money side of it, they were clearly running in the red, but the hope with the community was that they could make it to launch without actually, like, having the company just fall apart as a whole. So clearly that didn't happen, but a lot of the hope was that basically they'd be able to just string it together as they continued to evolve as a company. And as they continue to get some players in, you know, bring in more momentum, that someday it would solidify itself. There had been so many large content creators. Summit played Ashes multiple times and had fun with it when he played. And it was something that gameplay-wise, I think, was represented far differently than the business side made it out to be. Where genuinely, like, that company in any other form of business circumstances could have done very, very intriguing things for the MMO and gaming world as a whole, regardless. So yeah, Ashes was an interesting thing. I also, if you're ever bored and you want to kind of cover a weird bit of gaming history, I did an interview with Steven, the CEO of Intrepid, the company behind Ashes, like right before everything blew up. It was in like December, right before he technically like resigned from the company. And let me tell you, there's some stuff in there, knowing what we know now, where we're just like, oh fuck. It was almost like he tried to hint towards some things that were going on with the company. The entire premise with the game financially was that, like, Steven was this very rich, you know, multi-millionaire playboy benefactor that really loved MMOs and really wanted to see MMOs up tremendous again. So he was funding it himself with his hoard of money. And there were always a lot of criticisms and question marks around that. So his big thing was that they weren't funded by like large corporate overlords or anything like that. Oh, this is gonna hurt. Fuck you, 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 fuck you. They wanted to portal bomb the shit out of us. I don't fuck with that. I don't appreciate that whatsoever. It's actually rude as heliante. If I do say so myself, we'll get a little bit of stab out here and then walk in, I think. And then we're fine. Get some rezo out, make sure everybody's rezoed. Bro, I'll be real, I think bags might need to be nerfed. They are just kind of walking shit down here. If I'm being completely real, they are good. 22 brave soldiers against however many this is, just lawn mowing them down. Apparently with like 17 berserkers too. Seems like the berserker numbers are kind of chilling out a little bit, but man, like what the actual fuck? I've never seen this many.
Nothing can bring me down.
I've never seen this many berserkers, and I think they're all pumping. I'm genuinely not even sure. Excuse me. I'm genuinely not even sure, like, what the obsession with the berserkers is or what their functionality is. But it's kind of sick. It's all just reapers and berserkers, and they just fucking vibe with it.
Stand your ground.
I think this is the first time I've actually run with bags, and the first time I've seen their comp. But this is pretty solid, and the fights right now are non-stop.
Nothing can bring me down.
So we might be staying here. +1 Zerker Inc. Bro, I don't even know what's going on with it. I was told that it's primarily because of the sword buff that they got.
Stand your ground.
But it looks like a decent amount of them are just running hammer as well. Oh. What the fuck was that? What is their spike? What the hell? What am I witnessing, brothers? It's fucking unholy. Oh my lord. This shit's actually redonkulous. Ay, 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 ay. Everything's fine. I keep might up, and then we forge, and then we mit. Nobody needs heals. We need a little bit of heals. We'll get some heals going out. I just don't know if they can die, bro. They might be too good. Unironically, might be too strong. I don't know if it's the berserkers. I don't know if Bags is just built like that. I don't know if it's a combination of both. But like, my group's HP is not moving. I can only hope that I'm giving them good enough stab. But this shit's crazy. What World vs. World team are we? We're on Yolon. And there will be... Uh-oh. Uh-oh. That's not good. That was less than ideal. That one caught us a little bit. That's my bad. That's on me, I think. I fucked up. Back we go. Wait, so are you happy that you demoted to plat? Because now you can play with your friends? Hold on. That's okay, we ball. No. Is there a loss streak that's happening right now? Am I witnessing the degradation of your mental in real time again? Because the time that I walked in the room and thought you were gonna beat the shit out of me, I'm not gonna lie, I kind of got scared. I saw the beast. I saw the beast, and I don't know that I wanted to see it again. That shit scared me. I hope it gets better though. Why are you losing? Very simply put, if you could put it one simple way, is it you? Because I feel as though we are the masters of our own fate. I don't think so.
Bring that one down.
Could you advocate for your team to play objectives quicker? I don't know how it is in League, but in Dota, 90% of the issue with ranking up comes very simply because pug tags, Jesus fucking Christ. Because, holy shit, pug teams suck at pushing objectives, and when people get advantages, they don't capitalize on their advantage enough, and they'll hit a power spike and immediately sit there farming like crazy, and they won't hit a power spike and take advantage. And something in Dota that really helped, like I played support, so it wasn't as applicable to me, but I would always, whenever one of my laners as a support got a power spike, I would make it a point to roam for them and gank for them, so that way they can utilize their power spike quickly. And I feel like when that doesn't happen, that can be pretty detrimental to momentum in MOBAs. So even if you're playing like a carry, if you hit a really big power spike, trying to utilize that like as immediately as you can, so that way you can get a kill off of it, get, you know, whatever, and utilize that small advantage and try to snowball more. But I don't know what you lose into. That's just most commonly what fucked so much of my ranked prog when I would play Dota. And I feel it's a tale as old as time, where so many games it's just like, please, can we push? Can we take something? No, you don't need more farm. We need more, we need more towers down. Please, for the love of God, we can take this objective. We can Roche. I think it's like Baron or whatever the fuck it is over there. But I think a lot of it is typically just when do I need to farm versus when can I objective? And the answer is always objectives, literally all the time, no matter what. Because if you're not objectiving, then they could rat the shit out of you. Okay, that was kind of nice. Anytime my group doesn't lose anybody the entire fight, like we don't get any downs, I feel as though it's quite successful. Just like a mech diff? Like you suck? Or someone gets fed. Are you playing mid?
Were you just playing dead?
Oh, it's ADC. How is it in League, like, I don't know, in terms of the customs of sending your support if you're confident that you're winning your lane as an ADC? Because sometimes in Dota, especially during like tri-lane phases, basically, I know you have junglers, so you don't really tri-lane type shit. But are there ever times where you're just like, you can go, I don't need you in lane, like go make shit happen around the map elsewhere? Because sometimes in Dota, there would be opportunities basically for us to send our supports. And like, sometimes it would sacrifice a little bit of like our carries farm temporarily, but it would enable like 2 other lanes. So, supposed to roam. Yeah, I didn't know how much of that was relegated to like the jungler. ADC safe and jungle is warded, you can roam. Right, so you kind of need to have that map control overall. Yeah, kind of similar to Dota. I haven't played Dota in years, but general concept of it. I actually played the one role in Dota that doesn't translate to League whatsoever. I played position 4, which was a kind of like a pseudo support, less of the, you know, full poverty support where you're buying all of the support items, blah, 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 blah. But definitely, definitely had a lot of opportunity to roam and whatnot throughout the map and make things happen. I played a lot of very roamy heroes. So, wait. I'm sure you've seen this bug spot. Wait, what is this? What the hell? Oh! Oh! What the fuck? Holy shit, how am I here? Oh, what happened? Oh my god, I didn't know we were going into fucking combat off of that. What do you mean? What did we just do? Oh god. Oh god. What the actual Heliante just happened? That is my bad, I got left out. But what the fuck? I'm actually like in awe. We're over here, right? Did somebody leave a portal in the map, or what the fuck happened there? Because I'm kind of... How is that a thing? It's a cool ass thing, though, I will say. That scared the shit out of me. I was not prepared for that fight. It's a bug spot. How many of those exist? What did I just witness? I don't know. I don't know. Hold on, I'll just run back. I'll just run back. We're fine. We're fine. We're fine. Unless you touch their base spawn, but you spawn in front of the base. Is that a thing at every one of these spawns? I have literally never done that before. Blue, no! Alright, if they fuck it up this time, I run back. Holy shit, these are soldiers. Actual, true soldiers. Baiting my body might be the play. Looks like it's the first time I'm seeing as well. 8 years playing. Yo, medical. Thank you for the follow-up. That's crazy. We just got tech, like, unveiled on stream. I don't even know the power of this tech. This is crazy, though. Between the obsession around Zerkers, as well as apparently just being Danny fucking Phantom, I'm kind of in awe. Also, oh shit, that was not intended. I'm switching over to alright. You like the waterfall tech? Yeah, that's just stinky. What the fuck is that, bro? How did someone find that out? And like, how long has that been known for? Does ArenaNet just like allow these things all the time? Has this been a long term? The largest BM glitch in the game? Long time. And they just haven't like... Is it a teleporter that's in the wall there that we can just access that we're not supposed to be able to? There's 3 of them. What the fuck? So is it... Since both of these maps are the exact same, I'm assuming it exists on both Alpine Borderlands? Just a glitch. That's crazy. Huh. Is there one on Desert Borderlands, or are they all Alpine? That's fucking crazy, bro. There's so much knowledge with this game. Like, literally just when you think you know a good amount, or you think you're at a comfortable spot of like, oh, I've learned a lot recently. It's always just like, oh, here's a random ass hole, I guess, in this mountainside. One of the other spawn, it's in the camp. And so that just basically brings you up directly outside of their spawn. So what if they hit that? Does that bring them inside their spawn? Oh, it actually has a waterfall.
Nothing can bring me down.
Interesting. So one's marked by... Oh, fucking hell. Me just taking off Feel My Wrath. And then wanted to pop Feel My Wrath for just a little bit of super speed. Just a little bit of a vibe. Just wanted to catch a small vibe. Not allowed to catch any vibe whatsoever. That's fucking crazy, though. So, did we see blue standing up there? So we went to hit it on them? Or were we just at a spot where potentially they saw us coming and knew what was happening? How frequently have you guys hit blue with that before? Because something tells me that's like a repressed memory. It looked like they were more ready for that than I was, sir. Ooh. I'm so sorry. I'm so incredibly sorry. I feel disrespectful. User groups that refuse to leave spawn. Wait, that's crazy. So, can you can just run up this like normally, right? There's nothing you have to run through, but it's just a nice way to instantly jump in on them. I like this. Oh, we left. Good day, friends. I was about to take that fight too. I want y'all to know, you're lucky they left, bro. If y'all can hear me, Blue, I was about to run that shit up immediately. I was about to go in with the immediate one-shot combo. Puts you right on the line of it for them. Oh, interesting. Interesting. Okay, this shit's kind of wild. And I don't know if I like it or hate it, but I embrace it. And I'm definitely going to get my entire raid killed at some point in time, because I will try to hit that shit and it will just completely backfire. It will not be an ideal set of circumstances for me. I'm already feeling that coming. I'm gonna go into it so confident too. And then I'm probably gonna like miss the hole 4 times. End up in the wrong spot. Food! I appreciate that, sir. I appreciate that very much.
Quickly.
I don't know who just dropped that shit for me, but... Leon, thank you, ladder. Normally kills content. Right, because people just see it as BM. And then they just kind of bitch out and go somewhere else. I could see that. Also, if you're already getting spawn camped, and then you get literally like inside of your spawn camp, yeah, that sounds bad. Druid, what up? Hope you're having a beautiful day. This tag does look litty. Yeah, these guys are very solid at the game. Very solid at the game. I was just kind of like running around beside their group for a little while. I took like 4 fights from the outside, and then I was just like, hey man, can I run with you guys? And then they sent the invite. That's what I'm doing right now. I think they might need a druid for another group. They might need a group 2 druid. I don't know what character you're on, but also apparently, Shrimpy, if you're interested in playing your warrior, Bags has like all of the berserker autists in like the best way. So they have apparently a lot of really good Berserker players. I joined the group and there were more Berserkers then than there were now. And I just saw like Berserker per capita out the ass. I had 2 in my group. It was genuinely fucking wild. And apparently they just have some special sauce for their Berserkers. And I don't even know exactly like what the whole Berserker sauce is, but oh, they're trying to GVG. Oh, that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. I can always give y'all privacy if you needed to. I can always give y'all a little bit of room. Wait, where'd my Berserker go? I wasn't talking shit. I fuck with the Berserkers. Play my warrior. Do we need one more? Or are we going 24 in honor of Kobe? R.I.P. my goat. R.I.P. my goat. Y'all hear LeBron's thinking about commuting daily with a fucking helicopter? I feel as though that would probably be the singular worst choice that he could ever make. And I do not understand in today's day and age why he would be thinking about commuting with a helicopter daily after what's been going on with the helicopters. I don't think I can support that shit, but it's insane if he's thinking that. I'm pretty sure that's what he's thinking, because he's gonna be living in New York, commuting to Philly, from what we've gathered. How far is it from New York to Philly?
Stand your ground.
Let me first step. Word. Oh. Okay. I will allow the first step. And then I shall follow up with second stab. I have second stab ready. Second stab's up and in. And then we ball. I have more stab. We back. I have a heal. And then I Michael Bublé for us. And then we have enough stab right now. I can play this for a little bit. Evo seems also pretty good. I like that I'm starting to learn a little bit about some of the guilds and like which guilds are a little better, which guilds are a little more, you know, on our level as newer guilds and whatnot. Oh no. We're fine. The holster weapon saved me there. I ain't about to lie. That shit saved the hell out of me. That was beautiful. I got into my empower and had to cancel the cast. And I didn't even know about the holster weapon bind until like probably 4 days ago. So much to learn constantly. Good shit, good shit, good shit. That was nice. I feel like it was good and our stab's still buried to the right. Anytime the stab stays buried the entire fight, we're so up. Depends where in New York. New York's a big place. I would assume he'd be like in the city. I don't really think that he's gonna be doing anything like too in the middle of nowhere type shit, you know? I don't necessarily foresee that element of it. Maybe, but take a train is like an hour. Oh, that's not that bad. So what's a helicopter flight, like 30 minutes? 20 minutes? I don't know how fast helicopters go. I haven't really been on one before. Actually, I've never been on a helicopter. And they seem sketchy as fuck. Like, what happens if someone throws a rock at you and it hits the propeller? Take longer to get it started. New York and Philly really that close? Bro, I am geographically fucking awful. I'm gonna be real. Like, I am not good at geography. Not at all. There's some for a heli flight, there's some prep. You'd assume, but R.I.P. Cope, R.I.P. Oliver Tree. So, fast way to get forever eat. What, helicopters?
Quickly.
Yeah, it seems kind of like some baby back bullshit if I do say so myself. I must cover Mon stability. I think he said let him get first stab.
Great justice.
But I don't want to get stab cooked, if I'm being completely honest. I want us to make sure that we're getting the most value out of all of our stab. And that shit big buried right now. Like, that is... That's buried back there. I don't think it's coming out either. Maybe it is. Never mind. Might be down horrendous. We'll come out of this instantly with another stab. And then I have a standard ground up. As soon as we need it, we'll refresh standard ground. Go forge. Get through off of this. No damage. I don't need to RP his damage dealer. I feel like our defensives are just very, 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 very good right now, though. Seems like stab up time's pretty solid. Their strips are coming in pretty hot, but we should be fine here. Oh, 1.5 hours by car from NYC to Philly. Oh, that's far less than I thought it was going to be. I don't know why I always just assumed NYC and Philly were like further apart. Probably because I'm a fucking idiot, if you really think about it. It does make sense when you break it down like that. I think we're cooking. I think I might have got Glob killed. I think I'm gonna put his death as my fault. I'll mark that one down on the streamer. That's me. We'll lock in though. Oh shit, incoming. What the hell? Turn on him, my boys! Oh god! Alright, well, it's time to administer some dick. These poor guys, they never stood a chance.
Assistance, please.
Oh no! Oh no, it's a massacre! These poor kindred spirits! We got a few bags. You know what I had just asked earlier, by the way, about what happens if you take a rock and you throw it in the propeller of a helicopter? I'm assuming it's kind of like that, where the helicopter just keeps going regardless. I'm assuming there's a little bit of like resistance built in for that. That's holy, that was some. Also, man who lives in the woods 6 hours from the rest of civilization. And in my defense, I did not fly on an airplane until 2 TwitchCons ago. So like 2024 was my first time flying on an airplane. I'm just putting that out there publicly. I'm not ashamed by it. I just grew up poor as shit. But yes, I never had reason to worry about geography shit. GeoGuessr, no, didn't really get into it. I always said I'd be a little bit better at a GeoGuessr of a video game that I was playing at the time than IRL GeoGuessr. It's just not really up my alley, dude. And it never has been. I don't understand how I'm so, like, useless when it comes to that shit, but I like that big stealth, huge stealth play. Absolutely massive stealth play. And then we'll walk through. I want to wall early here. And then make sure that we cover this with everything we can. One roll through. And then we get the big boy out with some resist. I get heal out here. And then we fight on top of hollow ground. Gotta cleanse a little. More stab. We're down to like 5 stacks there. I'm trying to keep it between 10 and 15, or not 10 and 15, like 5 and 10, I should say. Anytime it gets up to like 12, I get a little bit concerned with it. I think they need more berserkers. If I'm looking immediately, I'm seeing a substantial berserker deficit on their side. Unfortunately, I don't think there's a lot that can go their way without more berserkers. And I think we need more berserkers. We only have a few. What do we have? Let's see. Actually, not many. They switched. Is Berserker actually good? Or is Berserker actually mean? Because they had like 20 earlier. And now it seems like they're kind of in a more serious comp. Very good. Okay. Is it just because of the sword buff that you guys got? Because somebody earlier was saying that the sword buff was a big proponent of like why people were playing on that. And does Berserker... Is it just raw splash, like AoE damage and CC? Or like, what do they bring? They're playing Hammer GS. Oh, AoE. Big AoE boom, huh? Interesting. So that just comes in and slams out damage, and I'm assuming you drive by on these trades, strips go out. And then once strips go out, it opens up a really large burst window for Berserkers to go in and just ooga booga.
Stand your ground.
I'm seeing it. I'm seeing it. What the hell, man? The goddamn fakies. Truly hate to see it. Trying to get us off sides. Trying to get a false start out in this bitch. Where's the Scepter, Horn, Tempest, and Arrow further playing, but I got IRL aggro. Scepter, Horn. Okay, take me through this. Take me through this. What is your purpose? Why would Scepter Horn be a good choice? And what facilitates it being dank? Pretty sure it's better than Evoker, or can be. Just like raw AoE? Or what you got going on with it? Oh shit. We're fine. Oh my god, we're not fine. That was unfortunate. I got very much so in a wombo there. That's unfortunate. I went to hold for just like a fucking fraction of a second on my invuln as well. That's tragic. That's tragic. That's my fault. That's okay though, we're fine. At least the rest came through. And as long as we stay in a good spot, I think we still win this one. We should be able to stay directly on top attack. I let our stab lapse for a sec. Nice. Oh wait. The fuck? Apparently Evoker got nerfed like 20 to 40%. Well, the spear nerfs, right? Because Evoker got nerfed and then Ellie Spear in general got cooked. The hand rest, yo, that shit was made with love. I noticed that wasn't a banner, bro. Somebody, was that you, Whip? Just straight up decided that I was living on that fine day. Bro, I fucked up. I got just a step ahead of tag, and I didn't pop my info. I just switched to RF for this larger scale stuff instead of Feel My Wrath, honestly, like yesterday. So I'm still trying to not hold that too much. And I think anytime I find myself even slightly out of position, I just pop that shit to play safe. It's better to do that than worry about getting pulled and get everybody else out of position. Because when I was down, I think somebody else died as well because I wasn't there to keep stab up. So I gotta be a little bit more, I don't know, just a little bit more liberal with the usage of my invuln, I think. Even if it's just dumping all of my virtues and then using it to re-up virtues in a spot where we don't have the stab. But got a secret tag. I know, I fucked up. I fucked up. I accept the blame. Hear me out. I got like a step in front of him. And sometimes that's all it takes. I'm trying to figure out exactly where my place is to play in this little mini clump that's all squished up. And I really like being directly behind the tag with other people outside of me on the V, so to say. So that way I always have somebody else that's getting pulled, but I want to kind of position myself directly in the middle of everything else. So Grogu Madge, what the fuck is going on? Golly, bro, he's going crazy out here. What the fuck? Uh-oh. That's less than ideal. We're good though. Everything's fine. We did have one drop right off rip there, but I think we'll be okay. We still have a little bit of stab still. Drop heal out. And then I should be able to get most... Oh, shit! Should be able to get most of my coolie taken care of here. Yeah, coolie is good. Nope. I would not like green eggs and ham. Good invuln there. But I think we might have lost too much. It's looking a little scary hours. We have half our raid up. And that's enough brave soldiers to make something happen, I think. Never mind! No, it's not. Absolute tragedy. Yikes. So what happened there? Seemed like they got just a really good... Hey, my goat, I appreciate you. Seemed like they just got a really good spike on one of our trades. And then effectively won off of that spike. Hey, chill, chill, chill. The hell? Goddamn special guest referee. Fortnite.
Nothing can bring me down.
Poor guy. Poor kindred spirit. An elementalist just pumping in the back. Times like these, I wish I could do damage. Whoops. That was definitely what I wanted to do there. Absolutely what I wanted to do there. Massive plays. What the fuck is going on back here? What is that poor man going through right now? He's getting fucking dogged. So, do spread out. I feel like their little like in out had us a little split. And we didn't go in as stacked as we could have. But it didn't really seem like it was the most punishing there. Although I guess if we lose first spike, we kind of are just playing on our back foot, right? Because first spike is so important. What I've gathered is I just want to get my largest load of support possible for first spike. And if we can win first spike, then we immediately are just up tremendous within the fight. 4:30. Okay, there we go. There we go. Going on an early night. Druid, hope you have a beautiful night, my friend. I will catch you tomorrow. I think I might try to get Port to run an extra night of raids this week. So that way we can make up for the raid that we lost this week. Because Port had some IRL stuff that he had to do. So hopefully we don't miss out on a second raid night. I'd like to get active there. I also want to try to get the guild with a tag. So, is there a discouragement on raids right now? The grind of getting people to show up to the few things. The same few ones over and over again was killing them. Yeah, I think that's definitely a bit of like having the new players as well. I don't really know exactly the, you know, the full prep list, so to say, for us to even get in the best spot for them, which kind of makes it hard to a certain extent. That's something where I do think that we could do a better job to have people prep for them, but we also have to try to, I think, help our newer players get the prep done, because honestly, I don't really know. Obviously, people are just saying, do story, and you'll work towards ley line gliding. I don't really exactly know what I gotta do for ley line gliding, what I'm missing for ley line gliding, you know, what the most efficient route for it is, stuff like that. And really, I think with new players as well, a lot of it is going to be if we can get people doing things in groups, which I think is part of why our people have been liking World vs. World so much. I think a good bit of it could just be like, we got a lot of new players that might not, whoops, that might not be 1000% certain, like all of what the best route of Prague would be. So, running PV metas come. Yeah, I think that's something that we could probably try to do for raid prep, just as a general. I've been trying to think of things that we could do, like, on a, you know, a nightly basis to get people in. Frog! Frog! GG's, my boys. Those were fun as fuck. Thank you for including me. Those were actually very fun. I'll have a little bit of a VOD review. Really, the only times that I died, I attribute it to me, I'm not gonna lie, looking over and reading chat in the middle of these fights and then getting a singular step out of where I'm supposed to be. And then with the players on the other side being as good as they were, I got insta-yoinked because of the bad positioning. So without being in comms and with just fucking around reading chat and being a dipshit, I was actually real happy with that. So that was nice. That was nice. All you want to do is run World of the World, Jack's folks in World of the World. I mean, I think that's a very common, like, excuse sometimes, but if you've been with the community for a while, in Ashes of Creation, you know that there were guild events that functioned 7 days a week, completely autonomously of me, whether I was there or not. And, like, I understand that if I say, yo, let's go run World vs. World, we're gonna have some people that want to run World vs. World. But also, at the same time, part of it is we have to... like, we have to build and we have to independently have our areas of the guild basically making people want to show up in the first place. Like, why would people want to raid? We have to instill that in people, really, before we can get active in any other way, shape, or form. So I think part of it is we haven't had the commitment from, like, you know, just a lot of the leadership standpoint that we had in Ashes in the past to build up to the point where everything is supported as it was in the past with Ashes. But I also think personally that we have far less experience here. And it took us, like, a lot of people look at where we were for the Steam launch of Ashes, and they don't realize that that was thousands of hours of input from a lot of players that were on the cutting edge of content in that game. So it's a little bit tougher over here for us to even, like, know what to do to incentivize people. It's a completely different realm. And that's kind of, like, we have to remember with Ashes, and I say, you know, those that were with us for Steam launch, great, you saw everything organized. But y'all don't remember the scrim nights that Streg ran, where it was literally us 1v1ing or running 2s or 3s because nobody showed up before it became a server-wide thing that we did every single Friday. And it takes, even with me saying, hey guys, sign up for raid, sign up for raid, sign up for raid. If people don't want to raid, or even if I show up to raid and the raids are like looking like, why would I do this? Then we aren't going to be able to get people to do it, right? I've been saying for a while that I want to try to get 2 raid groups going. And we couldn't really get the second raid group going. So I think it's just a matter of, like, consistency and organizing it. Here's the build. Thank you, my good friend. I appreciate you. But yeah, it just takes time. And I think that's a big point of, you know, since we've been game to game now a little bit, and we've had the sad boy hours, we also know that it takes a lot of, like, a lot of time and experience. So the real gear issue, they got the build for old as well, but on a multiple builds for different content. Yeah. And I think part of it is how we frame it too, right? I think we could also do a better job when we're getting raids out as, like, hey guys, make sure you sign up for this easy ascended gear, blah, blah, blah. And trying to, like, iterate to people, this is worth your time to show up. I think a lot of our people are so new that they really don't understand why they would show up to something, how they can get stuff. Like, we have so many people that do World vs. World that probably don't have exotic sets for everything, even though they could just buy them from Robot Vendor immediately and then have their full exotic sets at the very least. There's a lot of, I think, just new when you're trying to jump into getting T4 fractals going. It'd probably be pretty good for prog. Yeah. I also need to get my fractals going. And when we try to think about, like, jumping into the level of content that we are, it's not exactly like we, you know, stepped on the gas slowly. We came in screeching the tires, and I think at a certain point it catches up to us where we're like, okay, maybe we did try to take on a lot very quickly without building out, you know, as solid of a core as we did before expanding like we did in Ashes. But also we had a lot more immediate demand than we did in Ashes. So we'll catch up. I think we'll get there. It's one of those where I think, honestly, like, to put it very bluntly, a lot of people that were committed to leadership before are far less committed to leadership now. And it's hard for me to consistently know who to even communicate with on things and get things set up through and, like, basically build up for these things when half the time we try to get something going and then like a week later, half the people that we're bringing in are just like no longer active. It's a little rough, but again, that comes through the experience and just the being here side of things, where we have to have more... I don't know, more time. More time. Business leadership. I mean, when we look at how thorough our structure was, right, within Ashes, like, we basically had a multi-tier structure where it was like me at the top with people just feeding me what was going on, keeping me updated from PvP and, you know, guild relations, PvE and events, social stuff and recruitment. And then we had officers that were underneath each side of this that were being told what was going on and being told what would have to happen from the council member. And every single area had multiple avenues of support where it was like, I knew what was up here. Our council all knew what was going on here. And underneath the council, every single council member had multiple officers that they could set their stuff up with as well, whether those were our crafting leads, our class leads, anything like that. And we had this incredibly deep structure where it allowed us to figure out here with me, just like, okay, everything's running smooth. I don't need to get involved. You guys run autonomously. But if there is something that's actually necessary for me to get involved, say there's an incident over here because we're at guild capacity and it's, do we make a third guild or do we run a wait list? Or it's so-and-so is, you know, allegedly exploiting or being, you know, being accused of that. We need to investigate that. Or so-and-so wants to reach out and be in an alliance or whatever, right? There was a lot of that was handled from officers that filtered it, went up to council, and then if it needed to go up to me, then it went up to me. A lot of that, though, because our council members and our officers were so active, it was pretty autonomous. So for me, a lot of the time, I don't really have the capacity on stream to do a lot of the admin stuff, which is why we have a structure where basically you'll notice the arrows flowed up to me and then downward from the council, because the council communicates what's going on to me. And the council is people that I very much so trust with the community, the same way that I would trust to make decisions with stream, because at the end of the day, my community is my stream. So the council members let me know what's going on, and if I need to get involved, I get involved, and then it's usually a god fucking damn it, why do I have to do this off stream? I'm not working right now. And then they also report down to their officers, and their officers basically handle what they do. So our council members are basically like your middle management type shit. So that's the structure that we had over in Ashes that we haven't yet set up over here, where once we get that structure in place over here, it's going to be a lot more beneficial. It helps delegate the events on a nightly basis, where it's not like, oh, this person needs to set up 7 nights of events. It's you do 2 nights, you do 2 nights, you do 2 nights, you do 1 night. And then out of nowhere, we have 4 people that are handling 7 nights of events where nobody feels burnt out because they just had their 2 nights and then they plan for the next week. So that's what we're trying to get to. People that want to step up and people that want to actually like participate on that level, help us plan out events, help us even theorize what to do. And some days it could just be a, you know, Wednesday, for example. Maybe we go in every Wednesday at like 7 p.m. to 8 p.m. or 7 to 9. And it's like, hey, guild-wide, if you guys need gear, we're going to take you through, you know, picking berries, doing metas, whatever it may be. And whoever's responsible for that Wednesday event always comes up with something fresh and something entertaining to keep it rolling. So just small things like that, right? And it's, like I said, I don't really blame anybody for it because there's nobody to blame. It's just one of those where it's growing pains of something that nobody is paid to do and nobody is obligated to do. And basically waiting for people to be in a spot where they're like, oh, hey, I really would like to step forward on this. And I try not to be too pushy with it because I know at the end of the day, like, you can absolutely overstep asking people to do free work. I try to not do that a lot. So again, as we set up, I think as more people are realizing that we're kind of serious about the game and that we're staying here for a while, we've had a lot more people coming out of the woodwork that are interested, but definitely still has a lot of room to grow, I will say. All right, hold on. I'll be right back. I undied. Good day. Hiya! Alright, what up? I was 100%. More investment than go to season 4. Oh, I mean, I think part of Ashes was also, like you guys said, the emphasis on you have to have a community to do content, and everything was so, like, competitive to a certain extent. Sometimes for the better, sometimes for the worse. It was something where people really had to lean into the community-sided content, community-driven content. And I think that that did, to a certain extent, foster a lot of, you know, let's do shit together, let's get out and let's get active together. And there also weren't a lot of systems for people to escape into, where it was like, here's instancing that's super accessible. A lot of it was at its core sandboxy, where in a sandbox, truly, you make your own sandcastles. And I think we did an extremely good job to make sandcastles and provide a sand palace to our community over there, where a lot of other guilds didn't. But over here, a lot of the castles are kind of built for you, you know? There's a lot more established infrastructure, which I think, as you said, Super, is a lot better for casual players and is a lot better for, like, the game itself. And I think with a, you know, with a game, you ideally want the reliance for content to be on the game and have the community be a side point. And we're trying to figure out exactly, you know, where our community lies in that and how we can provide things to people that still, you know, incentivize them to be a part of our community and feel like that matters. Because in Ashes, it really did matter. And in Ashes, the game itself didn't invite the casuals, but we sure as hell did. And like the element of content that we provided casuals, fighting against the best guilds that were in that game and playing on the level that we did with everything we did, I think that was a lot of our, you know, our success over there. We managed to bridge the gap quite heavily. So over here, I think it's our, you know, our kind of goal to figure out how we can bridge that gap again. How we can have world versus world nights where we have tags that are competent and comfortable leading a group that may have some experienced players and some brand new players, and just go in with as many people as possible and run some world versus world for a little bit and get active until the wheels fall off. Going in and having people that truly want to raid and get active and want to chase achievements and stuff once they see the long term of that, you know? Should I buy Hinny Pop 2 Double Date? What the fuck is that? Honey Pop 2 Double Date. What is that? Why do you want the porn game? What is she trying to buy? Chat. Chat. Gooner game. Why are you trying to buy a Gooner game? Bro, she got demoted to Platinum in League, and she immediately just said, damn, I'm gonna buy a Gooner game. Carla, you can't buy a Gooner game until you have a job, because then you would actually be the unemployed girlfriend that got demoted in League and then immediately resorted to Gooner games. I feel like you just, I don't think that that's a doable thing right now. I don't think that's like in your wheelhouse on stuff. Match 3 Gooner game. Match the shiny circles, get to see titties. Wait, that's it? Because that sounds like a really solid gameplay loop. We were just talking about how things are accessible to casuals. I think that might be part of what we need there. Also, a visual novel. I don't want to fucking read. I think there's a storyline and they slowly get undressed or something. So you cover your eyes when titties come on the screen during a movie, but you want to buy titty video game? At what point does staring at Margot Robbie's peculiarly circular nipples make you uncomfortable, but staring at nipples on computer screen is better? You can also play a censored version. Yeah, you can also drink non-alcoholic beer. Nobody fucking does that unless they have DWIs. Chat, Anybody with a DUI or DWI in chat that drinks non-alcoholic beer now that wants to vouch? Sorry if you feel attacked, but feel free to come forward. This is a safe place. Just trying to prove a point here. Because statistically, there's probably at least one of you. Now, the follow-up question is, can you still drive your vehicle, or do you have a bicycle? Because one of my favorite games to play during the summer, especially, it's basically exercise or DUI. Anytime there's somebody on a bicycle, you try to discern whether they are biking for exercise, to be, you know, physically active and whatnot, get out and experience the world, or because they're trying to go somewhere and they're not legally allowed to drive. It's kind of a 50-50 sometimes. You throw it up. Wish I could drink, but I have liver cirrhosis. So, you can physically drink. You just choose not to because of repercussions. Bro, I'm pretty sure you can live without a liver. I actually don't think you can, by the way. Full disclosure, I don't think you can live without a liver. That's one of your kidneys. But I still think you need the other one. I don't think you can. Yeah, no, I don't think you can. Regardless. You 100% cannot. Okay, but hear me out. It's not that he can't drink. Like, you could theoretically, and don't, but you could just walk to a store, buy a bottle, and have a beautiful night. What happens after? That's an entirely different story. It's not that you can't drink. It's that you can't process something after. What's liver cirrhosis do with alcohol? Your liver just refuses to process alcohol or some bullshit? Or it just doesn't work that good? I'm not a doctor. I would assume cirrhosis means it doesn't work that good. Because I don't know what that word means. And I'm not gonna pretend. Cirrhosis kills your liver. Oh, so you just have a shitty liver. Alcohol kills it faster. Well, like a negative and a negative is a positive. Math taught me this. What if they just don't want you to know that? So you have to buy a new liver. You gotta get your thinking cap on sometimes. Gotta get your thinking liver out. I feel like sometimes you're just complacent. Also, don't drink alcohol if your liver doesn't work. That's not good. Also, I don't think you should do creatine. Although I think creatine's filtered through the kidneys. But I'm assuming something that's filtered through the kidneys is probably relatively close to being liver adjacent anyways. So I don't think that would be the most successful route for you. But yeah, honestly, Shrimp, I'll spoil it for you. Drinking's kinda lame. Like, some people swear by it. Those people are alcoholics. Personally, if you want to get the effects of drinking, right? Just get really, really, really dizzy. And then, like, I'm talking like spin around on a bat, like head down on a baseball bat, spin 100 times. Take the fattest sativa grav rip of your life. I'm talking like one of those homemade gravs where you got like the 5-gallon bucket in a pot of water and you like, you pull that bitch. And then that's the same thing. Honestly, it's not exactly anything to write home about. Wish I could take gummies, but I have random piss tests at work. Kind of fucking Nazi society do you live in where they piss test you for weed in 2026? Like, what the fuck do you do for work? Unless you, like, operate heavy machinery or transport, like, vehicles and shit, there's probably not much that would require you to get piss tested. Like, bro, why would a postman need to get piss tested for weed? I'm a field engineer. So you engineer fields? TLDR, what do you build? I work for the government in a red state, and I don't do that shit. They don't test you for weed? That's crazy. Yeah, I mean, it all depends as well, because I think federal government can still... Uh-oh. Uh-oh. They saw an opportunity. I think federal government can still test. In Maine, I don't think state jobs can even test you for weed anymore. I just don't think they can, because it's completely recreationally legal here, so it'd basically be like a job telling you that you couldn't drink alcohol, which I, again, don't think they can legally do. Now, they can probably tell you they can't show up to work shit-faced. I'd call them pussies. Say I could do a great job shit-faced, but their lack of trust in me is not my problem. Is there any tag up anywhere? Engineer fiber into businesses. Like fiber internet, like fiber optic cable? Because I feel like you could definitely do that fried. I might be presumptuous. Fiber internet. Isn't it just like digging a trench and then running the cord and then like filling the trench? Someone died on the job high on meth. How'd they die on the job high on meth? Sorry for laughing. But how do they manage that? Meth should lock you the fuck in, right? Because my understanding on a pharmaceutical level is that meth is effectively just low grade. Oh, I shouldn't say low grade. Meth is basically just Adderall or Vyvanse with extra steps. And those extra steps aren't as good. I'm not sure, to be honest. I think he was driving on wreck. Okay. Okay. Don't smoke meth and drive. Yeah, I think Extra Emily fucking taught us that. I think Extra Emily showed us plenty about that. Don't smoke meth and drive. That's very bad. That's very bad. Hit my Vyvanse locks me the fuck in. Okay, wait, yeah, so Vyvanse is the bitch version of meth, basically. So, any pharmacists in the chat? If someone just did a little meth, would that be like Vyvanse? Just theoretically? Just don't. But if you did, I'm not going to. But like if you just took a little baby hit of meth. And this is how I started streaming on Kick. So anyways. Anyways. Carla trying to play war games and Dusty wants meth. Dusty doesn't want meth. I already have a sensitive enough stomach. Brother, I could not do anything like that that would impact my stomach. That would be horrible. I am already so like crampy on a daily basis. It is unfortunate. Half the time where I'm like trying to hop on stream at 2, it'll be 2 and I'm just like, man, oh no, meth impacts your stomach? I can only assume. I haven't done meth, but like I've had Vyvanse before, and Vyvanse, I don't know about y'all, but Vyvanse ravaged my stomach. Like, well, I don't have Vyvanse anymore, thankfully, but holy, definitely impacts your teeth. Yeah, why is that? Because I would assume it's the same as just smoking most things, but I would assume the meth is more like chemically punishing than most other things, right? Meth probably has a whole lot of shit in it. Do I want to wait for EBGQ? Chat, who wants to do a guild race? So we can work on that and get that last mission done. I think if we have like 5 of us, we could crab it out. We also might need somebody to kill for us. But I think there's potential. The guild hall is coming along pretty well. We got a massive upgrade today, so we can have 10,000 Ethereum now. Also, make sure you guys come through and hit your gathering, because if you do not, you are missing out, and you're making the guild hall very, very, very sad. Could be. I also think it could just be like, hear me out, if you're smoking meth like crazy, I don't know that you're taking the time to, you know, practice proper oral hygiene as a high priority. I feel as though there's a certain element of just like, once you start replacing oral hygiene with other practices, it's probably just a little bit of A and B combined where it's just like, okay. Maybe, yes, smoking anything is bad. Maybe, yes, the meth is more punishing. But when was the last time you brushed twice in a day and then at the bare minimum flossed and rinsed before bed? And yes, it should be a brush and then a floss and then a rinse, because you want to floss to break the fluid film barrier between your teeth before you rinse, so the rinse can get in between your teeth. Still lose your teeth, but not as fast as your standard meth head if you took care of them. Well, technically, we'd all lose our teeth eventually, right? Just depends on, like, the rate. Tongue scrape. I usually use your mother's teeth. Sorry, that is a fucking disgusting image. That, my bad. I'm so sorry on that one. That should not have come out. I even thought about that one for a sec. I literally was like, I thought about just recycling that one, asking it to go back through the drive-through. But oh god. Oh god. You take your dentures? I feel like that would actually be a really efficient tongue scraper, no? If it was like a double-sided denture and you could like... Anyways, we're moving on. We're moving on. I am recruiting a few brave soldiers who are interested in race. And what I mean by that is a crab race. A crab race. It's a guild race. It's a race event where we're racing. We're racers. Racers. Doing racing. If anybody would be interested in joining us, super bad. Super no. Jesus fucking Christ. Everything evolves to crabs. The crabs control all. I think evolutionarily, everything actually does evolve to crabs. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know why. I'm not quite certain. All I know is crabs. And I don't think it can be stopped. I don't think it can be deterred. I think it is just crabs. Hold on. Any brave soldiers for crab race guild mission, the more the better. We have a chance. We have a very large chance. Okay, while we wait for this, where can I go? Super, show me real quick where I can go for the volatile magic vendor. I feel like I was shown before, but I might have fucked up and forgot, which seems very me. Wait, is it this? Because I actually think it might be this. Give me 10 seconds and you can TV. Oh wait, I got it right. Holy shit, we're learning. We're literally up tremendous. So up tremendous we can't be stopped. Okay. So rally provisioner. And then volatile magic exchange. And these shipments, yeah, I'm never buying one of those, fuck you. These shipments are what we want. And then what are legendary tributes? Okay, so these are basically just precursors and shit? Interesting. So volatile magic exchange over here. What typically sells the best? You typically want the trophy one? Alright. First dump. 13 gold spent. It's almost always trophy. Okay. So I was at 768 before buying. I will deposit all, and then I'll open these.
I like it.
Okay, this seems like it was a pretty solid investment. So let's go through and just sell all these real quick. So that's immediately 4 gold. I want to sell my first shipment just to see like what we're looking at profit-wise. And I'm going to do this very inefficiently because I want to keep track of everything. But I'm basically going to go through. The 60 of these seem like they're going to make a little bit of clams. That's not bad. 60 for those is fine. These are just general mats as well. So we're already with this. I think I'm over like 6 gold. Leon, thank you for the hydrate, Michael. I appreciate you. The large claws. Also not the worst. Oh, so there's a way for me to keep... I probably could just write stuff down. But I choose not to. I choose to do everything incredibly suboptimally. So what are the ones that are going to be worthwhile? I'm assuming the rares will be the more pertinent ones to actually sell. So let's try to post here. And I spent about 13 gold on these. Also look like you had a bad pull. What am I looking for like big money ones? Or is it just the quantity at which I'm getting yellow ones that's like the big differentiator? More stuff. Okay, so literally just like higher quantity of the yellows is a big thing. I don't know that I listed a lot there. I won't even lie. It doesn't seem like I listed the most. Got spanked over less than for not having ley lines. Oh no. Yeah. We're gonna try to plan out some stuff to get ley lines prog for people. That's something that I also have to do and have been avoiding. I must be responsible, and I must not be a burden. Did 1,500 gold worth, and we got like 3,100. That's not bad. That's not bad. So it's usually like a double up. And I mean, for going out and just gathering in general, you're getting money from the gathering. This is a double. Yeah. And then you factor in like what you're getting from doing the actual gathering out and about in the world at the time too. Selling those mats, whatever you may do with them. What do we have going on here? Is there... Boy, I just doubled my output. So usually a double up. Okay. I mean, that's consistent though. And I'm assuming if I sell all of the rest of what I grabbed as well, then that would probably close to double me up. Is there no tag out here? Truly hate to see it. Really more like triple. That ain't bad. I should probably save up to do some smaller ones so I can keep track a little bit easier. Maybe we'll do some like a little document thing, a little spreadsheet type shit of like input versus output for a few. Because tomorrow I can just buy one to start out and then see where we end up from there. Mono unit private tag. What's going on at the EBG? What the dealio over here? Because if there be some good content out here, I may have to find my way into getting active as fuck. Just maybe. Excuse me. Is it actually anything? Or are we... Hold on. Mono, are you in a tag and is it good? Man, where's Cheesecake? I miss Cheesecake dearly. That motherfucker's cracked. Like, he is actually unreal. Cheesecake. Oh, Fupo. You cannot eat this cheesecake. This is one of our callers. Not a cat's collar, but a collar. He does good work. He's a pugmander of dreams. and leads us very valiantly. No, I eat Fubo. No, eat that cheesecake. Any other cheesecake but that one. That one is our cheesecake food. I swear to God. I swear to God. That cheesecake is our cheesecake.
Defense, then offense.
Is there even like... Is there a tag here? Or is this just like one giant pug group? Because like, I'm down for either one. I'm talking about how munching on some cheesecake earlier would be dope. I think it might be a sign next time I go to Sam's Club, if they have it, to get the giant cheesecake sampler platter thing that they do, bro. That shit's crazy good. I'm gonna be completely real. Like, it's very pleasurable. It's real good. My cat's allergic to dairy. Don't cats literally have milk when they're kittens? I think they're allergic to dairy in the same way that like we are, where like lactose intolerance is probably a thing, considering we're drinking milk from other animals that's typically made for like, you know, their babies, which I think is a really weird thing in the first place, but whatever. Literally every other animal in the world would still be drinking titty milk at this point, I guess. I don't quite know what's going on, and technically we are still, but regardless, it's just a weird concept to me that we're just like, oh shit, less than ideal, very less than ideal, not the best. Lactose intolerance is a lie. I unironically went to a doctor, and it's not like the lactose that fucks with me. It's like a certain protein, not lactose, but something else within the milk, and it makes my belly not so happy. But weirdly enough, it's got better now. I sometimes will get like normal milk in my coffee, and it doesn't fuck with me nearly as much as it used to. I think part of it is because I started drinking lactose-free milk, and it kind of like, it juiced me a little bit. And then from there, I think I can evolve into like normal again, but I don't want to. That shit punished me. Just gotta work through it. I don't think anybody should have to work through that shit, bro. That shit was pain, literally. Whole milk, get some cows. I would need the whole cow for that. I don't have room for a cow in here, Fubo. What the fuck do you mean? I don't have room for an entire ass cow in here. How am I gonna fit a cow? Ay. I don't think I can pull that off, brother. I think we might be down horrendous. Just think how cool a cow's backdrop to stream would be. Just walking around doing like cow things. Okay, you might be right. You may be right. I do understand that. But what would I feed it, Fupo? I'd have to feed it cats. Would I change the name to cows? Cows with abs would be crazy. I feel like that would be such a level of intimidation that people may not encounter otherwise. All right. Boys, I think since there are no tags, I might let the night die out. I might let it sleep and get some food. Because I gotta put some dishes in. I gotta do a little cleaning. And then Carla also mentioned how her mouse mat's all shitty. So I might clean our mouse mats before bed so they can dry overnight. Have steak and milk? Milk steak! Milk steak. We do have some good leftovers though. So I'm a chow. I'm gonna send a raid out. Let's go see the work hubby. We'll go send love over to Eggy. And I'll let y'all chill with him for the evening. We'll see how T1's holding up without us, because from what I have heard, chat, we're very well missed. Boys, if it is your first day here, I appreciate y'all coming through. Make sure you drop the follow if you are not already, so you know when I go live daily. My name is Dusty, and I typically stream around 8 hours a day. I was recovering from some sun today. Got very sunburned yesterday. So, I will be back tomorrow. We'll be back earlier. I'm gonna do a little getting outside tomorrow, and most of my cleaning's done. So I'll do a little organizing, and then from there, I will be back probably right around 2. We'll be vibing, getting a lot of blasting in. And I think World vs. World Rush ends tomorrow. So we'll see what World vs. World's actually looking like when it all boils down. Maybe get some raids in. Maybe a little makeup raid time. Boys, thank you all for being here. I greatly appreciate all the love, all the support every single day. It is truly a pleasure to have so many people here just hanging out, vibing with me. I am extremely grateful every single day. So I'll be back tomorrow. We'll be vibing once again. I'm gonna get myself some food. I'm gonna get myself some sleep. And we shall crush soon. I love y'all. I appreciate y'all.